Above it and soar beyond the bright sky. We were meant to love each other. Now we hate the other side. Eyes dilated now, we suffer, polarized and oversimplified. We wither, now divided. Every conversation so one-sided. We were meant to fly. An uphill battle left behind. Instead we break out the tar and feather and shout, we are not your kind. We wither, now divided. Every conversation so one-sided. We're withering, withering. Is there still time to restore us? Is it too late to redeem our glow? Our tale can be written anew. Could we please be so bold? Now divided, every conversation so one-sided. We were meant to fly higher than Everest, surrounded but so desolate. Is there still time to restore us? Is it too late to redeem our glow? Our tale can be written anew. Could we please be so bold? A meeting that took place in my dreams. I was so surprised to see you there. Our eyes met with beings that seemed to be walking upstairs. man on my left side. The Alpha and Omega order allowed me to cross the border. Await the call of divinity. I sing to the ocean goddess, the moon sets in the morning. I made it to the sea, infinite limbs in my family tree. Call of divinity. I sing to the ocean goddess, the moon sets in the morning. I made it to the sea, infinite limbs in my family tree. Our family
What up, Stinkfist and Liz?
Catch my breath as I'm counting.
Might be finishing this game tonight.
Going for another life.
Let's just get right to it. Let's find out if we will finish this game tonight. Cheers. Happy Thursday. Happy trash day. Or recycling day. That was really hot. I probably should have waited. Ooh. Starting the stream off with a burnt tongue. Okay. Good stuff. Here we go. Stream 5. Eternal Strands. Okay, so we have... We need to harvest the Ark. Oh, no, sorry. We already did the other one. We haven't taken on the Ark of the Forge yet, and we have the main quest. We have one thing left to do on the main quest. We did the 3 other parts last night whenever I was fully exploring Archon's Heart. So that's where we'll start. We'll fight the big guy, and we'll complete that quest. We have to go in at night. Because apparently... the Eye's daughter wanted to sneak away to go there at night. Although it's funny because she's not really... She's not even there. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But basically we have to do this quest at night. So I did 3 out of the 4 parts of the quest last night. And then I had to get out of there because I was risking it. Because I had a ton of materials on me. And I wanted to get out of there to be able to put them in my stash. And so I was like, whatever. It took me forever to find a loom gate. And I finally found one after I basically almost explored the entire area.
All those people.
So I was like, whatever, I'll finish it up tomorrow. I got to get out of here. I don't want to die and lose a bunch of my materials. So then I had to sleep because when I came out, time changed. So I had to sleep until it was night again. And then I saved, and here we are. So we're going back in. And we're going back into a flash freeze. Great. But maybe this will work out in our favor against the Ark of the Forge, because it looks like he's a fire dude. There apparently is another loom gate. It says 2 out of 3. We still need to pick up the other 2 blueprints that I'm not going to use, but just pick them up, you know, just cuz. So we got some stuff to do. I guess... So the last 2 are on this level, right? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure the big guy spawns in this level as well. There's one in the Arcane Foundry, and then there's one in the Emergence Gate. And I think the big dude basically walks from the Arcane Foundry to the Emergence Gate. He just kind of walks back and forth. Or maybe it's the March? I don't know. Somewhere in there. Good evening, John. How are you doing? Another gold star for John. Crushing it in the gold star department lately. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good, John. Thanks for asking. Glad to hear you're doing good. Oh, hello. You might want to get off that ice, bud. You're taking damage. I'm surprised I didn't get aggro from the big guy. So the blueprint is basically straight ahead. It's probably up.
Arcane Foundry. Every Archon was assembled and enchanted here.
We also need to find the schema tome.
On the shelves, you should find a tome titled An Enchanter's Guide to Governing Schemas.
Could I borrow it once you've finished?
Sure. I mean, from what I've heard, it's a dry read. It's just a basic introduction to enchanting the Ark's governing schema, but...
Where's the nets? Oh, there it
Who in their
is.
right mind could possibly find that dry? Just about anyone.
Yeah. Ooh, flame two-hander. Okay. We definitely have to take a look at that when we get back to camp.
One bacon, something.
I'm liking the
schemas,
frost
as
one
requested.
pretty good, but maybe the flame one will be even better. Okay, last blueprint is
That's
basically
everything we need.
straight ahead this way.
This will do wonders for my research. If only there was an ark we could try to repair, but alas.
We've got one here in the campsite. It's the one we followed through the veil.
What? Could you... What would you...
Need help carrying it to Cassidy's hold?
Thank you.
I'll meet you there with the parts.
Kind of surprised I missed this when I came through the first time, but there it is, right there. Easy. Okay, so we got the quest done, we got the blueprints done. Now it's time to take on the big dude. He's not messing around. I don't know if I'm attacking the right thing, but there we go. This takes a lot of hits to get his armor off. Okay. So glad I just used a health potion that I didn't necessarily need to use. Am I supposed to be attacking his hammer? I think I am. Or maybe that's just for the harvest, not for the actual kill. I guess we'll learn more about that when I actually kill him. I don't know if I can damage him anywhere else. Or I guess on his chest. Wait, no, I think I'm done on his chest. Maybe I do have to damage his hammer. I don't think he's got any other damageable spots on his body. Can't see. Not taking damage. I really don't know what else I'm supposed to damage. Wait a minute. There we go. I guess I can only damage those when they come out, huh? And I don't really know how to make them come out or how to make them slam the ground. I guess just wait. Oh, that wasn't it. I don't really know how to make him do it. You have to be enraged like he is now or whatever? I don't know. Can you do the hammer thing, please? Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh. Maybe I don't, maybe I can, I don't know, maybe destroying those with like, well, my bow is absolute shit, so I don't even know if that'll do it, but maybe some type of ranged. Because, man, this takes a long time with sword. He doesn't keep it down there for very long. And I can't see anything else on him that I can damage. So I honestly have no idea what else I'm supposed to do other than those things on the hammer. Wait, maybe... Wait, can I just... Is his chest... Maybe his chest isn't quite done? It's so hard to tell. But it's not gray looking like the rest of it, at least not from that angle. Oh yeah, I totally can do this again. There we go. Well, I assume the things on the hammer are how I'm going to have to harvest him.
A flame strand. Always
But we'll
do
read
with a
more
little
about that
heat.
when we get back to camp. Thank you, Liz. And welcome. Okay, yeah, I guess we're just good to go back to camp. I assume his locust point won't be exposed until we take care of his hammer, but just a guess. We got a new power now. The last new flame power. Molten Barrage. Magically inscribe a line of runes on any surface. They will rapidly emit balls of flame in random directions. It's like a big AoE, kind of. Okay. Ark of the Forge. How to best describe this behemoth? This gargantuan construct seems to be the source of the massive armor and weapons wielded by the other arcs. Its most prominent feature, besides its giant hammer, is its curved horns, deeply reminiscent of a ram. The touch leads one to wonder what prompted its designers to style its appearance so. An homage to a famous smith, perhaps, or they may have simply felt that the horns suited the ark's broad frame. Between Oria's observations of Bryn's defeat of the Ark and Dom's research on the recovered Strand, we are led to believe that the locus of its power is located under the heavy protectorate pauldron on its shoulder. No mere decoration, that. The locus seems to feed energy directly into the Ark's hammer. However, so it will be likely key to extinguish those flames in order to make the locus manifest strongly enough for Bryn to have any chance at harvesting it. An additional note, after a rampage, the Ark seems to need to vent heat through cores that appear on its hammer. Our band's working theory is that damaging all of them should snuff out the hammer's flame and redirect its magic to manifest the locust. How did I know? Okay. So really, we just need to take care of the hammer's things and then his shoulder. Sounds like. And it just seems like we have to wait for him to go into his rage. We can't really trigger it in any way. So let's go back and do it again. Well, not kill him, but harvest him. Oh, wait. The blueprints. Probably not going to use them, but let's check them out. Oh, the flame two-hander, though. Maybe I do want to craft this. I wish it told me what the Searing Cyclone move was before I crafted it. And then there's the Fracture Grate. Okay, well, let me dismantle this. And then craft the flame two-hander. Enchanted and drawing on the user's magic, this great blade can create a circle of flames. Okay. So holding right trigger charges it the same exact way the ice blade. Okay. We'll see how this works. I like her headgear and wish it didn't go away when you enter these zones. What? Her helmet? Does her helmet go away when we go to camp? I had it turned off for Super the other night because Super wanted the helmet off, but I told Super, I said, if you're not in the stream, I'm putting the helmet back on. So that's what I've done. Cool. I like it. Cutscene when you leave camp. Oh, just when you leave. Yeah, that little cutscene. And also, like, whenever you're talking her little picture of herself in dialogue situations. She doesn't have it on. She also doesn't have the actual armor that we have on. See ya. Oh, great. We have the miasma to contend with. Yoo-hoo! Oh, he still doesn't see me? Hey. Hey, pay attention to me. There you go. Wake up, man. Really sucks that I just have to kind of wait for him to do the hammer thing. Wait for him to come out of his rage. And I'm out of stamina, so I can't do anything. Yeah, this is gonna take a long time. Wow, so I can't do anything else whenever I'm in that form? That's really lame. What's cool, Liz? Ah, the armor. The ice. Shit. Face the hammer? Yeah. This is so boring. Why would you have to make it to where I have to just wait? There should be some sort of way to trigger this happening faster. This is so fucking boring. Fighting the giant arcs is so much worse than fighting the other big world boss dudes. The fight design of the arcs is just absolutely horrible. Except for the first one. That's basically the only one that's even remotely decent. So slow. God, she climbs so slow. Okay, well, hopefully we can get it on the last one, or the next one. We can get the last node on the next one. Hopefully. And then we get to do this again. So we can maximize the ability. I was even jumping at the expense of stamina to try to get up there faster, and it's still just like, it's such a struggle. Running around in a circle for 15 minutes. Waiting for a certain trigger. This is video gaming. Are you serious? You fucking serious? Neat. Let's keep doing it. Almost got him killed with just ice mines. And I'm not even really trying. I'm just bored and just throwing shit at him. Well, now he's throwing shit. Damn. Can you do your rage thing, please, dude? Come on. Thank you. Okay, so... Oh, do I have to actually hit the strap thing? Not the actual armor? Did it come off? No, it did not. Guess I should have taken care of the shoulder first. Man, that takes entirely too long. I guess I should try it with bow and arrow. I don't know how many arrows it's gonna take because I don't have my bow and arrow upgraded at all because I never use it, but I think I should still try that next time. Maybe it'll just be ridiculously easy and I should have been doing that from the get-go, but I don't know. We'll see. Two-star Molten Barrage. One more time. You know what? Should I just... Well, no, because I don't want to use the mats for it. I was going to say, should I just upgrade my bow just for this? But no, I don't want to use the mats. Well, he's not even here now. Where is he? Ark of the Forge. He's in Lower Denevron this time. In a flash freeze. If it takes 2 whacks with my sword, and my sword is pretty beastly, I think it might take a lot of arrows, but I don't know. Damn. That guy got flattened. So it's gonna take me the same amount of time. Maybe a slightly less time. Maybe like one less cycle. But yeah, it's not gonna be any quicker really. What? Wasn't even close. Okay. Thank God that's over.
Another flame strand for your mantle.
Another flame strand for your mantle. Hip, hip, hooray. Another flame strand. There's something up top here. Uh-huh. All right. Let's bounce. And now we can press on with the main quest. And good night, Liz. Man alive, you've been going to bed early. Has it been working out for you? You like it? You like getting that extra sleep or something? Is that why you've been doing it? By all means, if you're enjoying it, keep doing it. Just kind of weird coming from you. Not used to it. Lower Denevron was the thrumming mercantile heart of the city. Caravans steadily made their way in and out of Drover's Gate at the height of the Enclave's power, bringing goods and services along the roadways and bridges spanning the area between the city and the South Wall. Nearby docklands also contributed to the area's bustling commerce, linking Denevron to the shipping lanes of the Maida. A rough and tumble place, Lower Denevron lacked the spires, carefully manicured gardens, and other assorted infrastructure of the upper city, though several primary and secondary sources make it clear that the people who called this area home were very protective of the space under the highway known as the Undergreen. The secluded alleys in the area provided an escape from the sun and prying eyes in equal measure. From a researcher's perspective, it is a crying shame that a large portion of Lower Denevron was destroyed during the surge and its aftermath. There are several historically significant gatehouses on my pre-surge maps that would have contained some tremendously interesting financial ledgers. Alas. The smile, I guess, means that you're liking your new bedtime? I don't speak emoji, Liz. You gotta use your words. All right. So all we have left is one kinetic power, so I'm assuming that means there's one more giant world boss dude to defeat. But all the other ones we have, all 8 are maxed out. 3 stars. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Liz. Good night. Okay. Let's move on with the main quest. Consult with the spindle in Cassidon's hold. So the spindle was the one who wanted us to go to the Archon's Hearth at night to do those 4 little fetch quest things. And so we completed that, and now we're going to go back and talk to her about it. But first, let's talk to Aigon Jin.
Let me guess. You've come to ask me to apologize to your naive lawkeeper.
No.
No? Isn't that what self-proclaimed heroes do? Demand justice for your friends?
I would never ask Lane to waste their energy on a conversation with you again. Do I think how you spoke to them was a disgusting, brutish display? Absolutely. But justice doesn't come with an apology from you, does it?
They attacked my legacy. I merely put them in their place.
Hey, he can't be such a bad guy. He's using the right pronouns.
Exactly. Without remorse, an apology would just be posturing. No. Justice is served in the way Lane still chooses kindness every day, despite people like you trying to tear them down.
Their research tore me.
Justice is served in the way Lane gets to continue living as their wonderful, talented self. Whereas you have to keep living as yourself. As someone who is clearly in so much pain over his own existence, he needs to make other people feel small, so he can look big.
By the flames. Save your idealistic speeches for someone who cares.
So we agree. There is no need for you to ever speak to or about Lane again.
Our preferences align, then.
That should do it.
I said, there. That should do it. Hey, where are you going? Is she guiding it? Out of mana.
That was incredible.
It was certainly exhilarating.
Are you okay?
Yes, it's just no small feat to power an arc manually. Even a smaller one like this. It takes a lot out of me. We still don't know how the Enclave was able to catalyze an arc's ability to absorb raw magic on its own. Weavers certainly weren't powering them the way I just did.
Still, what a leap forward.
Indeed. You have no idea what this means to me. Thank you for all your help.
Isla, what you did, I have to say, I'm impressed. Perhaps I misjudged your ambitions with the arcs.
Perhaps. That is an understatement. You've never taken me seriously.
Isla, I'm trying to...
Just like you've never taken the Surgeborn seriously. I watched Bryn's expedition to the Underworks.
You left Cassidan's hold. That is against my direct orders.
Oh, just like you ordered to sweep hundreds of Surgeborn under the rug instead of actually doing something about them.
This is your doing, somehow. What have you done to turn my daughter against me?
No one is against anyone. Our Weaver Band is here to help, starting with getting the Surgeborn under control.
Bryn didn't do anything wrong. Working with her has shown me what I've always known, deep down. That you've sheltered me from the truth for too long, and that there are people who value the work I want to achieve.
Isla, this isn't like you. These Weavers have corrupted your mind, or...
Your lies are what's been messing with my head. After all, we both know that's not the only thing you've lied about.
As the Eye, it is my job to hide things from you, from everyone, for your protection. And that's all I've ever done.
I don't want to hear another word from you right now.
Isla.
Just go.
Wow. That can't have been easy.
It was a long time coming. I need to go process all that just happened. But thank you for everything. And when it comes to dealing with the Surgeborn, just know that from now on, I've got your back.
Good to hear. We're going to need it.
Are you okay?
I'm guessing Staneld family dinners have been awkward lately.
Particle effect is still there from her her animation. That's pretty funny.
Try non-existent. I wanted to believe my father was a good person deep down, if driven by fear at times. Now, I just don't know.
You're pretty brave to stand up to your father, let alone the leader of the Enclave.
I should have done it sooner. I was blinded by love.
Our parents are supposed to teach us right from wrong. That moment when we have to trust ourselves and defy them? It's a big one. Not everyone could do what you just did. I know it took a lot.
Thank you. And Bryn, my father might be willing to let the Surgeborn take over, but I'm not him. I'm with you until the end. Whatever it takes. Things between my father and I are maybe not improving, but shifting. He apologized for not taking my work seriously, and it seemed genuine this time.
Did he apologize for all the lying?
He's trying to make amends for that, in his own way. He's even brought me onto an enchanting project he's been working on. It's hard. Part of me wants the relationship we used to have back. A bigger part of me knows it's gone for good.
You're probably right that you can't go back. But if he loves you enough to atone, maybe there's a path for the two of you.
I know I need to keep my guard up for now. But truthfully, I want that more than anything.
I want that more anything. They forgot the van. Not too many typos or misspellings or grammatical errors in this game. I have seen a couple though. But overall, pretty good job on their part. They do like to make fragment sentences when they could just, well, I guess in that regard they really are grammatically not great. Like there's times where there'll be like for instance there'll be a sentence that's like well, let me see. I can think of an example. Like the sentence, the dude walked down to the store, which was to the north side of town. In this game, what they like to do is, the dude walked down to the store, period, and then start a new sentence, which was to the north side of town. It's like, no, that's part of the previous sentence. You just toss a comma in there and add that. So in that regard, they're really bad about that. But misspellings and stuff, not too bad. Not too bad.
You are the last person I wish to speak to right now.
What did I ever do to you?
My own flesh and blood isn't speaking to me because of you.
That's not what we were just told.
She's not speaking to you because you lied to her.
I guess we were supposed to talk to him before we talked to her the second time.
It was for her protection. Information is power, and I will protect her at all costs. Even from you, if I have to.
And what is that supposed to mean?
It means you will soon learn that we can handle our affairs well enough without your help.
Well, Mr. Grumpy Pant.
Ah, Bryn. Good to see you.
My controller is not working.
What was the outcome of your work with Isla? I'm still hoping to draw upon her expertise for my next task.
She got the Ark in our camp up and running. Only for a moment, but Isla was thrilled. It'll be huge for her research on regaining control of the Arks. But she had a pretty intense argument with the Eye afterwards. I think it was a long time coming. It seems like she's finally done letting her father manipulate her.
An interesting development. Is she all right?
I think so. Let's bring her over.
Please tell me you've got a distraction for me.
Are you all right, Isla?
I'm just, a little tired, is all. Between powering an Ark by myself and confronting my father on the same day. Even as a previous High Enchantress, it took a lot out of me. I'm still working my way through it. And I need to figure out an independent power source for the Ark. It's too much to think about.
I'm sorry. Should we do this another time?
No. Please. I need distractions. Or I might be tempted to set the hold ablaze.
Fair enough. What have you got for us, Karnatame?
An issue we faced in the early days of their appearance and are now facing once again is the ability of the Surgeborn to navigate the Enclave. Put simply, they are using our Loomgate network to traverse great distances in an instant. We can't let that stand. I'm only familiar with the Loomgate's design through my parents' work on them. But Bryn recently helped us access a supply cache in the Institute, and we found something that could help. A set of schematics for a device to block the Surgeborn from using the Loomgates while keeping them accessible to us.
A way to filter out the Surgeborn without endangering Weavers. It could significantly impact their ability to fight us. How can I help?
Well, they're incomplete, and I was hoping you could tell us what's missing. Here, take a look.
Let's see. A resonance modulator.
Bryn, while she looks over the schematics, do you have any questions?
Where's this device going once we finish building it?
The resonance modulator should connect directly to the harness. You've already been there.
Returning to the scene of the crime. Why there?
The harness acts as a central nexus that controls not just Asylum, but our loom gates and all of the Enclave's transit points. Hence, why you were able to use it to open up the underworks in the first place.
At least I can't unleash the Surgeborn a second time.
Small mercies.
Why didn't they finish the schematic?
My understanding is that at that time, our bureaucracy was growing to the point of being rather unwieldy. I still grapple with the remnants of that bureaucracy every day, so I can imagine that whoever was working on these schematics... Let's just say that they were probably told to submit it to a committee before proceeding with the design.
Even though it was urgent and would have saved hundreds of lives?
For some people, propriety dictates priority. That's my guess, anyway. And, for the record, much of my life's work has been in service of streamlining that kind of bureaucracy. We cannot risk following the same path that led us to ruin.
How do we know that this modulator will work?
Whoever designed this clearly knew what they were doing. It's beautiful, elegant work.
I'll say. It feels... familiar, almost. I can't quite put my finger on it.
We could check through the rest of the paperwork, see if we can find out who the author is, if you'd like.
Yes. I'd love to.
I've had enough. The sooner we get this modulator built, the sooner we can secure the loom gates. I'm assuming you'll be the one to build this. What do I need to bring you?
To be frank, considering all your Weaver Band's achieved since you arrived, it's clear to me that you brought with you an expertise that we did not retain through the dark days of the Surge. With that in mind, I would love to leave this in your Smith's capable hands. She must have had a world-class mentor.
She's primarily self-taught, actually. But I'll pass on the compliment. She'll be thrilled to hear it.
That's astonishing. Let's go through what's needed then. For the body of the device, you'll just need some calm steel. But the rest... Do you have any preliminary thoughts, Sila?
Yes. Like you said, it's amazingly simple. What's missing from the schematics is the part that allows us to calibrate it. But it's clear in my mind what the finished design should look like. Give me a moment. There. It's like the design itself wanted me, or someone, to finish it. To calibrate it, we'll need some representative samples of Surgeborn. Let's say husk and huskhound fur. Get plenty of both.
And then I take the finished resonance modulator to the harness.
Exactly.
It should be pretty obvious where to place it, too. You'll know, if you do it right.
Gotcha. Time to hunt a few Surgeborn.
Or do I already have the mats? I might already have the mats, but we're gonna have to go back to camp to find out. Good evening, Donna. I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well as well. Having a watch on the TV, so not in chat. Okay, have a great night, Donna. Thanks for saying hi.
So, what do you make of the Eye hiding the extent of the Surgeborn threat from his colleagues?
From what I can tell, the Eye wants the same thing as everyone else. peace in the Enclave. He just has a different way of achieving it.
Right. But lying to his own daughter is hardly justified.
He didn't lie. He merely withheld information.
There isn't really a difference.
Yeah, there is.
Sure there is. Lying is deceitful and often involves betrayal. But at times, secrets are needed for protection.
Who are his secrets protecting? Him or her?
Well, her, of course.
Sev, I'd be careful of people who withhold information. You don't know what they're keeping from you.
Yeah. Sweet. We already have the materials. No need to farm. Device that interfaces with the harness to prevent Surgeborn from passing through loom gates. Foul smelling due to the creature samples used in its creation. I wonder if we can upgrade our stations to level 5 now? Nope, still can't. Okay. We're going to go use the resonance modulator at the harness near Liminus in Archon's Heart.
The resonance modulator. My Q-36 space modulator.
Anybody know that voice? Whoever guesses that voice gets an E high five from DeejTheSqueej. I know. It's a pretty good prize.
Well, that did something. I should go check with the Axel that it worked.
Uh-huh. Where is... Can I only fast travel to Cassidon's Hold from our camp? I've never noticed that before, if that's the case. But yeah, the Cassidon's Hold wasn't an option there. Maybe they want me to come back here for some reason. Or maybe we can just... can only get there from here, which is kind of weird. Because doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of loom gates? Being able to fast travel anywhere? Yeah, I guess we can only get to Cassidon's Hold from here. Never realized that before. Nobody knows my impression I just did? You guys disappoint me sometimes. It's Marvin the Martian. I guess I must have sucked at it. Nobody got it.
I loved watching you work on the loom gates with Kana Tomei.
Oh, yes. These changes will do wonders for the Enclave. We're making a real difference.
Was she doing the animation with the particle effect again, or is that just going to be a thing in all of her conversations from now on? Did I bug it out?
Oh, for sure. And the two of you get along really well.
Historically, the enchanters and the crafters haven't always aligned, but we found plenty of common ground.
How about outside of your official duties?
What do you mean?
I guess what I'm asking is, do you spend any time with her outside of work?
I'd never considered it. I tend to keep to myself. Besides, I'm sure she would rather be buried in her pile of requisitions than entertain me.
Isla, word to the wise, no one wants to be buried in requisitions.
Oh, I guess she was doing the animation again.
Hey.
Bryn. I haven't known you for long, but I can tell when someone's about to ask me a frustrating question. Out with it.
You forced my hand. So, what's the deal with you and Isla?
This is a workplace. We're colleagues. We both represent a number of guilds. By the flames, we're known for working well together, as our offices command. That's all.
Jesus Christ.
All right, I'll buy it.
Look how inclusive we are. We're trying to get a human female and a fucking bird person together.
So, how about all that sunshine we've been having?
So fucking stupid.
Yes, the sun's out. Very astute. If that brilliant observation is all you have to offer, I'll thank you to let me get back to my work. So the curves of the metal suggest...
I definitely think an enchanter had a hand in this, as well as someone with intimate knowledge of the loom gates.
Those two people could possibly be one person even, though I can't fathom who it would be.
Keeping yourselves busy, I see?
It's a conundrum for the ages, that's for sure.
Ah, Bryn, you're back.
You've done amazing work with the resonance modulator. I'm certain this will be a turning point for us.
Thanks. But how do you know it worked?
The loom gate started glowing a strange color before you arrived. I took it as a hint that you'd succeeded.
Spoiled the surprise.
I'm sure the Surgeborn will be plenty surprised when they next try to use the loom gates.
Suffice to say, we're thrilled, Bryn. In a short time, you've done a lot to help us. We were, obviously, a little hesitant to trust newcomers.
Our first impression wasn't the best.
But now, we're in a much better situation when it comes to survival.
Thank goodness you had a dashing and deadly dame to do all your dangerous deeds. That's me. I'm the dame.
We don't do titles here, so don't get any big ideas.
Sure thing. Axel. Or is Khan Arteme better?
I was elected. That's completely different.
Isla's got the right idea. But just saying. Nobody's bowing to the almighty Spindle.
I wouldn't complain if they did.
So, let's recap for a moment. 1. We've stopped Surgeborn from navigating the Loomgate network by using the resonance modulator. 2. We've made huge leaps forward in regaining control over the Arks. 3. We've armed and supplied the Scouts.
It certainly doesn't cast our last decade of work in a forgiving light, does it?
Listen, you've been surviving this crisis for a long time the only way you knew how. But now you have a path to move forward. Your people can choose to follow it, or dwell on past mistakes. Are we ready to face this threat head-on together?
Yes. You're right. Of course you are. We're at the point, resource-wise, where we can start making moves.
I don't really want to speak to my father right now. But I agree that it's time we put pressure on him to do something. Anything. Regardless of what he does, you've earned our support, Bryn. But first, I'd actually like to steal this elected official away for a while, if you don't mind. I have some notes to go over with her.
By all means. Have fun.
Right. Cringe.
I suppose I'll just get right to it. Why do you treat me differently?
What do you mean?
Everyone else gets the stern you, the you who's in charge, the Axel. But I get the friendly face, the compliance, this you who I don't understand. Is it because of my dad? Because everyone answers to him? Are you trying to get close to him through me? I can't handle it, Haroon. I need to know that I'm not just being manipulated by everyone around me.
It's not because of that.
She's really this clueless?
Then... what is it?
I spend time around you because I want to. To see you, to speak with you, to work alongside you. To see the look in your eyes when you solve a problem. Skies, I shouldn't... None of this is... If we could find somewhere else, beyond the gaze of the hold...
Haroon. Stop. Take my hand. And we'll go. I have a place in mind. I didn't see it before, but I think... I would like to tell you of the ways in which you are important to me, too.
This is a main story quest too, by the way. This is not like some side quest that's like, oh, get to know the characters better. They're having this conversation in a main story quest. Therefore, making the player experience it. Yikes. Okay, what are we doing? Return to base camp to plan next steps. Little bit of everything in this game, guys.
What's going on?
Arik, why don't you fill her in?
Our plan worked. The Eye is mobilizing the scouts for a large-scale attack on the Surgeborn.
I take it the Axle and the Spindle put him up to this?
Yes. Not that Khan Stanild is admitting that. He claims that with the supply shortage taken care of and the Ark restoration underway, now is the time to strike.
And Bryn is receiving due credit for all her work, I'm sure.
No.
So what's his plan?
The scouts will stage a distraction in the underworks, while the Eye and the Spindle do something to the Grand Gate. That's all I know. The Eye wants everyone to convene at Cassidy's Hold for a speech to learn more.
He wants us there.
Khan Stanold loves an audience. Doesn't matter who's in it.
I thought you'd be happier about all this.
I have reservations about the Eye launching a plan using my scouts without consulting me.
The reality is, the leader of the Enclave has the power and influence we need to take a stand against the Surgeborn, regardless of how likable the man holding the title may be.
Power and influence, sure, but not the expertise.
My gut is telling me the Eye can't be trusted. People like him don't change overnight. Arek's right. We should proceed with caution.
It can't hurt to hear his big speech before jumping to conclusions.
I'm here to escort you. Talk to me when you're ready.
It sounds like your experiment with the loom gates went well. With the axle and the spindle? Yeah, it turned out better than we could have hoped.
That's good news.
Are you worried about something?
Worried? No. Holding the infinite weave of possibilities in my mind. Yes. Do you think the resonance modulator could be used to keep certain kinds of people out of the Loomgate network too?
Is this game about to there's quite a few like underlying societal things in this game, and I hope that they're not about to champion segregation being a good thing.
I'm really not sure. What makes you think about that?
I believe that the Eye would lock us out if he could.
Ah, of course.
He loathes us. He loathes me. If he has the means to hinder us, he'll use them.
I thought that Lane was going to suggest to keep him locked out, or people like him.
And we've just handed those means to his daughter.
Well, you haven't had a chance to talk to Isla yet. She definitely wouldn't let that happen. At the very least, she'd give us a heads up. Why don't you talk to her sometime? I think you'd get along.
I suppose I should, yes. After my next round of experiments, perhaps. Speaking of, I should really get back to it. I'm glad to hear that all is not doomed, too. Thanks.
Not a problem.
Can I upgrade my stations now?
Moisturizing cream wouldn't happen to be by the...
Oh, we can. Okay, so we need 275. What's 275 plus 175? 450? We need 450. Look at all these resources. Man. Oh, I didn't even realize, but the different tiers of the resources give you different amounts of general resources. Either way, let's just salvage all there. Salvage all here. That's 253. I went overboard. Whatever. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be max. I don't think we're going to have to get these to level 6. I think this is it. Yep. Oh, we have a little awning on our tent now. All right, all max level. So I never really did this trading thing, but I don't really know how it works. But what up, Peridot? How are you doing tonight? Nice to see the upgrades on the camp. Yeah. We got Aurea, a bigger table, and more space over here, and maybe a bigger tent. But yeah, it's always nice to, you know, when you do upgrade things in video games, it's nice to see, like, actual things change instead of it just being like, oh, it's level 2 now. Oh, it's a level 3 now. Like, actually seeing differences in how things look is nice.
Bryn, have I ever told you you're a genuinely impressive person?
Thanks. What brought that on?
Aurea told me the story about you joining the band. Sounds like your last one was awful, but you stuck with it.
In comparison, joining Aurea's group was like that first nice day after a brutal winter.
That's probably more relatable if I grew up in a mountain pass, huh?
No feeling like it. Temperatures that would have felt awful in autumn feel like a summer's day. And there's this endless, soft, watery trickle of everything melting.
Sounds incredible. Think you'll go back?
I have to. My mum and I did not part on the best terms. And while we've made up in letters, I owe her the biggest hug.
Yeah, that's the part I enjoyed about World of Warcraft Garrison feature. Oh.
And I want my dad to see how far I've come. Don't think he expected me to take up the sword, but he's always been supportive.
Maybe I could tag along. I feel like I've been denied something being literally stuck in here.
I don't know how comfortable I'd be sneaking the head of the scouts out of the Enclave. I know it's got to be tempting to leave that duty, but these people do need you.
Yeah, that's the truth. Sometimes wish it weren't, but you're right. Oh well, maybe someday I'll go traveling. If we ever get the veil down, that is. You've stirred up quite a bit of trouble.
Oh?
I've just read the brief from the last council meeting. The Eye is facing united opposition. Everyone's calling for him to make a move against the Surgeborn. Keep your weapons close, Bryn. Ready to head to Cassidon's Hold?
An event. After confirming that you're ready with Aerokim, a series of events will play out. Be sure you're well prepared. Point of no return.
Still need more time.
I'm here when you're ready. Don't take too long.
Let me see if I can upgrade anything. Anybody else got anything to talk about?
You don't mind me hanging out here, do you?
Not at all. Why do you ask?
Doesn't look like it.
Cool. Casmin just seemed a little...
Did we reforge? Can we reforge? Oh, maybe I should look up how to get that one blueprint on that island. It's the only blueprint I'm missing in the game so far. And I would really like to have it. Let me go there. I think that was Upper Denevron. I think it's the only one, and I think it's actually for a piece of armor that I would actually like to use from the set that I've been using. Yeah, so 5 of 5, 6 of 6, 5 of 6, 5 of 5, 6 of 6. Shit! I didn't mean to do that. I was going too fast. I don't think this will trigger the main quest. I think I actually have to talk to him. Yeah. 5 of 5, 6 of 6. Okay, yeah. So this is the only one I'm missing. And I'd really like to have it. I guess I could try the ice bridge thing. I haven't actually tried it because I don't think it'll reach. But maybe if I do it along the bottom or something? I don't know. Oh, hell yeah. I think it's in the Game Informer magazine, JK. Remember when they would have secrets in Game Informer magazine? Yeah. I still have all of my old game magazines. They're at my mom's house. And they're in really good condition, too. I've got years and years and years of Nintendo Powers, Electronic Gaming Monthlies, Game Pros. I don't know if I have Game Informer. Official Xbox Magazine. Lots of stuff. I have the very first Nintendo Power that... So original Nintendo Powers, they just had like a staple in the binding. Once they actually went to legit like book binding almost in the spine, I have that issue, and then like I don't even know how many years after, at least like 4 or 5 years after. And it was really cool too because they did a design on the spines. So if you put all the magazines like on a bookshelf together in order, it actually has like a long drawn out picture on the spines of the magazine. I had some of the issues before that were just stapled in the middle of it, but I was a stupid kid and I just like threw those away. Once they got to the cool book binding spine, I was like, I don't want these staple ones anymore. I just threw those away because I was an idiot, but I totally wish I still had those. But yeah, lots of, and I believe the very first Nintendo Power that they switched to the book binding style of magazine, the front cover was it was for a Star Wars game. I can't remember which Star Wars game it was, but it was for a Star Wars game, and they had there were 4 different covers that you could get, and they had different percentages of like what were your chances of getting each cover. The least the smallest percentage, So the rarest cover that you could have gotten, there was a 10% chance that you got that cover, and I got that cover. Pretty sick. That's dope, man. Got to make sure you put those saline packs so they don't get crispy. They're just sitting in a closet in my mom's house. And I mean, last time I looked at them, I mean, it was years ago now. But last time I checked them, I mean, they were still in like really good condition. That's sick. They really don't be doing stuff like that anymore. I know. We've moved away from like physical goods. You know, it's most people don't really care about physical things anymore. It's just all about digital. So it's like, hey, subscribe to our online newsletter, not our actual magazine, you know, and stuff like that. It's like, man, what's the world coming to? So, this doesn't reach. How am I supposed to do this? It won't even reach down there. All right, I'm just going to look it up. It's my only missing one. So somebody's saying you'll get a magic that can shoot you greater distances. But then somebody else says you can also use the gravity mine magic you get from the Arc of Striken Earth to essentially bomb jump over there. It's what I did, but remember that armor weight affects how far you get blasted away. I tried it with super light armor first and kept overshooting. Kinetic two-handed sword could give you an additional boost if the bomb jump isn't long enough. Yeah, I recommend to practice gravity mine jump. It is tricky at first, as any skill worth having, but once I learned it, it became my most reliable way of getting anywhere and everywhere. Also remember that if you press dodge right before the ground while falling, the damage is greatly reduced. Huh. I haven't really used the gravity mines at all. Oh wait, I don't have it unlocked yet. So that must be the power that the other guy's talking about that allows you to jump great distances then, because these all are not it. So I guess we just have to go into the next area. So the next thing must not be like a point of no return. Maybe it's just like a, hey, you're not going to be able to do anything else for a while kind of thing. But, okay. I guess we'll just have to wait till we get that last power unlocked. Do you have a way to fly? No. No. Unfortunately, we cannot fly.
Ready to head to Cassidon's Hold?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Let's go.
Great. Hey, while it's just the two of us, I'll be deploying to the Underworks almost immediately after we arrive. Watch Constantinople for me, will you? I know Oriel wants you to give him a chance, but he can't be trusted.
I'm always ready for anything, Eric.
I know. Let's move.
Time to grind out the mind bomb. We don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. I assume we're going to get the last power from the big giant dude in the next area, which might be the last area.
Rewarded, friends. For this moment, and not one sooner, is the precise time to strike. Today, we wrangle our lands free from the Surgeborn's grasp and reclaim our hearth once more, whatever it takes. None of this could be possible without the esteemed prowess of the Spindle. Her work on the Arks has laid the foundation for my plan. She and I will proceed to the Grand Gate at once. Scouts, you have your orders. It's time. Whatever it takes.
Bryn, you need to come with me.
Now?
Yeah, no time to explain. And Aurea, you should get on the scry.
All right. Whatever you need.
Let's go.
Wait, so no armor? Sorry was in ad? No armor. What are you talking about?
Give me a clue as to where we're going.
So, obviously I've been working with the Eye. Well, he had me repair the Grand Gate. It's connected to this place called the Source, and I guess that's where the Surgeborn came from. He's got this plan to go there and solve this problem once and for all.
Right. I heard that part of his speech already. What does this have to do with us sprinting like an Ash-Peak Drake is on our heels?
So there's, it's better if I just show you.
Perfect. As punctual as you are daring.
One that can speak, huh?
Sev, what's going on?
I don't know.
Oh, don't blame him. He's merely a puppet. Ironic, given I'm the one all tangled up.
So you can talk?
Of course. Only language could allow me to prey upon Kenrick's exquisite inadequacies.
You've been talking to the Eye? Manipulating him?
Into a foolhardy and preposterous plan that only an absolute imbecile could think was worth pursuing, yes. I've been down here for years, laying groundwork and learning what I could about your people. All towards a moment when I could convince Kenrick to act. I almost despaired he ever would. And then, along comes you.
Me?
Oh, yes. Kenrick is threatened by you. Terrified, even. In your brief time inside the Veil, you've accomplished so much more than he has in decades. Not that that's saying much. Still, you are the perfect catalyst for change. We have that in common, as you will discover in time. So now, he's going to open a gate to the heart of the Enclave, convinced he can recover it from us. And the one person I worry might be able to stop us is here, talking to me. You're fast, but even you can't run to the rescue now.
You've thought of everything. Except, why tell me all this?
Because you're too late to stop us. And even if you weren't, no one would believe you.
Sure. Unless they were listening.
Quit taunting it, Bryn. You've got work to do.
Get wrecked. Didn't see that coming, did you? Classic villain trope, exposing plan. Yeah. Or when a bad guy is about to be executed and he like spills all the beans. Even though he knows he's going to be killed, he still just like spills all the beans. You're like, why would you do that? I think we found the guy that we're gonna have to get, or that we're gonna get the last power from.
Isla, we must retreat.
No! I'm staying to fix
What is
this.
going on with him? He's twitching out.
Do whatever you can to buy me time.
Oh, are we gonna... We're gonna get our own Zord to battle him? Some Megazord Megazord battle? It's morphin' time!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Bring a serious image.
let's get ready to
The spindle told her to bide time.
Let's hope Hyla doesn't take too long.
Am I gonna be able to... Oh, I can't climb him. What am I supposed to do? Oh, climb this. That'll work, right? Whee! Oh, wait. Well, never mind. I was gonna say, if these kinetic bomb things are supposed to launch me, maybe I could... Ow. Maybe I could use that to just, like, get up to him faster. Crawl, please. I'm using up so much stamina just trying to get down his freaking sword. I wonder if that'll launch me. I'm trying to jump to get closer, and climbing movement is just too jank. Just, man. Yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a better way. I'm using way too much stamina just trying to crawl down his fucking sword. Will this launch me? Well, it kind of was. Can't see. Stuck on a fucking pipe for no reason. Yeah, it just kind of just leaves me levitating in there. So yeah, that's not gonna work. I guess we're just expected to climb. And by the time we get up here to actually able to kind of try to jump off, he's trying to shake us off so we can't move. It's so jank. If I try to jump off from where I'm climbing, it's like I have a magnet on me. It doesn't let me go where I want to go. It kind of just makes you go where the game wants you to go. It's like if you try to jump on specific parts of a body of an enemy, it's like it's like a designated area that you're going to land. So it's like your directions don't have anything. They have no weight whatsoever. It's just like, oh, you're on his arm. Okay, now if you try to jump up, you're just going to go to whatever designated area that the game wants you to go to. It makes like traversing very difficult when you're trying to climb. See, I'm. Oh, this is so bad. Looking around to see if there's something else I can do. See how it curves whenever it's going toward you? That's the magnetism thing I've been talking about the entire game. Yeah, so those things don't seem like they're doing anything. Did I just come over here and get up on top and wait for him to come over so I can just jump up higher, faster? Well, that works. No. Don't break my tall surfaces. Nice, invisible wall. Didn't even jump, and I was just trying to jump. Neat. Yeah, buddy. Destroy all these surfaces that would make my life easier. Yes. Good stuff. Whee! Curveball. Why is my jump button not fucking working? Fuck, this game is jank. Whee! Whee! Pounding A there, trying to jump. Does nothing. Oh, these fights are just absolutely a nightmare. Every single one of the giant arc fights is just so fucking stupid, except for the first one. I don't know who designed these fights, but man, they have no business in game design. Cool, don't grab on. Probably just gonna look up how to take this guy out, because I'm not gonna sit here and grind this for fucking 4 hours. Like, this shit is just too stupid. Like, if I can't get up on these surfaces, if I can't climb at his base, I mean, I don't really know what to tell you. Can't get anything done. All right, just kill me. Would minions help distract him? I don't know. I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd probably say no, because it's probably just going to kill it in like one shot. I can't imagine that it's going to stay alive for very long, but we'll see. Did his armor not reset after I died? I don't think it did. Yeah, the minion's not very fucking smart either. He's actually really stupid. For whatever reason, I got to a certain point in the game and the minion just does not do anything, really. See? He's just like following me. He doesn't actively attack anymore, and I don't know why. I don't know what happened, but... He used to, like, be OP as shit. He used to, like, wreck shit. But I don't know. I got to a certain point in the game, and he just doesn't attack anymore. I don't know if it's a bug or... I don't know. See? Right there, I was trying to jump from the sword onto his body. And all she does is just... She kind of just jumps from one point around the sword to another point around the sword, and then eventually just jumped off. But I guess, you know, if he's not going to regenerate his armor every time I die, then... I guess it's just a matter of time until I beat him, right? Might die 80 times, but hey. Might die 80 times and it might take me 8 hours, but, you know. I guess it's kind of hard not to win, if that's the case. How did I take damage? How did I take damage? He scraped the ground. And I am on top of a rock. Neat. I don't know what the hell happened there. I guess this point in the game, it's probably a bad thing that I didn't upgrade my bow at all, but bow might make this easier. But if I don't want to play bow, I feel like I shouldn't be forced into playing bow. Can you get closer to me, please? How did I take damage there? I'm in the air. He slammed the rock. He doesn't want to grab, I guess. Dude, grab the fucking guy. No? I actually jumped off and he grabbed exactly to where I was jumping. Did the same exact thing again. Oh my god. I said this the other day. I cannot imagine playing this game on hard difficulty. There is absolutely zero chance that I would not rage quit trying to play this game on hard difficulty. It's just so fucking jank and just doesn't work. Jump up. Oh my god, this game is fucking trash. This is the prime example of like when you have a good core of a game here and you just ruin it with fucking mechanics that just don't work. And other things that I won't get into, but like at its very core, they've got a really good game here, and it's like they sat around a table and was like, all right, we got a good thing going here. How can we fuck it up? And you see a lot of games today doing this too. You gonna make me use my shitty bow? Nope. We're not even doing damage with our shitty bow. I don't even know if you could do damage with bow. Another invisible wall here. You can only go back so far. Isn't this fun? Isn't this how you want to end the game? Man alive. Is this even doing damage to his armor? Yeah, barely. Apparently that is the strat. I don't think that's the strat. It's definitely not. It's definitely not the most conducive. I mean, it's not doing a lot of damage. It's the third or fourth time now that I've tried to jump and the game just didn't jump. Life bar went down. Oh boy, get excited, guys. Neat. Also neat. Probably gonna die here in a second. But we got infinite lives. Who cares? think there are any more health vial things that are going to spawn, so... Oh, wait, here we go. Let's see this one. Are there any more of those yellow things? Nope. I think we used all those. I don't think that's doing any damage, is it? I don't think so. Back to plan A. Could just try this. If I can get it. Oh, that's doing a whole 2 damage. Jeez. 6 damage. Trying not to lose my fucking mind. Trying not to lose my mind. She just will not grab onto him. Is he freezing? Did he freeze himself? Wait, he has an arm now? Wait a minute. How am I... Lime! Holy fuck! God, this game sucks so much dick. I'm practically breaking my thumbstick over here trying to get her to move, and she's just not moving. Well, I mean, I guess I can give him a body of ice, but that still doesn't help me jump up from like the bottom of him. And dead.
Ren is seriously about to fight that thing.
Well, he regained his health, but he didn't regain his armor. Can I just... No? Maybe... No? Whee! Yeah, I bet you do. Not what I want to do.
Couldn't keep going so much longer.
She needs to.
I'm fighting the fucking mechanics of the game way more than I'm fighting the fucking boss. It's just beyond ridiculous. Fighting movement and climbing more than I'm fighting the boss. Oh, really? Okay. That's some good news, I guess. cheese it? Just keep him here for an hour? This is legit one of the worst boss fights I've ever seen in any video game ever. Jump didn't work again. That's what, 5 times now? Neat. Took my thing.
Okay.
She can't be. No.
What? What's she doing to the Ark?
Hopefully not what I think she is.
I can't move.
Are you seriously about to fight that thing?
Neat. Okay. That'll be enough of that. I am not going to waste any more brain power on this whatsoever. Why is it not showing his body? There we go. Oh, mana. Yeah, okay. Well, that doesn't work. The walkthrough literally says freeze his body till it shows up and then throw rocks at him to damage him. That did not fucking work. Just did 0 damage. Where are the removed armor plates? Is that these things over here? Maybe I should just go back to using Frost Mine, because Ice Wall, as suggested, does not really seem to be working as good. That also did 0 damage. Zero damage. Well, that did damage. Neat. Yeah, I think I like using Frost Mine a lot better than Frost Wall. Sure doesn't show for very long, does it? If only there was a quicker way to switch between powers. That'd be handy. If only I had more mana.
Can Bryn keep going for much longer?
She needs to.
Pick up the fucking thing, dude. Fuck.
Is the spindle okay?
She can't.
What's she doing to the Ark?
Hopefully not.
Yeah, it's probably not over, but Jesus Christ, this is so dumb. Do I get to control the Megazord? Or are we just gonna watch it in the cinematic here? jeez.
Whatever it takes.
I don't think I'll be harvesting that guy 2 times to max out that skill. I don't know. Depends on what I have to do it. Okay, we get it. He's upset. So she dead?
Spirits. Okay. Okay. I can't afford to waste time. Not with that thing out there. Aurea. She'll know what to do.
Man, am I glad that's over.
Hey, Eric.
For
I'm
now.
so sorry for your loss. How are you holding up after everything?
Thank you, but I don't think you want the real answer to that question.
Yeah, I do. That's why I asked it.
I really do. You look like a pot about to boil over, and your people need you focused. So let me have it.
Yeah, I would assume that our last power ability thing is going to be coming from that fight. Although I don't know if it's actually going. We might have to kill it because did we kill it? I don't know.
I knew Kenrick Stanold was incompetent, but this... I didn't think he was capable of this.
Got tired of ads? Oh, so you subbed? Yes. Plan worked. Thank you for the sub.
He deploys my entire team, spreads us thin on no information. A plan that requires utmost secrecy, he called it, swearing we would be given what we needed to know when the time was right.
Thank you for the 5-month re-subscriptionino.
And then, nothing. A big speech, empty promises of victory, and the dawning realization among my team that we were a distraction. Meaningless forces to draw the Surgeborn's attention. And at that, we succeeded. While Kenrick, goddamn Stanold, ran for his life, they descended on my people like vultures swarming a corpse. Good people died because of that man. Good people will carry scars because of that man. It should have been him.
Just run a ad before critical story moments? Nah.
Bryn, I cannot fathom how you must have felt in that fight against the Surgeborn.
I got my ad schedule. If shit happens during ads, you know. It is what it is.
As strange as it is to say, I had the easy part.
Yes. The tragedy about Isla. So much talent lost. Wasted, even.
You did get new materials from that fight, right? I don't know about new, but I definitely got materials. And nope, we did not get that power. So either we don't get the last power from that thing, or we're going to have to kill it again. Or kill it for the first time. Did we not kill it the first time? I don't know. I honestly was not even paying attention to the cutscene. I really wasn't. I'm kind of done with this game, to be honest. Like, I just want it to be over with.
Subterranean. You would have to plumb tremendous depths to even glimpse it. And yet, I never would have expected him to stoop quite so low as he did at the Grand Gate.
Hey, Lane. How are you holding up?
Oh, fine. And you? Are you recovering from your latest near-death experience? We were all rather worried about you.
Thanks for the concern. A little sore today, but no lasting injuries.
Good. Good.
Are you sure you're fine?
Yes. Just ruminating on the numerous disastrous failures that led to this. Not by us, but...
I'm asking myself the same questions. And honestly, I blame myself for not seeing it sooner. I had a bad feeling about Stanild from the beginning, and I should have listened to it. Particularly after seeing how he treated you, it makes my blood boil.
I suppose it was our collective failure to not challenge him. I did, of course, but...
It's crazy that we started so bushy-tailed about this game, and now it's like constant disappointment. I've had frustrations since the very first stream. I wouldn't say I've been bushy-tailed from the get-go. I mean,
scholars rarely agree on much.
That last boss fight was absolutely like the most rage-inducing part of the game thus far, for sure. But I mean, I've had problems with this game since the very beginning. Not anything major, really, like that boss, except for the other bosses, the big giant arc bosses. Like I've said it before, but every single one of the arc bosses is super fucking annoying, except for the first one. And it's not even because of the boss, really. It's just because of like your movement mechanics, the fact that the game doesn't let you jump where you want to jump. Sometimes you go to jump and the game just doesn't even jump at all. Like shit like that. That's what makes it so frustrating. The developers want you to climb this thing, but actually climbing is like super fucking frustrating. So it's like, if you're going to base fights around climbing and jumping and dodging and all this stuff, you got to make it work. Like, it has to work all the time. Because if it just doesn't even work one time, it's frustrating. But when it doesn't work 20 times, it's like hella rage-inducing.
Maybe I couldn't have prevented this tragedy, but I can't.
It's like they have really cool ideas for these boss fights, but when the mechanics themselves and your movement itself doesn't work, like, it's just nothing but frustration.
If only to stop it from ever happening again.
That's like Assassin's Creed not putting into parkour when the game centers around. Yeah, imagine Assassin's Creed, like, hopping around from building to building and climbing shit, and, like, it just doesn't work. You know, like, where that's, like, the basis of the game. Granted, it's not the basis of this game, but it is the basis of a lot of the boss fights. It is the absolute basis of the boss fights. And it just doesn't work most of the time. I mean, would you play an Assassin's Creed... granted, I'm not going to play an Assassin's Creed game ever again, but would you play an Assassin's Creed game where the movement would just fucking sucked and just frustrated you? Hell no, because that's like the bulk of the game.
What were you thinking going to the Grand Gate? You could have died and you know it.
Casmin, I'm all right.
That's not the point, Bryn.
That's a big part of the reason why I don't like playing stealth games, is because the stealth in 99% of stealth games does not work the way it should. And so it's just nothing but frustrating. So that's why I just stay away from those kinds of games.
I was really scared.
I know.
You're okay.
That's what matters. Sorry, I just felt myself going back to a dark place.
I understand. I'm here, though. Safe and sound like everyone else.
You're right. We're all here. That's what matters. Just do me a favor and rest before you go after that thing again. I know you.
And if you're going to make climbing in the boss fights a huge part of it, they either should have made the climbing faster, like the actual character movement faster when she's climbing, or increase the stamina, like the base stamina. Because the way it is right now, nah.
You don't like to leave anything unfinished.
For your sake, and mine.
If they would have just done one of those two things, either made climbing faster or increased your max stamina from the base level, it'd be so much better. I mean, that wouldn't alleviate all the problems with the boss fights, but that would alleviate some frustration for sure, just by doing something as simple as that.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have done all the side quests, so like your stamina is above average, right? No. No, there is no leveling up in this game. Basically, the only reward that you get for doing side quests is just doing them. The only way you increase stats is your armor set and your weapons. Yeah. It's pretty dumb.
Hey.
Like, if I wanted more max stamina, there is an armor set that increases your max stamina. But I'm going to lose all of my fucking armor. And I would rather have armor. But yeah, you do not get anything. You don't even get, like, materials for completing side quests. You get nothing. Just the satisfaction of doing it.
How'd you feel?
Okay now, but it was touch and go for a while. Lane will probably never forgive me.
And I assume there's, like, achievements tied to it. Not that I care about getting the achievements in this game, but yeah. I'm sure there's an achievement for doing all the quests or whatever, but yeah, as far as, like, in-game, you get nothing.
I knew that fight. The spindle, giving her life like that. It'd be on your mind all night.
Honestly,
how could it not?
Now that I think about it, this might be the first video game that I've ever played in my entire life where you do not get rewarded for doing side quests. Like, in any way, shape, or form. I can't think of a single other game that's like that. Granted, I've played a fucking thousands and thousands of games in my life. I can't remember them all, but off the top of my head, I cannot think of a single other game where you get zero reward for completing quests. Yeah.
And I've been mulling over what to tell you this morning. I had a speech planned, but you don't need a speech.
I'm sorry for voting for it. Haha, the trailer lied to me. Haha. Hey, I voted for it too. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's just sometimes we play, you know, games that look really good and they turn out to be hella frustrating. I mean, it's just a part of it.
You're like me. It'd ring false. So I'm going to tell you what I'd need to hear after something like that. You did good.
But like I said, like the actual base of this game is good. Like, they had a really good idea. It's just, man, between the boss fights and the actual movement mechanics and stuff, they just fucked it up.
It was an awful situation, but you stood up and did what needed to be done without hesitating. Not many people have that kind of grit.
I mean, even putting aside all of, like, the cringe characters and the cringe dialogue and all the fucking we're here for you and let's talk about our feelings bullshit, like, putting all that aside, I mean, even including that, really, I mean, it's the base of it is a solid idea.
You're right. I think that was what I needed to hear. Thanks, Aurea.
You deserve it. You've come so far in here. We've all had to adapt. But you more than anyone. Look. I know you, Bryn. You're made of stern stuff. You've the mountains in your bones. Any sense of doubt or being shaken is just snowfall. Temporary, and it'll slide off soon.
That was the part you practiced, right?
Yes. But that doesn't make it less true.
Okay. Okay. Thoughts on what we do next? We obviously need to deal with that beast. But where to start?
We need to get everyone together. Our band, Arakim too. And I want you to call the meeting.
Me?
Yes. You.
Me? But I'm not the leader.
Do you know what's amazing?
This is going to be a new side quest?
Tell me.
Digging into the past and salvaging relics that change your understanding of everything we do. Maybe this is old hat for you, because you've been free to do it for so long.
I haven't been doing it that long, but I can't imagine it will ever get old.
Well, good. So, our relics of the day are those scries we recovered, which work very much like yours. Which demolishes my original bet on ours having been affected by the surge somehow.
All right, Peridot. Have a good nap, dude. And have a good night.
My best guess now is that they're working so well because they were packed up so tight. I floated the idea with Dharm, and he was pretty into it. Want to join me in following up?
Oh. Don't need me to do the asking this time?
No. I'm getting the hang of this.
Thanks again for the resub. Much appreciated.
It's good you're here, Bryn. We have a mystery to solve.
A scrinundrum. Ah, no, that doesn't work.
Scriddle?
Ah, damn it. That's so much better.
You two are fun. To business, though, what we need to really work on the scries is a new set of the tools I use to maintain ours.
Do you not have them?
Lost in our mad dash through the veil. I hadn't felt the urgent need to replace them just yet, but if we're to compare and contrast our three classes of scry, we'll need them.
What exactly do these tools involve?
They are so very fiddly. Small optics for examining the casing, tiny enchanted ones to target the patterns that form the images and keep the sound clear. That sort of thing. Like tuning an instrument?
We haven't needed these tools until now?
Like most Enclave enchantments, the scries are incredibly durable. I normally maintain ours every few months. We had more pressing matters at hand, until this mystery reared its head.
Could we not borrow some from Arek's people?
I tried. I would consider their tools insufficient to our needs.
He's saying they're bad.
I'm saying they're bad, but politely.
This is usually the part where I find myself wrestling a giant lizard or something. So you might as well just tell me now.
Bryn, you never fail to cut to the heart of the matter, but I have good tidings. We need you to pick a flower.
A flower? That's it?
Not quite. It's from a plant renowned for its magical sensitivity called Mirian's Bloom.
And the tricky part, Dharm was telling me, is that it can't be moved via any kind of teleportation. No loom gates and such.
Indeed, and complicating matters, it withers very quickly once picked. Lane and I can stabilize it, but we'll need our workstations here to do so, which means...
I'm going to have to run.
Pretty much. Sorry about that.
I'll just stretch extra. Do we know where I can find some?
Yes, In the swamp not too far from here, on the other side of the hollow.
Sounds like a plan.
Design unlocked. Scry maintenance. So that's a new side quest. Can I? No. You gotta get the stabilized Marianne's bloom.
Isla sacrifice.
So recover the bloom from Archon's Expanse and Dredger's Mire. Return the bloom to base camp without any magical travel.
Never mind.
So
I can't even go there right now.
So how would I do this? Because the only way... Is there some exit here that I don't know about or something? I guess there would have to be. Oh, Archon's Expanse, not Archon. I was looking at Archon's Hearth. Archon's Expanse and Dredger's Mire. Okay. Okay. Now I get it. And then we use the exit on the west side, I guess. Okay.
I'm going to let Arik power the scry for your run with the bloom, Bryn.
Appreciate it. Aurea?
You could use the practice.
Those are the Miriam flowers, Bryn. Just remember, once you pick one, time starts running down.
Oh,
then
great.
It's a nice steady pace back here. You got it.
So we're going to be timed, huh? So we basically just got to run all the way back to the loom, or past the loom gate into that doorway. I'm not in combat. Oh wait, yes I am. Is it taking damage? I don't know why it's not taking damage. It should be taking ice damage. Frozen in ice like that, it should be taking frost damage.
Here goes.
Good. Now move. We'll be ready. Good progress, Bryn. Smooth and steady.
Easy. Uh-huh. Okay, so now we just got to go straight on through. Am I still being timed, I guess? I guess I should hurry.
It's looking a bit off.
That's normal. Just keep moving and you'll be fine.
I'm trying. Where is it? Not here. This should take us back to camp.
She's got...
Did we?
Yes. Oh, we're good. Excellent work, everyone. We'll get this over to Solar, Bryn. She'll be ready for you whenever.
A kit created with Marianne's Bloom for analyzing a scry's functionality. Consult with the Axle and ask permission for Dom's scry investigation.
Ridiculous! The Stanilds have been receiving the rite of ashes at the Hallowpire Rise for generations. That Hiram doesn't want to send a mourning party is an insult to her memory.
That's not fair. You know Khan Otame would love to give Isla...
Don't say her name.
All I'm saying is the Axel lost someone too. You don't need to make this harder on her.
And who, pray tell, is working to ease my pain? The answer is in the silence. No one.
You're going to speak to the Talon?
I don't expect to get much out of it, but yes.
Be careful. Clearly the Talon was able to manipulate Kenrick. And while I know you're not the idiot he is, speaking to that thing is risky.
I just have to find out what I can. If the Talon has any insight that can help us.
It's a risk worth taking, I know. Just don't reveal anything in the process.
That's not even part of my quests. Is there another door over here? There is. I wonder,
Certainly where emergency
like, what is this about? I guess I'll do it. I don't know. Oh, this is... Oh, I see, I see. This is the talent.
I knew you'd be back. Dreadfully predictable.
And here I thought I surprised you. Or was your herald getting kicked back to the source part of the plan?
Don't steal credit. Your great icon pushed us back, not you. And I'm quite certain it didn't survive the battle. Judging by the way you charged straight to the Grand Gate upon hearing my plan, you favor misguided heroics. Let me guess. You're going to try for a rematch.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Let's not lie to each other. I like you.
Can't say the feeling's mutual.
Come now, I want to be confidants. Friends, even.
Fine. Let's be friends. Why don't you tell me what the Surgeborn are after so I can help you get it?
I told you, don't lie to me. But because my offer of friendship is genuine, I'll tell you. I'm after the same thing you're after. Magic. And the power that comes with it.
But Surgeborn already wield magic.
Not nearly enough of it. You know the lust for magical power is insatiable. Why else are you risking everything to tear strands of it from behemoths?
I'm not power hungry.
Don't lie. Especially when your actions betray your words with such ease.
In my experience, Kenrick Stanold isn't exactly the trusting type. How did you convince him to open up to you?
What's that supposed to mean? In your experience, Kenrick Stanold isn't exactly the trusting type.
I played the part of his distressed prisoner. Please, please don't hurt me. I'll do anything you ask. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just let me live. He was all too willing to believe I was helpless. After all, that would mean he had power.
The Hearthsiders believe you were born out of the Surge. Is that really where you come from?
I will keep some secrets to myself. For now.
I thought we were friends.
Not yet. But we will be. And when that day comes, I will share more with you.
How did you end up down here anyway?
I let myself be captured.
Why?
It became apparent that I wasn't going to uncover the secrets behind the Enclave's power by raising its capital to the ground. Oh, I do miss the raising. Still, I needed intel that I could only get from the inside. So I allowed myself to be captured and waited until the leader of the Enclave came to visit me alone one day. Kenrick had influence and insecurities, making him the perfect target. He felt quite special that I only spoke to him. It helped that he assumed our herald couldn't pass through the Grand Gate when he staged his attack.
How did it get through? The resonance modulator should have filtered out Surgeborn.
You didn't have a sample of that particular Surgeborn.
Kenrick Stanold is in rough shape after being your confidant.
I would never treat you like I treated him. You're different. Special. Trust me. In time, you'll consider us kindred spirits.
Doubt it.
See you soon.
I want to join her side. Surely that won't be possible.
You mentioned you were in charge. Does that mean you're the new Eye now?
So the council is larger than just the 3 main representatives. As you heard, we convened and unanimously agreed that Kenrick had overstayed his welcome in the role of the Eye. So he's been stripped of that, and by default, that means I'm in charge. Emergency authority. Am I the Eye? No. And nor do I particularly want to be right now. But when the time is right to hold elections, we'll do so. We need to break this cycle.
What cycle do you mean?
Council seats weren't permanent before the surge. That idea was Kenrick's. And it's clearly not worked out for us. So again, once we've solved this crisis, we'll chart a new path. Assuming we survive. After all, we could all be dead this time next week. Before you ask, the answer is maybe.
About the scries? You know?
Of course I know. In this role, I can't afford to be oblivious to one of my colleagues sneaking about. And while well-meaning, Arakim is about as stealthy as a glass tail on rice paper. Which brings me to my question. The answer will tip me from maybe to yes or no. Why are you here and not him?
I'm here because I don't have a history of being discouraged by the bureaucracy of this place. Again and again. My hand hasn't been burned so often that I'm afraid to cook. And I'm not pointing the blame at you, but I know you can empathize with what I'm saying.
Let me come again to the point. Why you and not Arakim?
Honestly, I don't think he knows how to ask.
It's as simple as him asking me. I am not Stanild.
No, but you have to prove that to Arik as much as he has to prove himself to you. That was the lesson I learned from Oria. The best leaders are mentors and meet their people halfway. That's what Arik needs from you.
An interesting point. I suppose he did not receive much support. Well, ever. Very well. You have my approval. I shall be watching very closely to see how this proceeds. And fair winds. I hope you can find your answers. I just wish Isla were here to help.
Yeah, don't we all?
After these emergencies.
Rip Isla.
I assure you, I am not thinking of much beyond...
What did we learn about the scries, fellas?
Nothing good, unfortunately.
You know how all enchanted things use woven patterns to achieve their effects yet? Well, the scries used here for decades were warped. There's no other way to describe them.
Some sort of corruption or decay?
Not exactly. More like elements had fused or connected in different ways than were intended by the enchanter.
I take it that's not normal.
Darm's never seen it, and I asked the High Enchanter, and he had never heard of it either.
Even more worrying is that the Mirian's bloom also behaved strangely while we were trying to distill it. Normally there is a very rote set of steps, but it took Lane and I several tries to find the proper alchemic ratios to make it useful.
And then we have the Spitfires, acting more aggressive than normal, nesting in odd places. Putting it all together, we're seeing a worrying pattern of unexplained changes.
Ones that would be hard to notice if a certain band hadn't broken through the veil. We can confirm these changes aren't happening outside the Enclave.
Huh. What do we do about it then?
Darm and I have been talking about it and have some ideas. Give us a little bit of time to see if we can come up with a plan.
I'll leave you to it.
Has it been a little bit of time? Looks like it.
Darm and I have been running down the mystery of our alchemically odd plants and degraded scries. We've got a working hypothesis, but we're going to need to lean on you again to prove it.
You're right on top of this.
I have been taking notes from my favorite point. She has this habit where she just drags things forward by force of will.
I do, don't I? There's just so much to do. Why ask permission when the next step is right there? What's led you to the hypothesis?
Darm's been digging into the scry and noticed some tiny changes in yours that he's not seen before. Lane used a few leftover petals from the Mirian's bloom to run more tests. You really have an incredibly talented team here.
As long as I don't have to do any more cross-swamp runs, count me in.
Worse, I'm afraid. We think the source of the problem might be the miasma. Darm's theory is that it's slowly affecting the patterns inside the Enclave.
Our enchantments?
Everything. We've never been able to perceive or harvest them, but there's a school of thought that everything alive has a pattern in it. And if that pattern allows us to interact with and control magic, the theory goes that magic might be able to affect us in turn.
You think we're in danger?
Obviously, tangles are inherently dangerous, but that's the question we want to answer. Could they affect the creatures here in more subtle ways? Could too much magic explain the Spitfire's behavior? If so, we have to worry there might be long-term effects on all of us.
Spirits. How do we prove it?
You've been collecting resonance for all your time in here, as have our enchanters. That data gives us a baseline. What he needs, then, is a comparison resonance harvested during a miasma from any of the natural beasts. Arcs won't help, alas.
Shucks.
Right. I'll tackle it as soon as I can.
Okay. Harvest a strand to collect the resonance from any natural creature while it is under the effect of miasma.
I've been running more tests on the bloom you recovered.
You didn't need it all for Darm's tools?
No, thankfully. We had a number of false starts with the alchemical processes, but we had enough petals even then. It does speak to the issue, though. I tried every control I could think of, and can only conclude that the bloom itself is off.
Could it just have been that one flower?
Perhaps. Either way, it warrants further study, but Arakim's offered to help us collect more, so it won't impact you.
can't stand that voice actress. Like how she does that with so many beginnings of her sentences. I'm not really sure. Okay, I'll do that. It's like, oh my God, I can't stand it. So I'm kind of confused by this quest. Harvest a strand to collect the resonance from any natural creature while it is under the effect of miasma. So we need to go somewhere that has the weather effect of miasma, I'm assuming. Which, of course, there are none right now. But, like, are we supposed to... Is it saying to kill it while it's in miasma? I don't know. I guess we'll work on the main quest. Come back to that. Or he wants to talk now. What?
It certainly is disturbing to think an enchantment can warp.
Any sign of our scry reacting, like the Heartsider ones?
None, but it might be a matter of time. Who knows what a year or a decade might bring? We'll have to watch closely. Oh, that's rather exciting now I think of it.
I know everyone's up in their heads right now, but we have real problems to solve. So let's clear the air.
Are you running this discussion, then?
She is.
Sev, this has to start with you. We knew you were working with the Eye. We told you we'd have your back. Help us understand what happened. Just breathe, Sev. Start from the beginning.
I'm sure Bryn and Sola told you all. But I belong to an order called the Norians. We're sometimes called the Watersmiths. Imagine my surprise to learn our talents had been critical to the construction of the tapestry. Our order binds us to always help another Norian. Especially a high-ranking one like Stanild. And to keep their secrets.
So that's how he sunk his claws into you.
Did you leave the Norians to become Sola's apprentice?
One never really leaves the Norians. Not with their life. If word got out about me betraying Stanild, I'd be a dead ram walking. But no. My people have a ritual known as Ram Bralem. It is a time to pursue another path. And Sola was kind enough to accept me for mine.
It's true. I knew it could be temporary, but was hoping you'd stay on after.
What did Stanild have you doing?
It was all work on repairing the Grand Gate. He'd heard about our success with the gate in the Hollow and felt I might be able to replicate it. Thanks to your help, I was able to do so. And he took me more into his confidence as a result.
Why is the Order so secretive?
We've always been critical to the survival of Taza. Water is life in the desert. And we control the flow of water. The Elders have a secret political chokehold on the kingdoms. The altruistic Norians will tell you the secrecy is so no one can undo our work. But I have my doubts. And so, the Order operates in the shadows. I imagine they were much the same here in the Enclave.
The most important thing is whether we can trust you.
Yes, Sev. Convince us.
I swear, nothing I did was intended to cause harm. Too many of my order are political animals. But there is real good to be found among the Norians. Craftspeople who just wish to perfect their art. To bring water to people in need. To experiment, but need the resources to do so. Unfortunately, too many of those resources are controlled by people like Stanild. They're all the same. They see a point of control. Water, information, wealth. And they abuse it. I thought the secrets were a necessary evil. For some great purpose, but... seeing his chokehold on the Enclave... it's stagnation. You all have every right to distrust me. I am sorry. No more secrets. I just can't do it anymore.
If you can't be a Norian, then what are you?
If you'd have me, I'd like to stay.
Those of us who have been here longer than Sev. Thoughts?
It's hard to have divided loyalties. But you did the right thing in the end, and if you hadn't, we might all be dead. That takes courage.
Still wasn't quick enough.
I don't know what to make of any of this. I want to believe you, but it's hard in the uncertainty surrounding us.
When I was going through it, you all pulled together to help me.
You are all heard. And I would add that you joined us under false pretenses, Sev. You had loyalties outside the band you never disclosed.
I have a hard time accepting that he kept so much from us, but shared so much with the Eye. Who knows what Stanild, or gods help us, the Talon heard about us? Only time will tell how much damage that's done.
Lane, I hear you and I understand. Sev has real work to do to rebuild trust. Only you can decide when the apology feels real to you. Sev, that considered, you have worked tirelessly since joining us, and demonstrated an enterprising spirit and deftness as a smith. And before the blade could completely fall, you risked all by blocking it with your own hand. You can never be a Norian again. I do not sense that you wish to be. And who are the Weavers but a group of outcasts and misfits, just trying to muddle through together? You will stay, and you will help. We have work to do. Tell us about Stanild's plan.
Thank you, Horia.
This has been a rough ride for us all. This entire situation is unreasonable. Or would be, for most. But not us. We're Weavers, Sev included, and rolling with the punches is what we do. But here's our challenge. That Talon. It spoke. It knew things it couldn't know about us. We're on the back foot and need to catch up fast.
Then let me, as Horia said, help. After I repaired the gate, Stanild took me completely into his confidence. He'd been questioning and learning from the Talon. Or so he thought.
Not realizing he was being manipulated.
He was increasingly estranged from his daughter. I'd wager he was desperate for a friend.
I'd agree. Based on what he'd learned from the Surgeborn from his friend, he put together a plan.
Use my people as a distraction to pull the bulk of the Surgeborn out of the Underworks. All while he used the gate to... what?
There is a place, deep, deep underground, known as the Source. A feat of engineering unparalleled. It's the secret to the Enclave's power. The abundance of magic. The heart of the tapestry. The thing powering the veil. There was only a single loom gate still connected to the source after Asylum cleared all connections. And I'm the one who repaired it.
The Grand Gate would take him right to the heart of things then.
Exactly.
Stanhild thought he could... what? Sneak down there and fix things somehow? Tear down the Veil?
His hope was to go down and secure a working space, sealed off from the distracted Surgeborn. He wants to eventually fix things with the help of the Spindle. All glory to his family.
That arrogant idiot.
He'd read in his personal archives there was a system designed to shut down the source. In the hopes of discovering how it worked, he had been feeding information to the Spindle about it in drips.
Meaning she might have been working on a fix for the source without knowing it.
Then we have to pursue her research, clearly.
Good. But we still have the problem Stanhild never saw coming. A great Surgeborn.
Which almost certainly will be unkillable if it operates like every other Surgeborn. It's hard to imagine any place more full of tangles than the literal source of the magic that's overflowing.
On that, I have an idea. If I'm right, we might be able to turn the tables and remove its advantage. I'll need Bryn's help if that's all right with everyone.
Of course. If it gives us a chance, we have to take it.
I agree.
Has anyone just thought to ask the Talon?
What would we ask it? Favorite color? Favorite way to disembowel Ashar?
No, she's right. It has clearly demonstrated an interest in Bryn. Maybe she could pry some information out of it.
I'm not sure I'll get much. But I'm also sure I'm not going to think it's my friend. So, worth exploring?
Then we have a path forward. Sev will pursue his thoughts on dealing with that beast.
My people have started calling it the Herald.
Of destruction? Doom?
Why not both? As I said, people are on edge.
Fine. Sev pursues weakening this herald. We work with the Axle to look into the Spindle's latest research. And if she feels like it, Bryn has a chat with our imprisoned Surgeborn.
As good a path forward as we are going to find. Let's call it here and get to work.
Okay. We now have 3 main quests. I guess I should... Dom, Sev, Axel? Oh, there's going to be some new side quests, too, to pick up then, I think.
Bryn, would you...
Check on Sev? Always. But how are you holding up?
I'm all right. Just worried about him, you know? He did the right thing in the end, and he seems to have come back to us for now, but all those issues that led him to the Eye in the first place, they aren't solved in a day.
He needs us now more than ever.
Exactly.
I appreciated your candor in the meeting, Sev.
It was terrifying. Wasn't sure I'd be allowed to stay. You didn't get to voice an opinion with the others. Are we?
I'm not upset with you. If anything, cautiously certain that what you did was for the right reasons. You'll need to keep proving yourself, of course. But in the end, you came through.
I knew something was wrong the moment that thing started talking to me when Stanhild wasn't around. It was very focused on you.
Me?
So much so that it said the only way the plan would succeed was if you talked to it. It reeked of trap. I didn't survive a decade around Tarzan Norians without picking up when someone's holding a knife behind their smile.
But you still took me down there.
Sorry. An educated risk. I felt there was nothing it could do and wanted the whole band to hear it talk. I don't think it understood we have the scry.
And Stanild wouldn't use one, of course.
The Talon was his deepest secret. Whom would he tell?
Can you tell me more about Stanild's plans for once he went through the Grand Gate?
He was counting on Isla. She was exceptional at protective fields. But even then, no. I don't think he had a real plan. The Talon had convinced him he'd be able to survive, and fool that he was, he trusted it. We can't afford that mistake. But I have a theory. You know how the weather sometimes skews wildly hot and cold?
Oh, yeah.
Right. The aeroliths.
What else do we see on similar cycles?
Miasma.
Exactly. So, it follows.
You think the aeroliths are able to affect raw magic somehow?
I do. And in Stanild's private records and designs. I found notes, specifically on aeroliths with Norian commentary.
You think the Norians were involved in their creation?
It would certainly explain why Tarza had such access to aeroliths before the Surge. If I'm right, this might be the key to making the source survivable.
Fewer tangles means less dead me. Absolutely. Where do we start?
You'll need to head to the Watersmith area of the Institute, and I'll guide you from there.
Bryn, I examined the wreckage at the Grand Gate after everything that transpired there.
Found something useful?
A kinetic strand, in fact. The Ark must have torn it from the Herald's pattern in the chaos of the battle.
Think we could weave it into my mantle?
I don't see why not. Its pattern appears to be quite similar to those found on wild creatures and Archons.
All right. We need every advantage.
Then let's get to work.
Oh. So we are going to get the last power, huh?
And we're finished.
Okay.
This will be quite the powerful addition to your mantle.
So now I can go and get that last blueprint, huh?
How so?
This strand can twist kinetic magic into a tunnel. In battle, you could push debris or enemies through it and send them flying through the air quite forcefully.
Could I jump through it?
I suppose you could.
Hey, there's a lot of tall buildings, flying creatures. This is going to be great.
You're right. Just try to be careful.
Okay. Kinetic stream. I think that's the power that we need to use to get across that island.
I don't know what to tell you about fighting the Herald, but I think we're both glad it's finally shut the hell up.
Language, jeez.
I'm sorry.
For what?
For saying the H word.
You saw through the eye from the start, and I doubted you when I shouldn't have.
I have experience dealing with slimy, over-promising leaders, so foresight was on my side there.
I'm serious. I didn't realize he was capable of this.
No one could have predicted he would be manipulated so thoroughly. That level of incompetence is hard to foresee.
The Eye is the highest position of leadership within the Enclave. The most progressive place in the Maida.
One we've been told stories of our entire lives. It's become mythic.
The more time we spend here, the more I realize that those were practically fairy tales. I allowed myself to be blinded by his title. I need to be sharper next time. Hey, mind if we talk somewhere private?
Lead the way.
I won't be returning to expeditions. I've known for a while now, but I couldn't bring myself to admit it. My days as Point are over.
I thought you were recovering from your injury.
Not as well as I should be. That I got injured at all was a sign that I'm not as fast as I used to be. I should count myself lucky. Not many Points get a career this long, but I'm not ready for this to end. Especially here, of all places. What kind of legacy is it to reach the Enclave only to sit by the fire?
But you've had an incredible career. And it isn't ending just because you can't go on expeditions.
I know, but it's not the same. And some part of me was hoping to end on a big score. I thought if I found out who my father was, if he turned out to be some great weaver like my mother, it's silly.
Tell me.
I thought I could solidify my legacy in history. Make sense of what my own contributions have been, if anything at all.
You're an incredible weaver in your own right. You don't need impressive parents to prove that. And if you had to pick your last act as Point, isn't finding your way into the Enclave the biggest score of all? You're everything I want to be.
That's very kind. Maybe in time I'll make peace with what my career has been. But for now, it's too raw.
Is there anything I can do?
Unless you can give me a few years back. This is grief I'll need to sit with for a while.
I understand. I wish there was something I could do to help Aurea see herself the way I see her.
Yeah.
Lane knows a thing or two about recording legacies.
Why can't she see that she's a beautiful bird lady thing? It's breaking my heart.
So, about all that stuff I had you bring me. Turns out I don't need it as much as I thought I did when I was sleep deprived and strung out.
Funny how much clarity comes from a nap.
Yeah. Anyway, I've put all those materials back in your chest. Along with a few other things Aurea and the band found cluttering the caravan.
Wow. Thanks, Kaz.
Don't mention it. Use it for whatever you want. Gear, weapons, fixing up the camp. I hate to do this when we're already dealing with something like 7 distinct major crises each day. I've got 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
The second one.
Excellent choice. We have a stove problem. We use specially enchanted coals to maximize burn time and minimize weight, and we're dead out of them. And second, the stove itself is dented. Rather badly.
What? How did that happen?
I don't know. I don't do stove maintenance. I'm the logistics girl. Maybe Sev sat on it.
He's still got bum fur, so if he did, it wasn't on.
Regardless, this is a Dam and Sola fix. One problem each.
I'm not sure they're in the best place right now.
That's why I'm asking you. They both love you, and can be grown-ups for the good of the group. Aurea's already sick of salad.
Ah, good. We're all here.
Yes, we're here to talk about the stove.
Anyway, stove's not working. Campfire sucks by comparison. How are we fixing this?
Yes, please, let's talk about the stove.
How did we run out of coal anyway? I spent 2 days in Varentia working on that last batch.
Sure. But then we ended up in the Enclave. So now we need to find more. Also in the Enclave.
I don't easily have the materials to process another batch. But the temple might have some. I hate to admit it, but that was the one really useful thing I took out of my time with the Church of the Hallowed Pyre. They know their fuels.
Great. Temple. But what good's coal without a proper place to burn it for cooking? Sola?
If we're able to find coal like before, then it'll just be a case of reforming and reinforcing the old stove. I will need a few materials. I'll draft up a list for Bryn.
Good. Excellent. We're moments away from hot food. Go team.
So I'll...
Go team.
Yeah, go team.
Lane, I was wondering if you could help me with something.
What is it?
Well, it turns out Oria's search for her father wasn't just about finding her family.
Crusades into one's lineage rarely are. Let me guess. She didn't find the missing piece of herself that she hoped she would, and now she's having an existential crisis.
Yeah, that kind of sums it up.
It happens. So, what has all this really been about?
She knows she needs to retire, and she's struggling with what her legacy has been.
Ah, isn't it strange how the most accomplished people never seem to recognize their own success?
Yeah, I was hoping you could help with that. After all, isn't chronicling a legacy your specialty?
We could certainly commemorate her career with a written account. A lovely idea. I would suggest we personalize it with anecdotes from each of our traveling companions, as they've been in Oria's band longer than you or I. Would you interview them for me? Legacies may be my specialty, but you might have the leg up when it comes to connecting with others.
Sure, I can do that. Any tips on what to ask them?
Ask whatever you like. Maybe you want a few humorous stories in the mix. Or some readers prefer heartfelt. Why don't I start by interviewing you?
Me?
Of course. We'll need your input. What has Oria meant to you?
Before Oria, I didn't really have much of a mentor when it came to weaving. Sure, I picked up things from my old band, but she takes passing on knowledge so seriously. And her love of our culture comes through in how she teaches.
Great. I'll transcribe that and start her biography. Take notes when you speak to the others and come back to me.
Your idea to commemorate Oria's career with Lane is lovely. How can I help?
If you were to summarize Oria's influence on your life, what would that be?
Oria saved me from serious burnout with the Udean relief efforts. Not to mention, saving me from myself a second time here in the Enclave. I don't know if I'd still be here without her. Or any of you, for that matter. Anyway, the longer I worked the relief ships, the worse the fatigue hit me. And I think that had become my entire identity. Barely a few minutes into meeting me, Oria asked if I ever thought of becoming a weaver. I thought she was mad. But I guess she had observed me giving orders and organizing shipments on the docks all morning. By the end of our conversation, I had a new purpose and a home in our band.
That's perfect. Thank you for sharing.
My pleasure.
Bryn, I love what you're doing for Aurea. How can I help?
What do you think Aurea's bravest moment has been?
I think she's living through it right now.
How so?
Aurea loves danger, hunting wild creatures, delving into dark ruins, pushing the boundaries of her magical abilities. But in my opinion, moments of true courage come from facing your fears, and Aurea's never been afraid of danger. But recognizing that it's time to let go of what she loves and step down? Leaving everything she's built in your hands. That takes more courage than she's ever had to muster. I don't think she could do it if it weren't for you.
Wow. Thank you, Zola.
Happy to help.
I haven't known Aurea for as long as the others, but she's done a lot for me. I'd like to help with your project if I can.
Of course, Sev.
What do you want to know?
You said Aurea has done a lot for you. Tell me more about that.
After everything that's happened, everything I've done, she's just accepted me as part of the band. Until now, my position in life has always felt precarious. To just be accepted, no questions asked by someone like her, it means everything. She's given me a home. All of you have.
You'll always have one with us.
For the first time in my life, I actually believe that.
Thanks, Sev.
Glad to be of service.
You know, a lot of points struggle with transitioning into a Watcher's role full-time. And there's never been a point more passionate than Aurea.
I know. I hope this eases her pain.
I'm sure it will. Now, what can I do to help?
What do you think makes Aurea such a strong leader?
She listens to her weaver's input when needed, yet remains decisive when a consensus can't be reached. The band I traveled with before fell apart due to disagreements over what our goals should have been. It was a difficult and tumultuous time in my career. I never wanted to live through that again.
I can relate. Traveling with Aurea is a completely different experience to my last band, too.
She has a clear vision for her band, and she chooses people that share her goals. Even when conflict arises, it doesn't last long, and Aurea can diffuse it quickly. That's because we can all trust that one another's intentions are good. Leading a weaver band is half the battle. Now, picking the weavers? That's the tough part.
Thanks for sharing, Gum.
The Chronicles of Aurea Silverbeak. Her long-standing quartermaster, Casman Kane, has said that Aurea noticed her whipping a crew into shape at the docks in a Udean town. Though Casman had no prior weaving experience, her no-nonsense demeanor and ability to prepare a ship's departure stood out to Aurea and could easily be applied to organizing a caravan. Casman herself admitted that though she was skeptical of Aurea's offer at first, it was admittedly well-timed. Casman was on the verge of burning out in service of the Udean relief efforts. Being in service of Aurea's Weaver Band brought fulfillment without the cost of compassion fatigue, and without exposure to the grift and corruption. Dom Kenuri, the enchanter in Aurea's Weaver Band, has said that what sets Aurea apart as a leader is her ability to listen to her band members while remaining decisive when the group cannot reach a consensus. It is not uncommon for Weaver Bands to disband due to infighting and disagreements, particularly over their shared goals. Dom notes that Oria's clear vision for her band and ability to spot talent who support that vision is the secret to her band's long-standing success. Conflict doesn't often manifest within her band, and when it does, she diffuses it with ease. Oria's smith, Solana Nicanor, Adad, has said that for all Oria's heroic deeds and moments of bravery, what has taken the most courage was the acknowledgement that she needed to step down as Point. Though few Points are lucky to have as distinguished a career as Oria, even fewer Points have loved their jobs as Oria has. Sola's apprentice, Sebastian, has also said that he found incomparable acceptance in Oria's band. That her willingness to welcome him, despite the times where he's questioned whether or not he belongs among weavers, has allowed him to find something he's been missing for quite some time: a home. And few relationships within any weaver band are quite so special as the one shared between Mentor and Point. Fewer still are quite so special as the one between Oria and Bryn. It is often difficult to find a great mentor among weavers, due to how scattered caravans have become across the Meta since the Surge. Bryn considers the expertise and knowledge imparted on her by Oria to be one of the greatest gifts of her career. Though the testimonies of her band speak volumes about her influence and career, perhaps Oria's most significant contribution to weaver culture has been re-entering her birthplace, the Enclave. Her steadfast guidance through a storm of deadly tangles to reach the Vale, through the Enclave's wild outskirts, is abandoned capital city, and even through its now fractured political sphere, will surely be considered the first steps to its post-surge renaissance in the decades to come.
Ugh, my hand is cramped, but the account of Oria's career is finished.
Great. I'll gather everyone if you're ready to present it.
I'll need to ice my quill hand, but of course.
Let's hope she likes this.
She will.
What's going on?
We wanted to present the latest addition to Lane's archive to you, together. We all contributed, though credit goes to Lane for compiling and writing it.
I've titled it A True and Personal Account of Oria Silverbeak Harpinet.
What is going on?
We wanted to do something special to commemorate your time as Point.
You didn't have to do all this.
We did. You've done more for each of us time and time again.
No one is more deserving of a place in weaver history than you, Oria.
So we took it upon ourselves to write you one.
As a thank you for everything.
I don't know what to say.
Lane, why don't you read just the opening?
Oria Silverbeak, as she came to be known, was born to Sharian Harpinet and Eugenius Osphine inside the Enclave just before the Surge.
Osphine?
Though she never knew her father, her mother hoped Oria would follow in her footsteps as a skilled enchantress within the Maida. But Oria decided to become a Point, blazing her own trail. Something she would continue to do throughout her career, bigger and bolder each time. We'll let you read the rest on your own.
We hope this account will help you see yourself and your accomplishments the way we see you.
I'm at a loss. All I can say right now is thank you.
Seems like Eric knew something about the last name. Maybe he's going to eventually, oh, looks like he's got a quest here. Tell us you know Oria's father. Or did. Or know about him in some fashion.
Bryn, I was so moved by what you did for Oria. It's clear she means a lot to all of you.
Thank you. She does.
But her father, Eugenius Osphine, I know who he is.
You do?
Yes. And I want you to make an offering for his grave. I can give you a key swatch to reach it.
Wait, you know where it is?
I do. And I'm sure Aurea would love to watch you visit on the scry.
Okay, but shouldn't we tell her?
Trust me, this is something you should show her directly. Come back when you've got the offering and I'll give you the key swatch.
One of Aurea's feathers would be beautiful as part of the offering for her father's grave. An offering for Eugenius. Time to talk to Arik. I've made an offering for Eugenius's grave.
Great. Here's the key swatch to his farm. That's where he was buried. I'll join Aurea at the scry when you arrive.
Are you sure you don't want to be the one to place the offering? This was your idea, after all.
It will be more meaningful for her if it's you. Trust me.
All right. Thank you for this.
Okay, I think we're finally done with conversations and picking up side quests and whatnot. Got quite a bit to do. But first, I'm going to take a break. So, BRB.
The spindle sacrificed everything for us. We could have lost Bryn just as quickly as we lost her.
We didn't.
Oh, I hate my lighting in here. I really got to do something about it. Maybe one day. What up, Godus? How are you doing this evening, dude?
I need to get some cool neon lights like all the cool streamers have.
Or just like a lamp in the back. That would work too. Work's going well. Glad to hear it, bud. Glad to hear it. Always like to hear that work's going well. I was trying to save a moth's life because it was a really nice day here today. Got up to like 61 or 62 degrees, and it was sunny. And so I was a little warm after I got out of the shower tonight in here, so I decided to open up the window for the first time in a while. And I had the window cracked, so I had to pull the Rollodin up. And with the Rollodin up, there was a moth that came and was hanging out on the window because of the light, I'm assuming. Well, about 6 inches away from that moth, there's a little spider who's planning on getting it in its web and killing it. So before I was going to close the Rollodin so it didn't get trapped in with the spider, I was like trying to like get it out, but it wouldn't go away. So I closed the Rollodin. So good luck to you, moth. We'll see if he makes it to the morning. Because he's got a spider about 6 inches away from him, and that spider's like probably licking his lips like, fresh moth. Can't wait to get that moth dust on my lips. I tried. Moth just didn't want to live, I guess. So he's trapped between the window and the Rollodin now with the spider. Stay tuned to find out if the moth survives tomorrow. Moth is going to eat the spider? Damn. Then I think we got bigger problems to worry about. We got moths out here eating spiders. Man. Okay. So, yeah. Got quite a few quests to work on now. So let's get to it. I don't know if time has passed, so I don't know if there's going to be any miasma areas Osphine Pastures. The farm sought by Aurea is now available via the Loom Gate. Yeah, still the same. So we're not going to do that side quest yet. I guess we'll just do the Osphine Pastures one. We'll go pay tribute to Aurea's father.
What is this place?
Pretty big.
Osphine Pastures. Your father's farm. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself.
My father lived here.
More than lived. He gave his blood, sweat, and tears for the Enclave here. Eugenius Osphine may not have a statue in Denevron for excellence in weaving or kissing the eye's arse, but he kept the surviving weavers afloat during the aftermath of the Surge.
I had no idea.
So you just on break now, Goater? Partaking in a nice juicy burger? We had steaks tonight for supper. Pretty good. They're pretty... excuse me. They were pretty thick, too. Not a whole lot of fat on them, either. We eat a lot of red meat in this house. We were going to have leftover chicken parmesan, but the steaks had to get made. The steaks were made. Instead of mistakes were made. Just looking around for more lore bits. Three's enough. I'm not petting all of you. Okay, I'll pet you. You're all by yourself. You probably need a friend. Oh, you too. You too, little buddy. Oh, oh, and you. Okay. Well, I don't know if there's any other lore. Oh, these are arcs. But they were dead bodies.
After the surge, he only kept enough produce to take care of himself and his workers. The rest went to weavers across the Enclave, and his generosity led to many helping him in return.
I can't believe he did so much for the Enclave.
He was a true leader, if not in the most traditional way. A community of workers formed around him, including ex-points, who would transport his food across the Enclave in these caravans. Many of whom went on to form the Scouts as an organization that still exists within Cassidy's Hold today.
So that's how you know all this.
Before the Arks began malfunctioning, they were integral to farming across the Enclave. Many farmers refused to stop using them because of their efficiency, even at the risk of their farmhands being attacked. But your father scrapped his Arks as soon as he got wind of the first malfunction to keep his workers safe.
That can't have been an easy decision.
But he made it, anyway.
Everyone thought he was mad at the time, but in a few months, when the attacks became widespread, his forethought was recognized.
What a genius. Okay, now where to? Ah.
After the surge, aftershocks destroyed many farms, including this one. Tangles spread across the land, crops began to die. While other farmers abandoned their livelihood, Eugenius never did. He had to rebuild many times, but he weathered every storm.
Wow. My mother told me he was driven.
Of all his workers, Eugenius was said to be the first one in the field each morning and the last to leave at night.
He sounds a lot like you, Aurea. This looks like a wooden carving of your mother, Aurea.
Please, bring it back for me.
Of course. This must be your father's grave, Aurea. I'll place an offering here. It certainly won't be lonely. Are all these offerings for Eugenius, Eric? Some of the flowers are fresh.
The Scouts continue to take care of his grave to this day, to honor all the sacrifices he made for the Enclave.
He must have been an incredible man.
This is so much more than I ever could have expected. Thank you for showing me, Eric. Truly. And Bryn, when you come back to camp, there's something I need to do.
I wish I could, you know, see the stats on where I'm at currently, instead of it being grayed out and skipping over it. Oh, it doesn't even have stats. I don't know how many lore pieces are there.
All right, everyone. It's no secret that my role in our band is changing. What each of you has done to help me find peace in that is more than anyone deserves. And the time has come for me to say that serving each of you as point has been just... Being your point has been the privilege of my life. I've loved every minute of it. But in every ending, there's a new beginning. She's been doing the job since we got here, and the time has come for us to congratulate Bryn on formally becoming your point.
Well deserved.
She's been exceptional. We're in great hands.
Bryn, care to say a few words?
You're all legends in your own right. You each inspire me to be better all the time. All I can say is, I will work as hard as I can so that I don't let you down.
I couldn't ask for someone better to pass the torch to.
Thank you, Aurea. That means everything.
You earned it. And I should have done it a while ago. It was just hard to let go. What my father did for the Enclave is... well, it's more than I could hope to achieve. It's funny. My mother never lied about who he was, but she did leave a lot out.
Sounds like he was the hero she described, if not in the way you expected. But from where I'm standing, he seems more deserving of a statue than most.
Yes. You know I never looked down on my father for being a farmer, right?
Why would you?
My reaction to finding out his identity for the first time wasn't about his job or him not being who I wanted or expected him to be. It was about me, not being who I thought I wanted to be. But perhaps my way of measuring success has been far too narrow all these years.
Imagine looking down on the people who keep other people alive by feeding them.
And I can't help but wonder if my mother's was too. If that might be why she never told me who he was.
Maybe that was a part of it.
It wasn't like she put pressure on me, but there were always unspoken expectations. I needed to perform. And I'm grateful to her for that. I wouldn't have the career I've had if it weren't for her. She was a great mentor. But perhaps there's a cycle to break when it comes to how my family has defined its legacy.
I think that's beautiful.
You do?
Of course. I told you I look up to you. I can't wait to learn as much from this phase of your career as I have from all the others.
Me too.
What a weird thing to say. You know, I didn't look down on my father for being a farmer. Why the hell would you? Can definitely sense some, like, weird shit going on with the writing team who wrote this game. Okay, so I guess we're good here with conversations. On to the next quest. Did time go forward? I don't think it did. Let me check. No, did not. Gather the materials to craft a new stove and find the special coal in Hallowpire Rise in Upper Denevron. Do I already have the materials? I do. I just need to find the coal. Okay. Upper Denev Hallow Pyre. Oh, and I can get the I can get that blueprint while we're here. I totally forgot about that. At least I hope I can. We're going to be using our new ability, and I've never used it before, so hopefully we'll figure it out. And we'll launch ourselves over to an island. All right, let's see how this works. Kinetic stream. Create a tunnel of magic force that can propel creatures, objects, or the Weaver themselves at great speed. Can even bend and focus other magical energies, such as flame. Okay.
I'm pulling you. Brace for it.
Damn. Man, why can't it just spawn me back at the fucking edge? I guess I gotta like aim it up or something. Fight. Oh, snap. There's a thing at the top of the tree, too. Why is it not doing it? Yeet. Oh, there we go. Yep, the Hearthguard gauntlets. That's what I figured. That was the only Hearthguard piece I hadn't had yet. So that's awesome. And now we have the entire Hearthguard set. Maximum armor. Do I need to launch myself again, or can I just climb this tree? Hello? Climb the tree, please? You made it back on time. Yes, you made it back to see me launch myself. Well done. I think this would probably be easier if I launched myself. Where's it even at? Why am I not seeing it? Oh, it's in between. I thought it was at the top of the tree. It's in between. It's up there. Well, damn. That's gonna be tough to get. welcome back to the land of the living, Peridot. Hope you had a good nap.
That's as far as I can push the scry.
Yeah. Do I need to, like... Maybe I do need to be at the top of the tree. Or just do that. Let's go. Had to get the right angle. Alrighty then. Let's go back and I guess I don't really need to eat. Oh, actually, my quest is here. I need to finish up my quest. And then we can go back and craft these gauntlets. Whee! Actually, let's just do this. Little shortcut.
This place never fails to impress. Just imagine it before the veil went up. Wouldn't have had to scavenge volcanically treated coal at any rate.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, the coal. Now we can go back. And now we can craft a stove. Gotta have a stove.
One never quite forgets that smell.
Temple coal taking you back?
Unfortunately, yes. It conjures up images of stern keepers, hot, stuffy vestibules, and ranted invective posing as sermons on the evils of magic. It was everywhere in Renland. The church has the nation in a stranglehold, and so I left at considerable speed. I don't think I really stopped running at all until... well...
Until you met the love of your life.
yes. I thought so. I still hope so.
It's been a strain on you both.
I'm sure everyone has noticed.
Need an ear?
Maybe. It's clear she yearns to just stay here in the Enclave, even if we brought down the veil. But I find comfort in the road. It has few preachers and no community dedicated to strangling out individuality.
Worried if you stop moving that it will catch up with you?
I suppose I am still running, in a way.
Does she know that?
It's not something I want to burden her with.
She's strong, in a lot of ways. Something to think about.
Right. Yes, I shall.
For how long do you normally drive a night, Peridot? The camp stove, reinforced and sturdier than ever.
It's significantly easier to do a repair than working up a new suit of armor from scratch. I'm going to go soft.
We could use some really intricate chandeliers to brighten up the place.
Casman would be happy. Though, I strongly suspect this entire thing is an elaborate ruse to get Dom and I talking.
It's not like her to run out of things, it's true. Is it working, do you think?
I don't know. The intentions are good, but I'm hurting.
I think you both are.
Yes. But I'm the one who's been following his dream of wandering the Maida for years.
Okay, that's not what you said yesterday.
And the moment I say, hey, maybe we could do something else, he shuts down.
You're right. That doesn't seem fair.
It isn't.
He didn't have a great reaction to what you said, it's true. But at the same time, he was rather caught off guard.
Well, now that you're changing your story and you went from we agreed to do this together to I'm just following his dream, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should have been honest with him from the get-go? Seems like the right thing to do.
Well, perhaps it was a little abrupt.
Maybe he deserves a chance to have a second reaction.
You're as bad as Casman. Speaking of, we should see her and present the fruits of our labors.
First, let me dismantle my arms and then craft my new arms. Oh yeah, full hearth guard. Armor for days. I absolutely hate our color scheme we got going on, but we can't really help that. But we got full Hearthguard with this red and pea green mixture and purple feathers. Yuck.
I had a chance to run a test, and I would say our stove is cooking better than ever. Keeps the heat well, burns clean, a job well done.
Dom's always been very good at treating that kind of coal. Must be the Wren in him.
Can't believe they're burning coal in this game. Do they not understand how bad that is for the environment?
Hardly. No, I simply find my inspiration in...
I think...
Sola, I have an idea.
Oh?
Tarmakind uses exceptionally precise temperatures to work the metal, yes? Sometimes exceptionally high?
I mean, yes, but...
I finished Xavier's journals. He was quite thorough and talked extensively about working with the Halopire priests.
Nothing quite helps me commune with the flames like someone slamming a hammer into metal.
You'd be surprised. But I imagine Dom means the shrine underground. I saw it mentioned too.
Precisely. And perhaps we could lean on our intrepid point to investigate.
As long as you're sure.
They must have kept records. Samples, perhaps.
I really appreciate this.
Look for remnants of Xavier's collaboration with the Halopire priests in the Archon's Hearth. Search the Emergence Gate and the Peeling Maze. Well, it'll be a little bit of a run, but we can do it. I don't know if we're going to finish this tonight. I don't think we are. I thought we had a chance, but now I don't know.
Intriguing to think of weaver smiths and priests working side by side down here.
The preachers you grew up would launch an hour-long diatribe at the very thought, yeah?
An hour would just be the introduction.
Okay. So, one down, I guess. The search the emergence gate part didn't go away after I picked that up. But I think it should just be that one piece. One piece per. Oh, maybe not.
Detailed smithing logs with Xavier's name on
Okay,
them.
now it's gone.
Lots of sketched out designs, mostly in the margins.
Doodles always help me think too.
So I guess it's maybe 2 pieces per section.
Is that bottled magma?
I've got one. I can't believe it's still warm.
Oh,
And you can feel the
1
magic
on that section.
pulsing through it.
All right.
I wonder if proximity to the coral has affected it in some way.
Think that's all I'm going to find down here. Get your research hat ready, Lane. There's a lot.
I do not need a hat.
Bottled magma. Could you imagine? Got me some bottled magma here. That shit would be hot. I know. I've poked lava with a stick. True story. Shit is hot as hell. Tamarkind smithing. Technique is considered a lost art among the armorers of the Meta due to its intricate nature. It was a style of forging armor that used specific cuts in the plates before shaping to create seamless folds. The resulting armor was light, strong, visually distinct, and thus was highly desirable to the point where supply never came close to meeting demand. The technique often relies on the smith to use a large, heavy forge in order to reach high enough temperatures to alloy the metal on larger pieces of armor. This level of cost and complexity is largely why the technique fell out of fashion. In spite of this, one Tamarkind smith by the name of Xavier Nibraupe began working with the Hollowpire priests in the Enclave to innovate on potential heat sources to use for the technique that could be more easily transported by itinerant weavers. Ultimately, they discovered that magic-infused magma in the arcane portion of the Enclave could be used as this very heat source.
This is really very clever.
You figured it out then?
Yes, Xavier's idea was to use an alchemical process similar to what Dharm and I just did to treat the coals. Elements left over from weaving flame strands distilled and used to treat magma.
Literal magma? The blood of the earth?
No, figurative. Figurative magma.
Enchanted magma. Measured precisely from one of Xavier's containers, he could delicately control temperature in a forge or foundry.
Sola will be over the moon. I'll let her know.
And I'll collate the more technical details. They'll be ready when she is.
Literal magma?
Magma? Can you believe it?
Liquid hot magma.
Is it not lava?
I thought it was only lava if it bubbled up from underground. But now I'll have to ask Lane.
You heard the news then?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bryn. We ruined the surprise.
It's fine. Just nice to see you so happy.
We're confident that between the two of us, we can make Xavier's plan work.
And I'm keen to try it out. I was up sketching all night, and I have an idea for some armor to act as a test. If it works, we'll gather more. The veil has to open someday, and with this magma, we could be on the road for months.
Or maybe we'll stay. Either option provides you many potential students.
Or maybe, just maybe,
We could do both.
we'll make it work. After we get this bloody enclave sorted out. Right, Bryn?
I have every faith we will.
Tamarkine Chauces.
So, I strongly suspect shenanigans, but also thank you.
You're welcome.
About the stove?
Oh, absolutely. But shenanigans almost always come from a place of love.
Or lead to one.
Well said. And this forge is going to be invaluable, so we all benefit, including the future students I'm imagining up.
Any standouts in your illusory class?
There's a shy, red-headed lad named Carlos. He's going to go far. I just know it.
Okay.
It's nice to have the camp stove working properly again.
Yeah, we are armored to the teeth, Peridot. We got the entire Hearthguard set now, and man, we're like a friggin' tank.
Even if it took Casmin quietly tossing our coal supply into the hollow one night to make it happen.
Wait, she did?
Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. But Darm and Solar have reconciled, which I suspect was her whole plan, so hopefully it's okay.
Yeah, Peridot, you unlock the Tamarkind armor set through doing the side quests, and I think we have all of the Tamarkind pieces now, but I prefer the Hearthguard just because it's max armor. Hello, Giovanno Bombara. Am I saying that right? If not, please correct me. How are you doing this evening?
Still,
I am an
Cass doesn't
American,
like
yes.
for people to know she's a romantic at heart.
Where are you from? Brazilian. Okay, cool. How do you like life in Brazil?
Oh, well, I am very glad you mentioned this. Thank you, Lane.
The best country in the world? Really? Brazil? All right.
Just go easy on the teasing. I don't want her to serve my stew cold all week.
I appreciate your love for your country.
So, I was having a chat with Lane.
Oh?
Said something about you stashing coal outside the camp.
Oh, gods, they saw that?
Sure did.
Oh, I was so careful. Listen, Bryn, you know why I did it, right?
Because our enchanter and Smith need to keep working together.
Yes, and they need to keep talking. They're so good together. So, I did what I had to. Just don't tell anyone, okay?
Kaz.
Yeah?
I think everyone knows. Except maybe Dom.
Gods, that's embarrassing.
You might want to sneak that coal back into the stocks at some point.
Already did. It was distracting to know the count was wrong.
Yeah, all people non-Brazilian, when come here, the same person doesn't come back. They usually come back here every year. Some even live here. Isn't Brazil like super high in crime and like gang warfare and corruption? I mean, I'm sure there's nice places. There's nice places to every country, but
What brought us through the veil is the key to securing the source.
I don't know if from what I've heard about Brazil, I don't know if I'd want to visit myself, but Yeah. Lula is a arrombado? I have no idea what that means.
Bryn, I was just thinking about how we managed to trap the heat of molten rock itself.
And you and your wife seem through a complicated patch?
I never doubted we would find a way through. Though this time was different than the other spats we've had.
Lula is U.S. President. Arambado says, like, asshole. U.S. President is a asshole. Is that what you're trying to say?
I am very grateful for your help. I would not know what to do without Sola. She is very much my guiding star.
Doesn't really answer my question, but okay.
You're welcome. You big romantic. Just keep talking to her, and the nights will be cloudless.
Oh, the president of Brazil is an asshole. Oh, okay. English is so bad. Sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay. We're making it. Your English is a lot better than my Portuguese. So, you got that going for you. President of Brazil's an asshole. Okay. So oh wait. Actually, you know what? I'm glad you're here because I was just talking about Brazil. Was it last night? It was either last night or the night before on my stream I was talking about Brazil. So now that I have an actual real life Brazilian in the stream, I would love to know your take on this. So, what do you think about the 4-lane highway that you guys are building through the thick of the rainforest? I would love your take on that.
Indeed. Indeed.
Surely you know about that, right? And the purpose of why they're building a 4-lane highway through the rainforest? Because when I found out about this, I lost my mind. All right. Do we have... I think we have a place with miasma currently. So we can go there and try to do this... try to do this side quest. Although I'm not really sure what I need to do, but... I think I just have to let a regular creature get into the miasma and then kill them? And then maybe they'll drop something?
I'm with you, Bryn. Didn't expect the miasma to be so intense over the scry.
You get used to it. Just have to use a more gentle touch and feel the way it slides.
The rainforest of Brazil, it is being deforested. It is increasingly becoming a hot and lifeless hell, harming the entire local population. For this and other reasons, we call our president a jerk. Wait, the rainforest? The rainforest is increasingly becoming a hot and lifeless hell? Eh? A rainforest? Lifeless? I don't know, maybe something's lost in translation here, but how in the hell could a rainforest be lifeless? Rainforests have more life in them than like any other biome on Earth. I think maybe what you're trying to say is that... Okay, I think what you're saying... You're saying that the president is a jerk for plowing through the rainforest to build a 4-lane highway? You know why he's building the 4-lane highway, right? It might be like the most... It might be the most like hypocritical thing I've ever heard in my entire life as to why they're building this 4-lane highway. So you are aware of why it's happening? Follow me into the miasma. Where'd he go? Oh, here's another one. Follow me into the miasma. Please? Oh, he's coming. Well, I didn't get anything. Harvest a strand to collect the resonance from any natural creature while it is under the effect of miasma. Harvest a strand. What does that mean? Between the strange properties of the flower we collected, the erratic behavior of the Spitfires, and the terrible scries in the Hearthsider's care, we have a theory. Erikim's asked Dom to help one more time, and they want me to see if I can harvest a fresh resonance from one of the natural creatures around the Enclave when the miasma is present. No easy task, but I'm curious to know what they can learn. Apparently any of the creatures will do, but no arcs. Under the effect of miasma. I don't know. Maybe I just have to get lucky on the drop. I mean, I straight up killed that one dude, like, directly in the miasma. This is going to be a pain. Where are you going? Okay, you, come with me. right, I'm gonna have to look this up because I have no idea what it's trying to ask me I have no idea what it wants me to do. Oh, so it has to be a boss, just not an arc boss. Wait, this even... Okay, well, this website's wrong. It says, boss and area don't matter as long as it has the miasma weather. No, that's not true. They said no arcs. Okay. That's what I was confused about. It said no arcs, so I just automatically thought, okay, not bosses, just regular dudes. Well, who's the boss on this map? Would be nice to have some way of seeing that while I'm in here. But unfortunately, there isn't. Yeah, not necessarily a Drake, just whatever spawns on here. They all spawn on all the maps. Honestly, at this point, I would rather harvest the non-arc bosses. I'm so done with the arc bosses, it's not even funny. They just trigger me so much. But it sounds like there's an arc here. I mean, it says any of the creatures will do, but no arcs. So that website is just straight up wrong. And yeah, this is an arc, right? Where is it? I keep hearing footsteps, but... Does it have super speed? Oh, it's up there. Okay, yeah, that's an arc. So we basically have to just wait until we get miasma on a map with the boss that's not an arc. Neat. All right. Well, let's get out of here. Where'd my Brazilian friend go? Giovanni. Where'd you go, man? Thought we were going to be best friends.
And then the priest says, that's not how you extinguish the holy flame.
I thought you never extinguished the holy flame.
Looks like they've made up. That's sweet.
They make certain exceptions when it threatens centuries-old tapestries.
Yeah, I think he bounced. Oh, man. Well, in case you don't know, Parrot, were you in here the other night whenever I was talking about this? About Brazil and the 4-lane highway, that they're straight up demolishing, like, tons of rainforest to build this 4-lane highway? Were you in here? It wasn't? Okay. Yeah, so get this. You haven't even heard the best part. I was waiting to see if Giovanni knew about it. Here's the best part. Seems very Texan of them. Okay. No. Seems very elitist of them. Because here's why they're going to do it. They are demolishing tons of rainforest to build a 4-lane highway in order to have a climate summit in the rainforest. In case you didn't catch that, let me repeat that. They're demolishing tons of rainforest. So these elites who claim, oh, the fucking world's gonna end, climate change is gonna kill everything. So these people who spout out this fear-mongering bullshit about climate change and how it's gonna destroy the earth, so they can all get together and convene and have a summit together in the rainforest that they just demolished. If that is not positive proof enough for you that the entire thing is a fucking hoax, I don't know what else to tell you.
You never talked about your time in the church.
They're not happy memories.
No. But they're yours.
Then let's not fight again so I have more time to share them.
So a bunch of rich motherfuckers can all bring their private jets in that are spewing out tons of fucking CO2 to land them at the airport near the rainforest and then drive their vehicles all the way through the rainforest. God knows how many plants and animals and insect species they have just straight up murdered just so they can get together and talk to each other and be like, how are we going to save the planet? Or basically, how are we going to control people by claiming that the planet is dying? Basically, that's more accurate description.
That's unreasonable. Let's just make sure we're talking.
Of course, my love. After all, I love you like I love you.
I love you like I love you.
I love you too.
That's actually crazy. And yeah, here in Texas, they will demolish a bunch of land to make more highways and toll roads. Okay. But that's not rainforest. I've driven through Texas. The roads there are insane. I mean, the just the architectural, like, craziness of it all. How you got like roads going up and weaving through different roads, and like it's insane to look at. But again, it's not the supposed endangered rainforest. You know, the rainforest that they claim provides like half of all of Earth's oxygen or whatever that stat is. I can't remember what it is, but yeah, they claim that the Brazilian rainforest supplies all of planet Earth with like, I don't know if it's like 30% or 40% or whatever the fuck it is of all of Earth's oxygen. And you're just like, 4-lane highway, demolish it, bring it down. You can find pictures of it on the internet too. It is insane. Like, you just see fucking trees. Like, you see trees all the way to the horizon for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. Like, thick-ass trees. You cannot even see the ground. And now, giant just strip going right through it. Bulldozing all the shit down. It's insanity. All for the name, all in the name of saving the fucking planet. Make it make sense. Yeah, demolishing a rainforest for pro-rainforest meeting is crazy. It's... Bochi, bochi. Yeah, it's... You can't even, like, you can't even make this shit up anymore, man. They're not even trying to hide the fact. Like, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. They just know that most people are just so stupid or won't pay attention to it or won't care that, like, yeah, they'll just keep peddling their fucking fear-mongering bullshit just to grab more power and control the, you know, control us plebs. It's insane.
Okay, let's take that again. I'm sorry. I needed a moment to step back and refocus after going off about Stanild. I am, I think, okay now.
I'm impressed. Not everyone can pull themselves out of that kind of anger.
A hard-won skill.
Where at in Texas do you live? If you don't mind sharing. My wife is actually from Texas. She's from Fort Worth.
When I first made head of the Scouts, Stanhill did everything he could to undercut me.
She's still got a bunch of family. All her family's around there in Fort Worth, in that surrounding area.
His favorite trick was poking and prodding until I lost my cool. Always worked.
I live in East Texas near Tyler, but I drive Uber in Dallas. Like downtown Dallas? Damn. You make good money doing that?
You've seemed pretty together around him when I've been there.
John, he's a community guy around here. He lives in Texas, and also Flame. Flame lives in Texas too, but I think they live more like southeast Texas. Something like that. Or yeah, southeast Texas, I think.
Yeah. I started practicing Valancheer.
I think now that you mention it, you said something about Tyler, Texas. I think the city that John lives in is also like a name like Tyler. It's not Tyler, but I think it's like a name like Tyler. Like a person's name. I can't remember what it is though. Yeah, and it's better than getting an hourly job at the moment. Going to be moving to South Dallas in a month, and I'm hopefully going to be working at a hospital soon. So yeah, cool.
What's that?
Do you carry a weapon on you whenever you drive Uber? I totally would.
The intersection between meditation, bare-hand combat, and breathing exercises.
I would definitely be packing some heat.
There's a complete series of whole-body motions, painfully slow, moving from pose to pose while controlling your breathing.
Although I don't know if you necessarily have to in Texas, because probably most people just assume that everybody's carrying in Texas, so that probably lowers the crime, to be honest.
But at the end, just before you reach the final pose, you explode into the final position, usually exhaling hard like, ha!
I'm a pacifist, so I just rely on people keeping their cool. All right. I hope they keep their cool. Lots of shootings, which is why I avoid weekends.
And that helps.
Well, I guess with any big city, I mean, you're going to have that in any big city, really.
Oh yeah. It's a solid workout controlling your motions, but the real struggle is the mental focus.
So, I mean, I don't know what the definition of a pacifist is, but so as a pacifist, you can't even have like a tool for self-defense? Is that a thing?
Which can be exhausting, but after a few months of practice, it's like being able to slide into that calm headspace on command. Few deep breaths and Stanhill can't touch me. Well, except when he puts my people in danger with his ego.
I don't want to cause anyone harm, either mentally or physically. Those are my ideals. Okay, like even if they are causing you physical harm? So you don't believe in self-defense?
I can see how that kind of control would be vital when dealing with Hearthsider politics. And again, I'm truly sorry to hear about the losses. We'll make their sacrifices meaningful.
Yes, we will. Whatever it takes. Hey, you. How's my favorite point doing?
Stop flirting with me, Aracam. I don't like you. I don't like you like that.
Really well, like always. Thought I'd see how you were holding up.
Still reeling a little from the attack, but getting my feet back under me. Forces me to be up all day more often than I should. I should talk to Dharm about that, actually.
Dharm uses some kind of sleep aid. Lane could help you with that.
Oh, are they the secret weapon? I wondered how Dharm does it. I can stay up past noon regularly, but I wear down if I do it too much.
To be fair,
To be
that's
fair.
just Dharm. Fueled by his love of enchantment and solar in equal measure. The scouts probably appreciate you being available all day, but that will wear you down if you're not careful. You must have a day watch head who fills in when you sleep.
Yes, but I can't resist getting involved when it's important. I'll talk to Lane. Maybe they have some extra tricks up their sleeve.
Jeez, he's got a lot to talk about.
Ooh, you were really moving out there.
I was told time was of the essence.
Yeah, but you made it look easy. Maybe someday you could give classes to the novice scouts.
I overheard Lane say the same thing, actually. But... oh, it's just running.
Well, you make it look effortless. But when someone's new to it, there's a lot to learn. Balance, gait, breathing.
I've heard people note that training in the mountain air probably helped.
I've read about that, but... well, not a lot of chances to compare in recent years. But yes, breathing for distance is a skill, as is conserving energy so you have enough left to push when you need it.
Holy wall of text. And there are some pacifists who believe in preservation, and in order to do that, they will defend themselves, but I don't. So yeah, it's a very debatable topic because, well, a lot of people think pacifists like myself are really big pushovers, but I try to give logical understanding to conflict. If I run into it, like if someone is upset, they have the right. All I can do is be present for them. Most of the time, people just keep going because it's not worth the time. Aggression breeds more aggression. IMO. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a big difference between someone being aggressive towards you and you being like, hey, fuck you, man, you know, back at them. Obviously, you know, that's not the play. But, you know, if somebody's like a complete psycho and just starts beating the shit out of you, like, you should be trying to defend yourself, in my opinion. Instead of just becoming some statistic at the hands of some psychopath who probably shouldn't even be in public in the first place. I mean, if some crazy motherfucker just starts walking up to you like he's going to beat your ass and you're like, hey, I'm a pacifist, okay? I'm a pacifist. Like, what do you think that's going to accomplish? You think that he's going to be like, oh, okay, I'm not going to beat his ass now. He's a pacifist. Like, a psychopath is a psychopath. Like, he's not going to, I don't know. To each his own. To each his own. Memories of home. Noting some framed drawings on display in our point's tent, I was moved to ask about them. Thus, Bryn shared with me the story of a brave little girl from her hometown who struggled with illness. Bryn preferred to focus on happier memories, though, of how the girl would listen enraptured at stories of Bryn's adventures on the steppe, and how the two of them would sit in the firelight spinning tales of a warrior princess who spent her days battling colossi tall enough to blot out the sun. And, of course, how our young hero would draw Bryn pictures, the self-same ones I spotted on display, to take on her adventures and keep her safe. In recognition of her inarguable success in protecting our point, and after a brief discussion with the rest of the Weavers present, we decided to record her as an honorary member of our band. For your inspiring bravery, we thank you, Dorothy of Calmhaven, our warrior princess, and the best of us all. I mean, I also try to be aware of my surroundings and not put myself in those situations. And yeah, I don't announce it. I simply just remove myself from the situation if I can. Yeah, I get that. And that's really smart. Obviously, distancing yourself as much as you can from those types of situations is it's all you can do, really. Trust me, my brother hates that I'm a pacifist. He always lectures me about it. Well, you know, I mean, I don't know your brother, but I assume that he's just doing it from a place of love, you know? He doesn't want to see you get hurt. A lot of crazy motherfuckers out there, you know? You never know. You never know. He is a Marine who loves to brawl. Oh, God. Oh, we got miasma with an Ash Peak Drake. Okay, we can fight this dude here for this side quest now. So he's basically like your stereotypical Marine. Does he also eat crayons? I'm kidding. But yeah, that's kind of you and your brother. You definitely seem like opposite ends of the spectrum. You're a pacifist and he's a brawling Marine. Like, yeah, it doesn't get much more opposites than that, really. Nope, but he got hella upset when I got him a box of crayons one year for Christmas. Does he not have a sense of humor at all either? Jeez. Poor guy. He just wants to brawl and be mad all the time. That's not good. You can't laugh at yourself, you know? I mean, you're just gonna get laughed at. I am in the right place, right? Where's this Drake? Have you ever watched The Walking Dead before? I watched The Walking Dead up until like the end. Oh, there he is. I think I watched The Walking Dead through like season 2, and then I was like, okay, this is stupid, and I stopped watching it. If you really like Walking Dead, though, you should talk to John. John loves him some Walking Dead. I need to harvest. Memory serves me correctly. We need one wing and then the horns? Let me check just to make sure. Ash Peak Drake. One wing. Yep, and horns. Okay, here we go. Can you get out of the miasma, though, please? That would be great. Can you come down here? Come on. Can you come down here, please? Can you come down here, please? Seriously, you're just gonna lob fireballs? Bruh. Can you come down here, please? This is annoying. I'll get out of his line of sight. That'll make him move. These guys are easy to harvest. Fuck these arcs, man. I do need him to fly, though. There we go. No, fly. Fly, fat ass, fly. Can you fly, please? Please, can you fly? Please, can you fly? I did all the prerequisites. Bruh. Dude, what are you doing? Fly! Oh my gosh. Fly. Yep, flap those wings. Come on. Here I was saying, oh, this is so easy compared to the arcs. And now he's not even doing what he's supposed to be doing. I have no idea what's going on. Oh my God. Forget it. Why is he not doing what he's supposed to be doing? There we go. No, fly. Oh my God, I hate this game. I don't think I shouldn't need to clip his horns anymore. I already saw his locust point once. Like, we should be good. Why is he not flying? Yeah, I can't hit his horns anymore. Oh, okay, great. Thought he was gonna fly there. Wait, do I need to take these off too? I never had to before. And like I said, I've already seen his locust point once, so all we need to get him to do is to fly. Fly. Well, that's all of the spikes on his neck now, too. I've never had to take out the spikes on his neck before. I've always just done the 2 horns right on his head and then 1 wing. So, no idea. I wonder if it's because of this level. Like, he doesn't... This isn't like an outdoor level, so maybe he just struggles with flying more here. There's a pastor on the show who is pacifist and the whole crew hates him for not even killing zombies. Yeah. Honestly... Oh, hey. I'll take that. If you were in a zombie apocalypse, and I'm not saying you, I mean like the proverbial you. If you were in a zombie apocalypse and you still refuse to kill zombies, you're just straight up fucking dumb. Like, honestly, at that point, why wouldn't you... Okay, maybe I shouldn't say that, but... Yeah, you're just fucking dumb. Like, you're just asking to die, basically. Like, that is an extenuating circumstance, okay? That's not like real life, like, oh, I'm a pacifist, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you are in the apocalypse and you've got zombies surrounding you and you're still like, I'm a man of God, I can't kill another being. Like, I am not grouping up with that guy. Like, see ya. Later, pastor, I'm going to go this way. You need to go that way. I only want people on my side who are going to help me survive. And you obviously are not one of those people. So, bye-bye. That's what I would say. Is there also an ice blade or just a fire blade? There is. I was using the ice blade for the longest time until I got this fire blade, and then I made the switch. He gets a lot of flack for it. If they even beat the shit out of him, multiple times. They beat him up for not wanting to kill zombies. Just drop him off down the freaking road. Like, put him out on his own. You know? Fuck that. You're not obligated to, like, save everybody in a zombie apocalypse. If they're not helping, like, if you think somebody isn't doing their part or not helping, get them out of the group. You don't got to beat the shit out of them. Just drop them off. Drive them down the road about 5 miles and drop them off. I wouldn't beat the shit out of them. I'd just be like, dude, get out.
What's the verdict with the resonance comparisons, Dom? Are we all doomed?
Not doomed, no. But I have every reason to be concerned. Tangles only form in areas of intense magical concentration. That they're so common here in the Enclave makes it clear that this place is overflowing with magic. Have you ever blown into a bladder until it pops? I worry that's where we're headed.
No. Have you?
Ah. Well, I am from Renland.
The patterns did show signs of change then.
Subtle but present. What was intriguing was watching them relax over time, as if the miasma caused them to contract like a muscle.
So things might recover if we could bring an end to the tangles?
I think so. How exactly we pursue that agenda, I'm not sure. We have several leads we can pursue.
We have to tell the Axel, though. She needs to know about this so we can take every precaution.
Oh. We?
Yeah. It's time. Meet you there.
Meet you there. He gets, like, people on the crew killed also for saving him. It's like a very annoying character in the show. Oh, yeah. Dude, no way. No shot. No way. I would not keep him in my group. If he...
Do you mind if I borrow a quill, Dom?
I first of all, I wouldn't have that problem because, like I said, he wouldn't be in my group. But if if his pacifism was getting other people killed in the group, oh, dude, I'd probably kill him. Be like, nope, we're done. Especially if it was like someone in my family. Oh, dude. No way. He stayed because certain people in the crew baby him and convince Rick to let him stay. Not in my zombie apocalypse, you're not. So what is his purpose? What does he do for the group? Does he just
hardly in any
pray
position
really
to make
hard?
lofty demands.
I don't know if I told you, but I'm so sad I can't really play Hogwarts Legacy. Like, it will run, but on low settings. Yeah, were you in here when we were talking about that? When I was saying that Liz was playing that game on like 20 FPS on her PC? No way. I'm sad now I got to figure out what to upgrade in order to play future games. He brings nothing to the table. He is so annoying. Oh, God. No way. Wouldn't happen. Yeah, Liz, she's like huge Harry Potter fan. And when that game came out, she was playing the crap out of it. And yeah. I mean, she doesn't have like a super shitty PC by any means. I think her PC, she bought a pre-built. And I want to say it was like 50. Was it between? I want to say it was like between $1,500 and $2,000. So not like top of the line, but not like shit. And yeah, I don't know what settings she had it on. Maybe she had her settings on too high. I don't know. She never asked me. Like, I can totally help her with that kind of thing, but she never asked me. But yeah, she was playing Hogwarts on like 20 FPS, and I was just like, dude, I don't know how you do it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It could be like a game in my favorite IP of all time, and I'm not playing it in 20 FPS.
The council convened and unanimously stripped you of your role. You no longer hold the privileges of the Eye.
You got a $1,500 pre-built too? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't mess around with any of her settings or anything, but yeah, it sounds like it's just dog shit optimization, really.
And how quickly did you convene that council?
And so it's still running like shit today, so they really haven't done anything for the optimization? Because that game's been out for like 6 or 8 months, hasn't it? Maybe more. Has it been out for a year?
You hardly waited for my daughter's body to cool.
She is dead because of you. Because of your reckless behavior and deception, no less.
Oh, snap.
Haroon, how dare you? Every decision I've made, every action I've taken has been for her protection.
Abandoning her at the Grand Gate was for her protection. We all saw you on the scry. And that is Khan Arteme to you, Kenrick.
Damn.
Is this a bad time?
Yeah, Bryn, it is.
Yes, as a matter of fact.
No. You're more than welcome at Cassidon's Hold. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
I came to offer my condolences. To both of you.
Oh. Thank you.
I had good specs, but now games require more, and yeah, no optimization, still runs hella chunky and lots of texture pops. Yeah, that's just, it's brutal. My PC, I got my PC in 2018, But when I bought it, it wasn't top of the line, but it was damn near close to top of the line for 2018. I have upgraded the graphics card in it. But that's the only thing I've had to do to it. And I have not had that issue where well, I take that back. I did have an issue with Dragon Age the Veilguard. That game ran like absolute dog shit. But it wasn't because of my PC. It was just because they don't know how to make a fucking game. But yeah, I basically averaged like 40 frames on that game on low settings. But that's the only game I've ever had a problem with, I think, since 2018 when I bought the PC. So my PC's still hanging in there as much as I would love to upgrade because, you know, like who doesn't want to have, you know, a bigger and better PC? Maybe when we get back to the States, I'll upgrade or something. I don't know. I'll run into a door that's supposed to open, but it doesn't because it's loading. Then it will load and I'll fall through the floor because the map hasn't loaded yet. Oof. Damn. Yeah, I got a 2060 at the moment, so yeah, I probably need a new GPU. I got a 2070 that you can have. I mean, I'm not going to mail it to you because that'll probably cost me like $150 to mail it to you. But whenever we get back to the States, if you want a 2070, let me know. That was what I had in... that was the GPU that I had before I upgraded to my 3080. It's just... my 2070 is just in my desk drawer just collecting dust. Like, I'm never going to do anything with it. I mean, it's not like a huge upgrade on your 2060, but it's still an upgrade. So get back to me in 11 months. Get back to me in 11 months when we get back to the States. You're gonna be like, dude, I've already got a 4080. Okay, I don't need your shitty 2070. No thanks.
In the end, she was braver than any of us could have imagined. She took a stand and did what she believed was right. I owe her my life.
Thinking about getting a 4 series?
She was exceptional. It's hard to imagine the Enclave will ever recover from this loss.
I hate the fact that the freaking Bitcoin miners and the freaking AI people... I hate that they just buy up all the GPUs and make them scarce and make them like super freaking expensive. Like how this is... I don't know. I hate the state of computer hardware right now because of these freaking Bitcoin miners and all this other stupid shit.
Then why are you so opposed to giving her the funeral she deserves?
With the Surgeborn swarming Denevron, we can't risk a trip to the Hallowpire Rise.
For generations, every Stanild has received the right of ashes upon death. Isla will not be the exception to this.
Could I perform the rite on your behalf?
You? Don't tell me you're a Hallowpire priestess on top of being a righteous pain in my ass.
Skies, do you want a funeral or not? She's our best option.
Isla saved my life. I want to help you honor her death.
I suppose you do owe her that. Fine. For the rite of ashes, you need to burn an object that was sacred to the deceased upon the high pyre. As you collect the ashes, you must read a rite aloud to thank the flames for bringing the deceased to rest.
Do you have an object that was sacred to Isla?
Isla's most prized possessions aren't in Cassidon's hold. She had a secret refuge in Dredger's Mire. You're sure to find something. She was always sneaking away at night to work there.
You knew she was sneaking out of Cassidon's hold?
I knew my daughter better than she realized. Return to me with the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn.
Yeah, even the aftermarket is weird because miners will sell the overclocked and burnt out GPUs at a lower value, but they have no warranty and they can die at any minute. I'll never buy another overclocked GPU ever again. I have an overclocked one right now, and I'll never buy another one.
You'll take what we can get, Henrik.
But I bought my 3080 like a year and a half ago. And I had to do some serious shopping just to find a freaking website that had one in stock. And then whenever I did finally find a website that had one in stock that would ship to Germany, of course, you know, I overpaid for it because, you know, supply and demand. There's not a high demand. I mean, sorry, there's not a high supply, so they're going to jack the freaking price up. I can get a 3050 on Micro Center for $200. Yeah. How much is a 3080? I mean, yeah, that sounds really good, but like if you can get a 3080 for like $500, you know, like why wouldn't you just do that, you know?
Hey.
My 38, how much did I spend on my 3080? Oh, I don't even remember. It was definitely over 1,000. Or maybe it was right around 1,000. Maybe like 1,100. Something like that.
I can't imagine how you must be feeling.
I don't remember. I don't think it was much over 1,000, but it was definitely over 1,000.
I am broken. Everyone wants a piece of me. Regardless.
Because you're in charge.
For now. Someone had to be. I don't know how I'm supposed to carry on like this. Without her, my support is gone. My foundations crumbled to dust. She wouldn't want me to cry. So I won't.
You can if you need to. I know our Weaver Band is still fairly new here, but you've got our support. All of us.
The funeral will honor her memory. Even if it's not what he wants, she would understand that it's enough. One day at a time, Bryn. That's all we can promise to ourselves.
Right now, 3080 on Newegg is 1,500? Really? Still? Damn. That's crazy. I don't even think I paid that. I don't even think I paid 1,500 for my 3080 a year and a half ago. And that was whenever they were like super on demand. Like the supply was not high at all. That's crazy. I don't know. The way I see it with computers is like, yeah, it sucks shelling out thousands and thousands of dollars, but at least for me, I would rather save up my money and get something really, really nice. That way you don't have to worry about it for 6, 7, 8, 10 years. You know, you just spend a lot of money and then not have to worry about it for 8+ years. You know, that's the way I look at it anyway.
Both of you this time. Must be important.
Because, I mean, I don't know. Making these little making these little adjustments here and there, like, oh, this I can get this for cheap. I'll upgrade this, and then I can get this for cheap. I'll upgrade this. I feel like doing these tiny little upgrades, doing more little upgrades, you're gonna spend more money in the long run than you are just doing like one big upgrade on something. You know?
It is.
At least that's the way I
We've
feel about it.
identified a long-term risk to our people, a source of decay in our enchanted devices, and I've prepared a list of safety measures we should take.
Yeah, same. I bought my PC like 6 years ago. Yeah, I got mine in 2018, so right around the same time that you got yours, probably.
You have.
Yeah, sweet. Wait. Why did you say that like you already know?
Arakim, do you know how intense the competition to become Axel truly is? Even in our diminished state, it is ruthless. Each guild jockeying for its representative to be elevated. To win the seat, you need allies, knowledge, and the will to use both.
It's crazy. Cyberpower has pre-builds with 4060s for 1700. Really? Damn. The rest of the hardware must be absolute dog shit in it, though. I'd be curious to know the rest of the specs if it's only 1700 for a PC with the 4060 in it.
You've been watching us this whole time.
I have been watching you, Bryn. Yes. I have been judging Arakim.
Always a test.
What I have seen is growth. Your enthusiasm and energy has never been in question. But your judgment and initiative have often been rash. But in working with Bryn's band, I've seen you set goals, lead plans, move from asking permission to making your case. Just as you came here to do, did you not? To lay out a set of clear steps we should take to preserve our new scries and keep our people safe?
Yes, that is exactly what I was going to do.
You should act on your recommendations with my complete support. I know you're not making them lightly, and they affect your people the most. So yes, it was a test. And as Khan, it will be the first of many.
You just said Khan.
I did. The scouts have been ignored for far too long, as we try to pretend everything is as it was. Enough. Unless you disagree, Arik.
No, not at all. We've been pushing for this forever.
Good. And you should thank Bryn when we're done. She raised a very salient point in our last chat that swept away the last of my hesitations. Now take a knee, would you? There's work to be done, and neither of us is really built for fancy ceremonies. If we have learned anything in the past while, it's that standing too firmly on ceremony costs us time and opportunities. We, as a people, would have withered and died without the tireless efforts of your scouts and their forebearers. And yet we have not recognized them out of fear of tipping a balance that was already lost. And so I elevate you, Arakim Katabi, to the station of Khan of the Enclave, and grant you the title of Guide. May your initiative and care chart a path for us all.
This makes no sense. The 4080 standalone is 1900. Well, I mean, the difference between a 4060 and a 4080 is pretty significant. With that being said, though, I have to imagine that the rest of the parts in that $1,700 PC are not worth a shit at all.
Skies. I wish you were here to tell me what to do.
But yeah, if you can get a 3080 for 1,500 or a 4080 for 1,900, like why the hell would you ever buy a 3080? You know? Just spend an extra $400 to get the 4080. I mean, yeah, I know it's $400, but the difference between a 3080 and a 4080 is freaking huge. What are we doing now? Retrieve the Spindle's personal effects from her secret refuge near Poldervale and Dredger's Mire. Thought the 5090 would make these prices drop. They're barely in stock. You can hardly find one. At least that's the way it was a couple weeks ago. You know, like when something new comes out, it's only going to drop prices on the other stuff if they can keep the new stuff stocked. If they can't keep it stocked, then you know, it's not gonna lower the price of anything. Where is this? Is it on top?
That might be Isla's secret refuge.
Oh, here we go.
It's actually not too bad. See as much. Isla dedicated her life to restoring the arcs.
Oh, snap. I didn't even see that guy there.
We will need to continue her research. What might she consider sacred? That's sweet. Dom, do you think this could work for the Rite of Ashes?
It's perfect.
Huh. Isla also had a copy of On the Workings of Archons, marked with annotations, just like Lucia's.
Could be useful.
Wait, I'm losing you.
What was that?
You hear me better now?
Yeah. Weird. The scry was cutting out.
Strange. At any rate, the book could be useful. Once you've completed the ritual, I'll take a look.
A letter from... the Axel. I should take it back to her.
Okay. Burn the Spindle's toy arc on the altar at the Hollow Pyre Rise in Upper Denevron.
Hard to believe I have a title now.
The Axel seemed certain you were ready for it.
Haroon's also a politician. She knows this somewhat buys my loyalty to her if she tries to become the next eye.
Would you support her then?
Haroon's a practical lady. She knows the scouts are critical to our ongoing survival. Farming and fishing around Cassidans keeps us fed, but rare materials for alchemy, medicines, enchanting, and so on, all us.
Which gives you some leverage.
It does. But also my title is precarious, as she granted it as acting eye. No one's going to challenge her, not right now. But implicitly, if she goes, I go with her.
Do you think this will drastically change how you interact with the other scouts?
In time, I imagine so. We've been without an advocate for so long, and right now's the best time for me to push. I do have some promising candidates to take over day-to-day operations. I suppose we'll have to accelerate that process.
Takes multiple people to replace you,
You got me. Yes, I was bragging. I think it's critical we have some checks to make sure the system's working. If one group is over or underperforming, I can try to work with them to figure out why. Winds, listen to me. Just chain me to a desk already. All I do is stare at scrolls and move abacus beads now.
Job 1 will be dealing with the source, right? You feeling up to it?
If it were all on me, I'd be overwhelmed. But I've got your band. An exceptional group with an exceptional point. But you tell me, am I ready?
I'm with the Axel. It's going to be a change, though.
A shift in the winds, for sure.
Still, look at how you interact with the band here, now. Arranging tasks, working with them. I think you feel more comfortable here.
I do. Your group is inspiring. Everyone's pulling in the same direction. I doubt I can capture that particular magic with all the politics around the hold, but maybe I can match it with the scouts.
I'm excited to see how it goes, Khan Katabi.
I hope I live up to your and everyone's expectations.
You will.
I think we all suspected prolonged exposure to the raw magic in here would affect creatures. But it's surprising to see how far it's gone.
You think this is caused by something other than direct contact with raw magic, like the Tangles?
What are you talking about? The chemistry between Bryn and Arakim?
Oh yes. It's that the air is so thick with magic that tangles can even form.
Yeah, Eric definitely wants it.
It's unprecedented, and thank the flames for that.
I shot him down. Well, I guess technically I didn't shoot him down, but he said, I don't even remember what he said, but he said something, and I kind of just like, I gave him like the friend response.
Imagine if every creature across the Maida acted as aggressive as the ones you're facing.
But it doesn't really matter because, I mean, one conversation does not have anything to do with the next. I mean, they give you options. They give you dialogue options, but it's really just like, okay, this is... The only difference is like, okay, you're going to say this instead of this. But it doesn't really change anything relationship-wise or anything like that. It's like fake choices, basically.
Is it possible the same thing is happening to us? Or has happened to the Hearthsiders?
While it's long been theorized we must have something akin to Strands in us, they've never manifested like in a great creature.
They basically give you options to like, so you can role play the way you want to role play the main character, but it has like no weight on anything else.
On one hand, this means we need mantles to mimic what they do naturally. On the other, Asha, Cassil, and so on seem less affected by the Enclave. It's not like Arakim has grown a third arm. I think we can presume safety for some time.
What do we do about it, though?
Our first step has to be securing the source. If it's the reason the Enclave had access to so much magic before the Surge, it's also why things are so suffused with raw magic. You see, this is largely an infrastructure problem. The leaks in the tapestry will have to be sealed and magic slowly consumed through usage. If we can reduce the emission of raw magic to below our consumption, the concentration will drop. Once the levels inside match the rest of the Maida, we should be back to some semblance of normal.
The last conversation I had with the Spindle was about Ira's plague. I went to Cassidon's Hold to visit her.
Really? Well, my understanding was that she didn't experience it herself.
No, but she understood being stigmatized by it. Even though Ira's plague affects many races, most believe it only affects Kashar. I haven't known many others like me throughout my life. Not intimately, at least. It was nice to speak with someone who understood that part of me.
I still have no idea how Casman and the Spindle are the same race. They mentioned something about that like way early on when we first met the Spindle. I don't understand that at all. This chick has freaking antlers. The Spindle just looked like a normal human female. So I don't know if like they were planning on making one of them look different and it didn't happen or what, but they are not the same race.
I'm glad you got that chance.
If you're telling me that they're the same race and only some females grow antlers and the other ones don't, like that's just stupid. That's not the same race.
Agreed. We never know how much time we'll have with someone.
Too true.
I mean, look at her. She's got freaking horns and her skin is like purple. Whereas the Spindle just looked like a normal ass white woman. Makes no sense to me. Okay. Anybody else need to talk? Anybody else need to get their feelings out in the open? No? Okay. Then we shall move on. Burn the Spindle's toy arc on the altar at the Hollowpire Rise in Upper Denevra. Yeah, we're the same race. He's got like a giant lizard tail, and I don't have a tail at all, but we're the same race. It's like, what? How? How does that make sense at all? He actually looks like a lizard, and I just look like a normal person, normal human being, but we're the same race. Ow. I'm so jacked up with armor that these guys are just barely doing any damage to me.
I'll need to place the toy arc on the high pyre.
I got armor coming through my teeth. Armor for days. Saw that? I mean, granted, this is like a because the enemies are stronger in the later levels. So like the early levels, they don't like the enemies don't scale. So like the very first level, the enemies are super weak. This is basically like a mid-game levels. So even for mid-game enemies, normal mob enemies, yeah, they're barely just like taking any of my health off.
Sad to burn such a sweet toy.
These purple guys do a decent chunk, but still not really anything significant.
Now to collect the ashes. Though the flame abates and the ash grows cold, let she who worshipped you rest in eternal warmth.
Beautiful, Bryn.
I'm sure I will.
There it is again. The scry is cutting in and out. Dom? Aurea?
We're... Can you hear me now?
You're back.
While you bring the ashes to Cassidon's hold, I'll analyze the scry. Something strange is afoot.
Seems like we need to put a new scry tower somewhere. We need a new... We're losing reception. All right. Consult with Kenrick Stanild to bring him the hollow pyre ashes. I don't mind low levels, but I kind of find it bothersome when enemies scale with the game and there are mobs all over the place. Yeah, I would... I mean, if I had the choice between enemies scaling and enemies not scaling, I would definitely prefer not scaling because it just... It takes away the sense of progression, really. If, like, no matter where you go in the entire... If no matter where you go in the entire game, the enemies are the exact same difficulty, it's just kind of like, it's kind of boring, you know? I feel like the player should deserve, you know, you put in the work, you deserve to go back to early stages and just freaking just breeze through everything. You earned it, you know? Especially in a game like this where there's no XP to speak of. So it's not like the game's hurting you by making you face lower level enemies when you're getting like 2 XP because there is no XP. One of those 5G scry towers. Yeah, for real. Maybe even 6G. I never know if she has anything new to say until I go into that room.
I performed the rite, and I brought you the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn. Isla admired you. She would be honored that you did this for her.
It's not how she would have wanted things. I should have been there.
Enough! I know you're grieving. We all are. But you are no longer the Eye. And this disrespectful conduct ends now. You owe Bryn a thank you. And an apology for that matter. And probably a great deal more than that. Not only has she gone out of her way to perform the rite for your daughter, but she saved us all from certain death at the Grand Gate too. None of which she would ever have had to do if it weren't for your...
For my actions! I know! I know! It's all my fault. I should have been there. Not at the temple. At the Grand Gate. I should have stayed. The way she looked at me when I left her there. I'll never forget it. I could fill a city with my mistakes. I should have supported her work. I should never have lied to her. My regrets will drown me.
Maybe they should.
Jesus. Bit harsh, eh?
Maybe they should.
My mother used to say, you can drown in your grief, or learn to swim in it. It is unfair that you lost a child, no matter the circumstances. I am so sorry that happened to you. But now you have a choice. You can spend the rest of your days counting the ways you failed your daughter. Or you can dedicate every breath you have left to her.
How?
Just do one small thing a day that would make her proud to call you her father. Start by helping us finish the work you wish you had supported in her life.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. If you'll excuse me. But there is one thing. The Ark in your camp, the one she wanted to restore. It's called the Ark of Verdance. An enchantress named Lucia de Crassus built it.
Lucia.
Consider it a thank you for what you've done.
Well, it was already in our possession, so how could it be considered a thank you for what we've done? It was already ours. I was watching the Future Game Show today, and there's a game called The Greatest RPG Game Ever Made. Or Greatest RPG Game Ever. And the whole point of the game is defeating the last boss, but the game starts one mission before the end of the game, and you are overpowered, but have no idea where to go or what to do. Interesting.
My light. I remember the day you were born, vividly. When I held you, my heart was so full it threatened to break. And I know your mother felt the same way. For all her flaws, she would be so proud of you. I am so proud of you.
Well, I'm glad to see that, the writers of this game are at least letting this guy atone for his sins and not making him out to be just like some giant piece of shit throughout the entire thing. It's actually kind of surprising that they're letting him do this.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Ark of Verdance?
Please. I've had enough. Just leave me be.
Fine. I understand.
I need you to know, nobody else has been checking in on me like you have. I feel as if I'm alone in the stifling dark. But you are a bright light. Even though everything is very hard, I need you to know that I see what you're doing. Thank you.
Of course. It's just the right thing to do.
You laying Isla to rest is what she would have wanted, despite what her father said. You inspired her to be better, braver. It respects her memory to the fullest.
We barely knew each other. But okay.
It was the least I could do.
Don't diminish your contributions.
You've got our support. Whatever form that takes.
For what it's worth, I appreciate that.
By the way, I found something that you might want to see. It's a letter I found in the Spindle's hideout. It looked like your handwriting.
Wing writing? Please?
I didn't read it.
I don't understand why you've been so kind to us, Bryn.
It's okay. I'll let you get back to it, all right?
Likewise. You deserved better from him, but that was probably all he's capable of. Come to think of it, we all deserved better from him.
What will you do now?
Take care of my people. Someone needs to. And you? You're going to try to fix the arcs.
Isla saw something in the arcs no one else did. The Enclave's legacy, innovation and ambition. We can't let her death be in vain. Her work must be finished.
I wish I could help, but arcs were Isla's expertise, not mine. Still, I agree. That arc allowed you to pass safely through the tangles, where Surgeborn go to regenerate. If you're going to try to fix it, consider me heavily invested in your progress.
It's too great an advantage to ignore. I'll keep you updated.
Consult with Dom about the Spindle's notes. But first...
Oh, Bryn. Hi.
Were you crying? Are you okay?
Yes. The rite of ashes just got to me, that's all. The spindle and the axle only had such a brief time together.
It's awful. I can't imagine how she's feeling right now.
So much in life can be fleeting. It just makes you appreciate what a gift the time you have with someone is.
Man. Just makes you think.
That hand.
Makes you think of what their children would have looked like.
All this time, the spindle was sneaking out of Cassidon's hold, and I had no idea.
They obviously would have had to have some sort of... Well, they probably would have had to adopt, right? And that's okay.
Sounds like you two had more in common than you realized.
Just reminds me that you've got to tell people how you feel when you get the chance.
Was there something you wish you had told the spindle?
Not her. No.
Okay. Weird. Why you gotta be so awkward, Arakim? Lucia DeCrassus, highly regarded expert on Ark design and creation, creator of the Ark of Verdance and would-be asylum saboteur, Lucia DeCrassus is a woman of many faces, or perhaps phases. To our understanding, Lucia was highly placed within the Guild of Enchanters. Not a spindle, but important and influential enough to be one of the rare people allowed to discuss the arcs in even loose terms with the outside world. Her work on animation, a brief discussion of the arc's ambulatory capabilities, was the only document on arcs to ever be published beyond the walls of the Enclave. Beyond that, her public-facing activities are somewhat difficult to track. After the Surge, she seems to have repeatedly clashed with the government of the Enclave. The Eye clearly knew her, as he was the one who confirmed her involvement with the Ark of Verdance to us. But his reticence on the matter makes it clear that the two might have a tumultuous history, to put it lightly. This evidence might go some way towards explaining her later actions. We know that, following the Surge, she refused to evacuate to Cassidon's hold with the rest of the populace, instead electing to seclude herself away. Her research turned to disruption of the arcs, along with the design of a device to take down the asylum barrier. This device, which she named Lucia's Thimble, required expertise and skills to which she had no access. It took our band's combined efforts, decades later, to build and deploy it. Given her background and prior art, so to speak, it thus makes more sense than not that she was involved in the production of a unique arc whose core functionality is geared around resisting or disrupting magic. This is supported by evidence, dated mere days before the Surge, that Lucia personally arranged for the Ark of Verdance to be transported out of the Enclave. Fettered with the same enchantments used in her creation of the Thimble, this Ark was ultimately shipped out on one of the final caravans to depart from the Enclave before the Surge. Her own writings refer to it as a last resort that cannot be destroyed. It is somewhat telling, then, that she entrusted it to a band of weavers, rather than a commissioned caravan master. While the Weaver's caravan was ultimately destroyed in the Surge and subsequent activation of the Veil, the Ark of Verdance remained inactive for decades, though we suspect that some elements of Lucia's enchantments were responsible for the safe zone we found in the Veil's shadow. They seem to have passively pushed away raw magic until Bryn's inadvertent activation of the Ark triggered it to attempt to return home. Lucia's fate remains unknown. Given the overwhelming severity of the miasma floods and her refusal to retreat to Cassidon's hold with the other Hearthsiders, it does not stretch the imagination to assume that she perished at some point after the Surge. Or is that female Surge thing Lucia? The Surge creature that we have captive at the other place? Is that Lucia? Did she turn into that? I'm kind of getting those vibes.
Have you ever felt like you couldn't trust the people around you?
A few times. But I try my hardest to rebuild that trust when it crumbles. Some people haven't shown they deserve that effort, so they don't get it. Is there something that's putting you on edge?
It's Sev, and how he was collaborating with the Eye behind our backs.
Oh? I can understand, but you didn't exactly seem blown away by the revelation.
I didn't have time to process it. I have now, and the more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Logically, I understand the situation. I can trace the weave of circumstance that forced his hand and led to his deception. I know he had no choice, and I've even forgiven him. I said the words to his face, so why am I still so angry?
That's a tough one.
It reminded me again of Udea. Will the fear and the manipulation follow me forever? Will it taint everything? The secrets, the lies, the subterfuge. The Maida may seem a balmy paradise, but in reality, it is a toxic swamp. Every fiber of my being is screaming at the prospect of having my life ruined by this again.
All right. It's clear that sitting around base camp chewing on this isn't doing you any good. You need a distraction.
Possibly. What did you have in mind?
The Axel must be overwhelmed right now. Let's find something to help her with.
I'm amenable to this. Shall I let you ask her, or...?
Oh no. You're coming with me.
I suppose it would be good to catch up with her, and I'll meet you at Cassidan's Hold, then. See you soon.
I said it before and I'll say it again. I cannot stand that voice actress. So much. It's like, oh my God, just get it out. So annoying to listen to.
You performed the Rite of Ashes beautifully, Bryn.
Glad to hear it. Not being part of the church myself, I felt a little out of place.
I'm sure Isla is at peace.
The Eye asked me to collect the ashes from the altar on his behalf. What does he intend to do with them?
It depends on the sect. But often the ashes from the ritual are interred with the body in a burial site. Other times, if it's a prominent family, which the Stanolds seem to be, the ashes are housed in a family mausoleum. Tragic, of course, that a father must do this for his child instead of the other way around.
The rite I read mentioned shrouding the spindle in an eternal warmth. Is that in reference to an afterlife?
Yes, although the Reformed sect do believe in an afterlife, it is featured more prominently in Orthodox Hallowpire beliefs. The idea being that the Great Fire is an ethereal, divine being which cannot be fully comprehended in this life, and who waits for its followers beyond this lifetime.
A religion founded on fire seems like a natural draw for weavers. Was that your experience in Renland?
Hardly. In Renland, magic was ostracized, and there it was viewed as unnatural corruption of fire. Pure ignorance. That's why I've turned my back on it for many years. But you're right, that the Stanel family's religious beliefs are notable. The prominence of the church in Upper Denevron suggests the weavers here held it in high regard.
I appreciate your perspective on it, but I'd better let you get back to work.
Before you go, thank you for laying her to rest. You could have just paid your respects and left, but it was the right thing to do.
Dom, the interference I'm experiencing during expeditions is concerning. Is there any chance our scry is degrading like the ones belonging to the Enclave?
No. I'm positive this is something else entirely. Our scry remains unchanged. We have the means to test for degradation, and there is none. I'll need to investigate further.
As long as it doesn't give out on us completely in the meantime.
However, I have taken a look at the Spindle's copy of the workings of Archons, and thankfully, writing is far more legible than Lucia's. And her notes are significantly less paranoid at that.
About that, Kenrick Stanold told me that Lucia wasn't just tinkering with the Ark we followed through the Veil. She built it. The Ark of Verdance.
That is quite the revelation. What was it for?
That was all Kenrick could tell me. Or wanted to tell me. But Sev mentioned that Kenrick had been feeding Isla information about a failsafe for the source. Could the Ark of Verdance be the fix she was working on without realizing it?
Yes! That could be it. Genius, Bryn! On my side, I dug into her notes. She was working on a way to fully restore our Ark for us. She was so close to a schematic, intricate, elaborate, masterful. And I finished it. Solar has the final design ready for you. Essentially, we'll be creating a power core for the Ark. Most notably, we'll need a special part, a bar of shaped coral. This is the final key for an Ark to be functional on its own without a Weaver channeling magic into it.
If we had built a power core earlier, could her death have been prevented?
She only made this discovery in the final days of her life, through researching all the Ark parts we had supplied her. Her research even theorizes that using one's own magic to power an Ark for brief amounts of time could result in death.
So she knew she was going to die at the Grand Gate?
She knew exactly what would happen, and did it anyway. That's courage.
We can't let it be in vain. So, then the Ark of Verdance is our failsafe. Your design will get it running. Where can I find the shaped coral?
She suspected it was kept in the Archon's hearth, stored near natural coral deposits for its regenerative properties.
Have you ever played Wild Hearts? Is Wild Hearts that game that's kind of like, is that like a Monster Hunter kind of clone game? Am I thinking of the right game? It's an EA title and yeah, Monster Hunter type. No, I never played it. Search for the bar of shaped coral in the arcane forge at the Archon's hearth. I never played any of the Monster Hunter games either.
The Archon's hearth once more. Wish Isla was here to guide me.
I could assist in her absence.
What the?
Bryn, what's...
Uh-oh.
Aurea, the scry has been compromised by the searchbeam. Stay off it.
Compromised is such a strong word. I just want to talk.
There's a lot of coral here. I must be getting close to where the Enclave stored shaped bars. Will the Surgeborn know our plan when I pick it up? I guess that's a risk I need to take.
So, what are you looking for in the Archon's hearth? I'm in the Underworld. It is my region, after all.
Like I would tell you.
Whatever plan you've concocted, it would be better if we worked together.
You murdered my friend.
Technically, I didn't touch her. It isn't my fault she lacked the stamina to follow through on what she started. Bar-shaped coral. You and I have such similar taste in treasure. Whatever you're planning to do with that is nothing compared to what we could accomplish if we put our minds together.
I can manage well enough on my own.
You could do so much more than manage.
Okay, going back.
The Surgeborn in the Howling Jail somehow has access to the scry.
That's not how that word is pronounced, is it? Jail? Is that really how that's pronounced? I mean, I know that word is the meaning of it is like prison or jail, but is it pronounced jail? Let me see. Well, I'll be damned, it is. Jail. Huh. I always knew the meaning of that word, but I never knew how to pronounce it. It's pronounced exactly like jail, and it means jail. Interesting. I learned something new today.
We know. I can feel it in there with me. It's not pleasant. We need to do something fast.
The G is a replacement, or is jail a copyrighted word? No, it's just a. I think it's just like a like an old English kind of way of saying it. Maybe I don't know. Or spelling, old English spelling. I don't know.
The good news is, as far as we can tell, it only has access when you're in the underworks. At most, it seems to cause interference when you're above ground. We don't think it can listen in.
Until we can block its presence, best to keep use of the scry to a minimum.
Aurea, I could feel the Surgeborn too. I know exactly what you mean.
Doesn't feel great.
The kind of nausea that only comes from the wind being knocked out of you.
It takes a lot out of me to stay connected to you when it's present, let alone speak.
That must be why there's interference.
What you're both describing, it makes me wonder if the Eye was under a deeper influence from the Surgeborn than we realized.
How so?
We assumed he was merely manipulated into a foolhardy plan, but what if the Surgeborn had some sort of effect on his mind?
I could believe it. But if that's the case, then we need to limit Bryn's exposure to it through the scry. Fast.
And yours?
I don't think it's me the Surgeborn wants to influence. From the sounds of it, it wants you.
Let's hear it. How bad is all this?
The scry is a complex piece of Weaver enchantment. That this Surgeborn has broken in is not good.
We still don't know exactly what it wants, but if it continues to infiltrate our constructs, this could mean an all-out war.
War?
Imagine they gain control of the Enclave's arcs. Sure, they're dangerous now, but with a sentient strategist behind them. They could storm the Maida in a couple of hundred strides.
You think the Surgeborn's interests expand beyond the Enclave?
With an enemy as calculated as this, best to assume the worst.
Weavers need a physical connection to the scry to communicate, either by wearing the earpiece or touching the scroll. The Surgeborn doesn't have either, so how is it connecting to our scry?
Well, let's start with what we know. The imprisoned Talon was able to convince Stanild to open the gate. But the Herald was there and waiting. It was not surprised at all, despite the scout's distractions. Ergo, the Herald and Talon were communicating somehow, yet the Talon had been imprisoned for years. Would it not be reasonable to suggest the Surgeborn can communicate with one another using something like our scry? Or worse, perhaps they can share thoughts needing no magic at all.
A single shared consciousness.
The implications are frankly staggering, but it is the only explanation I can think of for what we've observed. And if I'm correct, it's not such a leap to imagine creatures like this, or perhaps a creature, would be capable of infiltrating our scry.
All right. How are we going to fix this?
The reason Aurea can sense the Surgeborn presence on the scry is likely because it's wielding magic to communicate. The same way Aurea's mantle pulls magic from the air to contact you. However, unlike Aurea, the Surgeborn can't pull magic from the air around it. Otherwise, it would be talking to you all the time.
But it can only reach me when I'm underground.
Where the tangles are most dense. We need to cut off its access to raw magic.
That's where the spindle comes in. Thanks to her, we finally have the missing piece to get our escort here running.
It was a failsafe in the case that the source needed to be repaired. The Ark of Verdance will create a safe bubble against the tangles, which would be the natural consequence of any failure of the source.
Just like it did with the Veil.
Exactly. But without the crushing weight that caused it to fail.
So, the plan. We get the Ark to the source, it stabilizes the Enclave.
Or at the very least, starts the process.
If the Herald waiting down there doesn't destroy it first, I'll need to take it down, if this plan is going to work.
That sounds dangerous.
It might be a risk worth taking.
We have to. The Enclave is overflowing with raw magic, and this source is clearly the root of the problem. Too many tangles have led to the floods. They allow the Surgeborn to communicate and infect our enchantments. Without the source under control, we will never reclaim the Enclave.
Then that's our plan. We build a power core, then we speak to the Axle.
I'll join you at Cassidon's Hold.
Archon Power Core, quest type. An Archon part that allows the Ark to draw magic from the air without another Weaver channeling magic into it.
And with this power core, we can fix our Ark of Verdance. I think this is what they call a full circle moment.
Huh. Lately, I feel like I've been running in circles.
Hey, I know things look bleak, but this is a win. Don't let the Talon rob you of it. You're finishing her work, after all.
You're right.
I always am. Now, I think you've got a meeting with the Axle.
I keep hearing sauce instead of source. Yeah. Sauce. Sauce.
It's a little bit beautiful, isn't it? It's like reaching into the past and shaking hands with its designer. We have achieved much.
I think she'd be happy to see it up and running.
I think so too. Plans set in motion decades ago, slowly ticking towards fruition. If we are so lucky.
I wonder what Lucia would make of our repairs to the Ark of Verdance.
feel like the game still has a lot left in it, don't you? I don't know about a lot. I think if I don't think I'm going to finish it tonight, but I think I'll definitely finish it tomorrow.
You.
Honestly, if you... I mean, I don't do this because even if I'm not particularly invested in the story or not particularly invested in the characters, which in this game I'm really not, I still experience it all. Like, I still listen to everything. I still talk to everybody when they've got new stuff to say. I do all the conversations, yada, yada, yada. If you didn't do that, if you skip through all the dialogue in this game, you could probably beat this game in like 10 hours. Okay, maybe not 10 hours. But like probably between 15 and 20 hours. You could probably beat this game if you skipped all the dialogue. It's a good amount of dialogue. And thankfully it's voice acted.
Hello to you too. Why don't you try greeting me with a smile?
How do you have access to our scry?
Magic.
Seriously?
Your scry is connected to Loom Gates and by extension the tapestry which spans all through the underworks. No system is impenetrable. I found a way in.
I want you out of my ear. Now. I'm sick of your voice.
And yet you came back to see me. Puzzling.
You're impossible.
She does have a point, Bryn. You can't be that sick of her. We did choose to come back here and do an optional dialogue with her. Oh, but wait, there's more.
The rite of ashes you performed for Kenrick's daughter was quite a display. I almost shed a tear.
You know, now that I look at her, I can't help but see similarities between the Surgeborn and Aurea. I don't see how this could be Aurea's mom, but I mean, got that same kind of like armor thing in the front of the chest, similar looking hands and claws. Even the helmet kind of has like a little beak to it. I don't know. Kind of weird.
Were you watching on our scry?
I might be stretching here, but
I can only access your scry while you're in the underworks. Thankfully, I have eyes everywhere.
You're watching me through the other Surgeborn.
There are no other Surgeborn. We are one and the same.
Dom's right. You share a consciousness.
It's more like voices in a choir, each unique, but singing together. Anyway, pity you couldn't save her. Is that why you dropped everything to perform a funeral rite for someone you barely know?
She was a friend, and you murdered her. Don't expect to survive long enough to kill someone else I care about.
Technically, I did not kill her. Her limitations are what destroyed her in the end. Funny how magic often provokes overreaching in your kind.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I mean, I don't think that that's in some way Aurea's mom. I mean, Aurea's mom has this, supposedly has this reputation of being like this insane, crazy, amazing hero. But it's just the actual look of the character model is kind of, I don't know, a bit jarring, the similarities. Which reminds me of Lord Zed. Who's Lord Zed? Why does that sound familiar?
Khan Arteme, my Weaver Band has repaired the Ark we followed through the Veil and discovered its true purpose.
To nullify the tangles at the source so it can be repaired.
Its anti-magic properties are why we were able to follow it through the Veil in the first place.
I see.
If we could get it to the source, we believe it could stabilize the Enclave.
Except the Grand Gate was broken when the Ark pushed the Herald back through it.
Surely there must be another way to reach the source.
Now that it's repaired, couldn't this Ark be used to leave the Enclave the way you came?
In theory, sure.
What are you saying, Khan Arteme?
It's time for someone to protect my people. I need to use that Ark to get us all out of here.
You would leave with the Surgeborn running loose? Or worse, allow them to spread and wreak havoc across the Maida in your wake?
No one has succeeded in stopping them yet. We've been trapped inside the Enclave for decades. It's time to set ourselves free before the Surgeborn overtake Cassidon's hold and kill us all.
It's from a child's TV show? Oh, which TV show?
In moments like these, we can't give in to our worst fears. That's what Kenrick did, and look where it got him.
We're only still here because the Spindle was brave. Honor that.
The Surgeborn has infiltrated our scry. It's learning how to use our enchantments against us.
Oh, that was supposed to be like a clue? It's from a child's TV show? Oh, I wasn't really trying to guess, but... Power Rangers? Oh yeah, Lord Zed. I just remember, what's her face? Oh, damn, why can't I think of her name? Yeah, it's definitely late. I should be able to remember her name. Rita. Yeah, Rita. After 10,000 years, I'm free. Yeah.
If we don't put a stop to this madness, how long until they overtake the Arks? Or bring down the Veil and spread across the Maida?
That is concerning. Still, let's be clear. Even if you could reach the source, there's a massive Surgeborn that almost killed you lurking down there.
I'll be ready for the Herald this time.
And what are you going to do about all the tangles? Punch them before they disintegrate you?
Sev believes the Aeroliths can manipulate raw magic and are responsible for miasma. We think if we can control the Aeroliths, we can make the source safer.
Interesting. You've put more thought into this than I'd expected. But, as you've said, you have no way to reach the source.
Fine. Our plan has a few kinks to iron out.
More than a few.
How about this? If you can just give us time to present you with the final plan, it'll be your call whether or not we move forward on it.
I suppose that's fair. I can't pack up this stronghold in a day.
One more thing. It's clear by now the Enclave hides its secrets well. If there's any information on the source, I need access to it.
There are private records that can only be accessed with the Eye's signet. I suppose he's not using it at the moment, but...
Bryn did just save your people from certain death not too long ago.
Fine. You can borrow it. You should find information at the Spire in Upper Denevron, the Bastion, and the Institute.
We'll arrange a meeting with you when we're ready.
Good luck.
I always liked Alpha.
Power Rangers! Power Rangers!
With his floppy, you have like floppy tube arms or what? Oh. But wait, there's more.
Bryn and Lane, to what do I owe the pleasure?
We're hoping that there's something you can help us with. Or rather, we're hoping that there's something we can help you with.
I'm not sure I follow.
I've been at a loose end, gnawing on painful thoughts, only growing more despondent in the process.
Huh.
So we're here to focus on problems that are a little more tangible. What can we help you with?
That is very kind of you. I've had a great deal of difficulty keeping on top of things.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
We're here to help, like I said.
Right. I've got a petition from the scouts here somewhere. Let me find it. Arakim has been nagging me about accessing the Archon's hearth. Its stores of raw material could busy our forge masters for months. Now that I'm technically in charge, I'm loath to follow Kenrick's lead in recklessly sending the scouts into dangerous situations. What I'm lacking to make that call is intelligence on the Archon's hearth. Our documentation is decades out of date.
I've already spent a lot of time in there, actually. It was pretty hot, from what I recall.
Dangerous too, one would assume. Can you elaborate on what you saw in there?
Well, it was only one area that was particularly hot, but all of it was dangerous.
I assume you refer to the Arcane Foundry, then?
Yeah. It was on another level to what you've got here at the Hold, or what we have at camp. I can't imagine how many Archon parts they produced per day.
Wild Force was like my favorite era other than the OG. I only watched OG. We used to watch it before school in the morning. But I think I think I might have only like watched the first season. I might have been a bit old for watching it when it came out, but I still watched it.
The most interesting part was where they grew the coral. I could feel the magic running through it.
It is a reminder that there are still lost secrets to be found.
You still keep up with it? Damn, that's hardcore.
Exactly. While exploring where the arcs were assembled, I couldn't help but imagine how busy it must have been back before the surge.
How old are you, Peridot?
Archons seem big when I'm fighting them, but the scale feels totally different when they're attached to a scaffold.
32. Okay, yeah. So I'm 40. So what year did the OG come out? I think I was in I can't remember how old I was, but I feel like I remember being early 90s. Okay, but like what year exactly? Because I feel like I was too old to be watching it, but maybe I wasn't. I don't know.
Fascinating.
Anyway, there's lots going on in there. Do you think it's safe enough to send in the scouts?
Not quite. I still have grave concerns about the fluctuating heat levels.
93. Okay, so I would have been... Well, my birthday's in November, so it had to... I'm sure it came out before that. So I would have been 8. Well, I guess that's not too old. No, that's not too old. I definitely was too old to probably be watching Pokemon, though. Because I think Pokemon came out and I was like 12 or 13, I feel like. which isn't like super old to be watching it, but it, you know, I think that show is definitely more for like 7 or 8-year-olds, not 12 or 13-year-olds.
I believe I may have a solution for that. A potion that will maintain your body temperature even in the hottest conditions. I don't quite have the equipment to make it yet, but the knowledge is there.
That's wonderful news. That said, I would like a demonstration to be sure they work.
A fair stipulation. Some sort of combat encounter in the Archon's hearth under the hottest possible conditions. Fighting an Archon that relies on fire magic would be ideal to demonstrate the potion's efficacy.
You know I'm always up for a challenge.
I have no doubt in your abilities after what I've witnessed you achieve.
Well then, I'll be back once I've felled a mighty construct.
Yeah, when I was introduced to it, I was 7, and I remember watching Pokemon on US release date. Yeah, I can still remember waking up on Saturday mornings and watching like season 1 of Pokemon, which is now on Netflix, and my son watches it sometimes, and it's just crazy.
Back again. You do like me, don't you?
Hardly.
And you've brought the eye's signet with you. Keep it close, or we might just pluck it from you.
What would you want with the eye signet?
To reveal the Enclave's secrets for myself, of course.
The eye told you that?
He did. Funny how a man who has alienated everyone he loves through ego alone can be so talkative with a stranger. Though he certainly doesn't think he drove his ex-wife away.
He's never spoken of Isla's mother.
Heartbreak does funny things to your kind. Whatever that woman did, she left a bitter man in her wake.
You're onto something here. I don't know. What was the name of Lucia? Maybe this, I don't know. Maybe she's Lucia. Maybe she's not Lucia, but maybe the Eye's wife was Lucia. I don't know. I feel like there's definitely more to this Lucia character that we're gonna learn about relatively soon. Defeat a fiery arc in the Archon's hearth while under the effect of a flame shroud phial. Goodness gracious. So basically, wait, a fiery arc? So like the big one? I got the job done for the Axle. She was pretty happy to get updated maps and weather details for Archon's Hearth. However, she still had some reservations about the scout's safety, particularly when a drought is passing through. Lane suggested something they're calling a flame shroud phial, a potion that won't let me get hot under the collar. The Axle wants me to stress test the potion by defeating a fiery arc in the Archon's Hearth while under its effects. I'm up for the challenge. So are we talking about like the boss arcs or the smaller arcs? I really wish they did a better job of differentiating between the two. because I don't know. I think it's just talking about a regular small dude. I guess let's find out. But it doesn't have to be... It doesn't have to be during a drought, does it? It just says defeat a fiery arc in the Archon's hearth while under the effect of a flame shroud file. But down below it says she still had some reservations about the scout's safety, particularly when a drought is passing through. But it doesn't say anything about a drought in the current under current objective, so I don't think it has to actually be a drought. Let's find out. Okay. So we're gonna run around, find a fiery arc, pop the potion, and then kill him, I guess, and see if that... I thought that there were dudes up here, but maybe not. Maybe that's only under certain weather conditions. Oh yeah, there are dudes. Not the dudes we need, though. Leave me alone, I don't need you. Man, it's nothing but these Surgeborn dudes. Where's the regular arcs? Not the invisible arcs. Not the freaking bees. I just want a fiery arc. Where? Maybe they only spawn in a drought. But if that's the case, I feel like they would have mentioned about only coming here during a drought. I'm not seeing any of them. Oh, wait. Here we go. Pop it. Well, that didn't work. Maybe the bow guys don't count as fiery arcs? This isn't what they want, is it? No, that didn't count. Well, it's either got to be like the sword fiery arc dudes or like an actual big boss fire arc dude. I'm not seeing any sword fiery arc dudes. Okay, I guess I'm gonna look it up. You need to defeat either the Ark of the Forge or the Ark of the Living Flame, and you need to show up in the Archon's Hearth area. You need them to show up in the Archon's Hearth area. You can find guys. Okay. So yeah, it does have to be the big Ark dudes. And I would definitely prefer the Ark of the Living Flame over the Ark of the Forge. Unfortunately, this guy is neither of those. So let's get out of here, I guess. I guess on to this one. In Memories. Another fetch quest.
Council records are meant to be public. Wonder what else the Eye was hiding from his people. Records on the construction and maintenance of grand gates across the Enclave.
Okay, one down. Institute Eastern Circuit of Music.
See those massive pipes running along the roof? Norian design. I recognized them earlier, and they prompted my investigation into the Norians and the Enclave.
I can see why Stanel chose you as his lackey. You have thought beneath all that matted fur. My. That's the eye signal. Did you know I can reveal the Enclave's secrets? Not that I needed it to pry into the eye's dark truths. Let me guess. You're trying to find another way to reach the source. I'm all for it. Being able to speak more easily there.
Ugh. Sick of your voice already.
Such impoliteness is unbecoming of you. Didn't your parents raise you to be a nice, respectful girl? I gathered from how the Eye spoke of his own daughter that those are the core values your kind instills in their offspring.
Field notes from an expedition to the source shortly after. Enchanters discovered severe damage to the coral. All who participated in the expedition were sworn to seize the power tile.
I'm out. Bye. Ain't nobody got time for that guy and his big hammer.
Flawless victory.
Flawless exit. Flawless departure. Live to fight another day, you dang right. We didn't need to fight him. All right, to the Bastion. Garrison Bunker. We run, we grab what we need, we get out. Work smarter, not harder.
Last
That's
time
what I
we
say.
went looking for answers in the Bastion. Half the documents were torn to shreds. What else were they hiding behind the Eye's signet? Looks like research that's been compiled on the ecological and geographic impact of the surge across the Enclave's landscape. There's an entire section on the widening of the Great Chasm.
Compile research on the source with Lane. Watch the next mission be like, fight that guy. Don't you wish that on me? Don't you wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby? Did you watch the TMNT animated movie that came out? No. No, but I used to love TMNT back in the day when I was a kid. Actually, you probably can't see. Here, let me... See these guys right here? 1, 2, 3, and 4. See those guys? And then Master Chief in the middle. Yeah, those are... Not only are those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but those are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurines that I had when I was a kid. The Raphael, the one third from the left right here. This guy right here. It's from 1985. Believe it or not. Oh, wrong button. 1985, and I believe the others are either from 1986 or 1987. They're like my actual Ninja Turtles from when I was a kid. Yeah. My son watches the new stuff, but I don't know. Like, I'm personally. I know it. The show is not made for me, but I'm personally not a fan of the new show. But I'm also not a fan of really him watching it because he's only 6, and I feel like it's more for like 10 or 11-year-olds. I feel like he's a bit too young to be watching it because some of the things they say, and I don't know. I still let him watch it. Like, I don't care if he does, but like sometimes I'll overhear something and I'm just like, ugh, God, why does he have to watch this? Because they say words like stupid and shut up and stuff like that, and I'm just like, eh. you know, like I don't really care that he watches it. I just kind of wish he didn't, kind of thing. I'm not gonna prevent him from watching it. He does like it, so it's whatever. But it is definitely for older kids, not for 6-year-olds. The source. Attached is a heavily redacted report on the location or object known as the source. It seems to be some kind of briefing for Enclave politicians with newly gained security clearance. The source is a natural fount of magic located deep underground. Discovered during the early stages of the Enclave settlement, it was quickly found that objects exposed to it would rapidly redacted. The coral-like mineral surrounding it seems to be immune to this effect. After several weeks of meetings with high-clearance individuals, it was decided that this natural formation must be exploited. Our highest-performing engineers were recruited from across the Enclave, sworn to secrecy, and put to work attempting to understand the location's mechanics. This work was put on hold once an experiment revealed that the coral acted as an extremely efficient and low-resistance magical conduit. This was immediately recognized as a discovery that would allow construction of incredibly complex magical artifacts. Thus was the project split into 2 sub-projects. One, to gauge the feasibility of harnessing the source as a way to access unlimited magical energy, and the other, to harvest and utilize the coral to enhance the Enclave's magical engineering capabilities. Several pages are redacted. The coral was essential in the design and production of our now ubiquitous arcs. We found that, as a living mineral, it can be grown and farmed. Thus, keeping the future in mind, pilot production facilities were built, though the majority of our coral resources still come from harvesting the original deposit around the source. Another page is redacted. Further experiments are ongoing on the source itself as we expand our infrastructure. It seems to react to energy input. It is not alive per se, but is more akin to a raging hearth. We are close to finding a way to harness its energy. Additional funding is always welcome.
I hope you're not afraid of diving into bottomless pits.
Did you ever check out the Ronin arc for TMNT? No, I have not. I honestly haven't really kept up much with it since I was a kid. I did see the first live action movie and wasn't a huge fan. But yeah. And I did see a little bit of, so there's the series on Netflix now, but there was a CGI series I think before that. And I watched that a little bit whenever we lived in Hawaii back in like, well, between like 2013 and 2017. I did catch a little bit of that on Nickelodeon or whatever it was on, but I wasn't a huge fan of it either, so I didn't really keep up with it.
Hardly. Maybe a little. Why?
Despite the Grand Gates no longer functioning, there is a more direct way to reach the source. By dropping straight down into a rift in Lower Denevron.
You know, last time I wanted to charge into a restricted area, you weren't so sure it was a great idea.
People change. Maybe I've learned a thing or two about calculated risk-taking from you. And the prospect of securing the source makes this a risk worth taking.
This is only one piece of the puzzle. The axle isn't going to budge until we figure out a way to lessen the tangles at the source.
With good reason. We don't want you to fry down there.
Well, the Ronin arc is for adults, and it's hella dark. I enjoyed it. Oh, nice. Is it, it's an animated show? Or is it, like, what is it? What kind of media is it? Is it like an animated show or graphic novel or... Oh, it's comics? Okay. Maybe one day I'll check that out. I was never really into comics. The only comics I've ever owned, I bought whenever I was living in Hawaii. I got some X-Men comics. But I was never really a comic guy. You can read it for free online. Oh, really? Now we're talking. Free? Woo! I might have to check it out now. For the low, low price of free fitty. I do like me some free. Find a way to lessen the dangers at the source with Sev's help. Well, he doesn't have anything to say. Am I just supposed to... Where even is the source? A hot drop into the Lowtown Rift wasn't exactly the route to the source I was planning on, but it will do. Now we just need to figure out a way to make the source safer for me. If I survive the fall, I don't want to get disintegrated in the tangles. Sev has some ideas about this. Well, he's not talking to me. A hot drop into the Lowtown Rift? I don't know what that's like. I don't know where we're supposed to be going for that. I don't get it. Yeah, weird. Because Sev doesn't want to talk to me. Maybe I just have to do the other one first? Even though it normally specifies, like if it wants you to do something else first, it specifies. I got my brother into it and he loves it. Nice. And I know you said you don't keep up with current wrestling, but how do you feel about Cena calling a kid a toxic? Cena called a kid toxic? What kid? Just like some random fan? I don't know. I honestly... Some random fan. I honestly hate the word toxic. I think it's the most overused... Like, at this point in 2025, the word toxic is just so overused and stupid. Like, it's lost all of its meaning. But... I don't know. Honestly, there isn't really going to be too much that John Cena can do for me to like him ever since he basically bended the knee for the CCP. So, yeah. Not really much he can do for me to like him in any way, shape, or form. Romanos Canal. It is, I mean, it is interesting, like, why after all this time would he just, like, agree to go heel? Like, why would he agree to turn heel after all this time? Like, what? I don't know. I think the whole thing is stupid. I mean, his career is virtually done, right? So it's like, why would you agree to turn heel?
With a circle marked by 6 dots. They'll look
Oh, snap.
but I'll be able to read them when you bring them back.
They're fighting.
Why not bring them to me instead? Think of what we could do.
Who's gonna win?
Pass.
Oh! Oh! Damn! Oh, now he's coming for me. That Surgeborn just got messed up.
That's one of them, Bryn. I hoped they would still be down here.
What should we expect?
The Norians were experimenting without informing the Enclave on the aerolifts. They wanted them to do more than just moderate the weather. They wanted to control it.
They got tired of long winters? Gloomy days?
Think bigger. If you control the rain in a desert, you control the land itself.
Too unreliable. Why not just offer incredible power and endless life to the rulers?
The kid was literally yelling, "I love you," and after that, he points straight to him and called him toxic. Yeah, that's just stupid. He went on a rant the other night about it, basically saying that he is upset no one is ever happy for him and bullies him. Okay, well, that's bullshit because he was the hero of, like, every child in the Western world for, like, decades. Basically sounds like he's... I mean, obviously, I'm speaking about this in kayfabe, but he's basically sounding like he's upset that the bros never really liked him. Because he definitely had approval from a lot of women and a lot of children. So to say that he's upset that no one is ever happy for him, like, get the fuck out of here. There's been all kinds of people happy for you throughout your entire career. So that just doesn't even make any sense. I mean, I know he has to have some sort of kayfabe reason to turn heel, but if that's his reason, that's stupid. That doesn't even make sense kayfabe-wise, let alone, like, IRL. Come down here and fight me. Oh my God. I jump up there, he jumps down. I jump down, he jumps up. Yeah, he stated that, like, no matter how much he won, people still hated him. Okay, hey, welcome to wrestling, dude. How about, like, grow a pair and deal with it. And booed him, and when he got injured and left, people shamed him about doing movies, and now that he is back, people don't like him again. I think the main message was, I am human, respect me. It sounds like he's really taking it personally, and it's like, dude, it's wrestling. Nobody, like, it's not real life. Like, why are you getting so upset about people not liking you? Like, why do you give a shit if people don't like you? Who cares? Which, again, like you said, doesn't make sense. And, like, not everyone is going to like you, dude. Just roll with it. Right. But, yeah, the kid catching a stray was crazy. He was all merched out, too. Yeah, that's pretty... I wonder if he talked to that kid after the show. I could definitely see him talking to that kid after the show and be like, hey, you know, I was in character. I don't actually hate you. Yada, yada, yada. Because, I mean, you know, back in the day, that you couldn't do that shit. Like, that was very much frowned upon. Like, if you were a heel, you owned it, and you... hello, grab, please. You owned it, and, you know, you wanted people to hate you, even outside of the show. But now, you know, that's not really a thing. Like, everybody's in on it. Everybody knows. So I could definitely see him, you know, getting a hold of that kid after the show and, like, apologizing and giving him some free shit. I mean, even Triple H did that a long time ago. There was an instance where... Oh, what happened? There was some kid, I think he was at the commentary station or something, and there was some kid sitting behind him who was like, you know, saying like, I love you, Triple H, and blah, blah, blah. And I think like he snubbed the kid or did something, and the kid actually started crying, and he actually like apologized to him and stuff, like when the cameras went off or something. But that was a long time ago when it wasn't necessarily frowned upon, but it wasn't like, it wasn't as accepted as it is now, where it's almost like kayfabe is just completely dead now. It's all just a big spectacle that everybody's in on. God, this is annoying. Holy fuck. Why are there so many people in here? Holy shit. Die. Jeez.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Tell me about it. I would have cried. I still remember the Booker T Stone Cold feud, which was IMO iconic. Like, they had to have gone back and explained it was for content. Oh, you're talking about like the grocery store, angle? Oh, that's like all-time classic right there. That is, yeah, that's one of the best segments of all time. Price check on a jackass. Yeah, classic. Poor Booker T, though. I mean, he basically just got completely buried over and over and over again when he came over from WCW. And that's basically due in part, well, not due in part, it's basically due in full to Triple H.
That should be enough for us to piece their research together, Bryn.
How delightful. The fussy one has you running his errands. And lo, he is pleased.
Shush.
When are you learning how Norians hide their information, Sev?
Yes. And if word gets out, we're both going to be hunted.
The best knowledge is always dangerous.
Ah, I like this one.
But, you know, that was their MO at the time. You know, they brought all those WCW guys over, and they weren't going to let them get over. They weren't going to let them... They weren't going to let them look good. Because that was just Vince's ego. Like, haha, I won. I bought you guys and put you out of business, and I'm going to make everybody forever remember that I'm the best, and... yeah. They did it like a few places. I think they even went to like a retirement home and shit. I think it was that same night. I think all of these segments happened that night. So like he went to a church to hide from Stone Cold, which was hilarious. He was like in the confessional, and he was talking to some girl, and you know she had like big tits, and talking about how like all these sexual things that she wanted to repent for, and he was Booker T's in the other stall, just like, oh my god, you know. And then there was there was the retirement home where Booker T went to go hide, and they were playing bingo. Yeah, I remember that. And then it culminated at the supermarket. Like that's where Stone Cold ended up catching him and just destroying him all through the supermarket and destroying the supermarket itself. Norian secret projects. Ironically, even studying these texts was something of a Norian secret, with the writing being a special treatment on metal plates that could cause them to corrode into legible writing when properly treated. Contained within are numerous initiatives, peppered with code phrases, obscure references to what seemed to be dates or places, and others seemingly incoherent and unrelated bits of knowledge. When presented with them, our resident ex-Norian was swiftly able to translate them, noting that the information is less a cipher, but more a series of references to previous Norian projects, both magical and mundane. What stood out most to Sebastian was how each of the Norian studies and initiatives were focused on delicately subverting or changing the purpose of the Enclave's achievements. One can only assume the secrecy with which these studies were recorded makes it clear the Enclave's wider populace was never supposed to know about the Norians' clandestine activities.
I shouldn't be surprised the Norians use a fluid to conceal their secrets. It's ingenious, really. An acid of sorts that can etch the writing into the metal invisibly. And when you apply another compound, it oxidizes. It's like a legible rust, and yet, after you're done, you can just wipe it clean and it flakes off.
Medium aside, what did we learn?
As Sev expected, research on the aeroliths. It's a bit outside my speciality, so I passed it to Dom.
And how are we feeling about Sev's revelations?
It's not like I've never kept things from my friends, and I generally keep them from my family, so I empathize. But I don't keep them from the band. Anyway, Dom's waiting.
I actually just saw on TikTok the whole segment about the Spinneroonie where everyone came out trying to get Undertaker to do it. I was laughing so hard, man. Such a funny little bit. Yeah, I remember that. A good one. Take a Rooney. Take a Rooney. Take a Rooney.
Lane said I should talk to you about the plates we found for Sev.
Perhaps you could walk with me?
Sure.
I have already passed my notes on. This conversation isn't about them. I wanted to ask how you're doing with regards to Sev.
Honestly, Tom, I try not to overthink it. Sev did nothing to hurt us, and he's clearly trying to contribute as we figure out what's next. That's what matters.
Oh, what must that be like? I overthink everything. While I don't share your pragmatism, I appreciate it immensely. Truly, the skalds will sing of Bryn of Calnhaven, as I predicted. What matters to me most is that you are doing well. We seem flung from crisis to crisis, and too often the load lands on your shoulders.
One step at a time. And with the best band a point could have at my side, we will figure this out.
Yes, we will. Ultimately, I will say this. There was a time in my life I walked away from everything I held most important. Sev is handling it better than I did. He's not angry or bitter, he's just working through the problem. It's kind of you to help him. I'm sure he appreciates it more than he'll ever be able to say. So I'm saying it for him. Sev already has my notes. Good luck in your endeavors.
Okay, now Sev wants to talk.
Exciting news, Bryn.
You figured out how to clear the source?
Nothing quite that far along, but we are a step closer. As I suspected, the Norians were doing experiments not even Enclave leadership knew about. Not to just stabilize the weather, but directly control its extremes.
Which is pretty much what we're seeing the aeroliths do, here and now.
I honestly think that these experiments, left unattended, are the direct cause of the wild temperature changes. Likely contributed to the floods as well, though I suspect Asylum was the larger cause there. Regardless, if I can pick up where their research left off, we might have a solution to our problem at the source.
What did the Norians stand to gain controlling the weather anyway?
Their power base has always been in Taza, where the deserts need water to grow. Imagine being able to withhold rain or worsen heat at a whim. What kind of power would that give you? The kind the worst parts of the Order crave.
Did your research say anything about miasma and tangles?
No. Those phenomena are too new to be in the records you recovered, which are pre-search.
If we succeed, will we be able to stop the weather fluctuations entirely?
I hope so, in time. But the system has been out of control for years. For now, I want to focus on our immediate problem of the Source and the Surgeborn.
What will it take to move from might have a solution to definitely have a solution for the Source?
The research you recovered focused on using patterns from creatures with natural flame and frost affinity. It used those patterns to briefly augment one part of the enchantments woven into an aerolith.
Use flame magic to tilt the aerolith hotter for a time?
Yes, exactly. And they had some success with it, proving the methods viable.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but too bad there aren't miasma creatures.
There's one, and Dharm already managed to recover some of its pattern.
But not enough?
Oh, absolutely enough. You've been working hard and it's paid off. I needed an exquisite resonance from all three types of magic. And we have that.
That's fantastic. Is that it then?
We're going to combine them with the Norian's notes and Dharm's studies of the Herald to build a device to influence the aeroliths. I gave the design to Sola. She said it should be doable, but wants your approval on which materials to use.
If this could pull my asthma out of the source somehow, sign me up.
It's the most promising lead I have. And it's very promising indeed.
Okay. Let me check something real quick. Can't do Earth, right? Yeah. Norian Weather Controller. A small drilling foot allows it to cling to an aerolith, while the innards are apparently strangely similar to the earpiece a point might wear to communicate with the scribe.
That was one of the most complicated things we've ever collectively assembled.
I hope it wasn't too much.
Not at all. The only tough part was Dom, hovering the entire time. He's enthralled with this device.
Oh, well,
I'm teasing you, Seth. I'm not sure if you'll still be my apprentice after all this, but I will tease you.
No more learning to smith.
Now. I'm not saying that. We just need to figure out what comes next together. Which brings me to the question of the hour. You were already a Norian. Why did you want to be my apprentice anyway?
Rambralem.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. You could have just told me.
That's a cultural thing for you, isn't it?
Oh, you know. Yes. Very much so. But yes, Sola. I'm sorry. I was afraid if you dug too hard into my past, you might learn about the Norians.
And they don't like people digging.
No, they truly don't. That is your answer, though.
And this is your intricate doodad. I cannot wait to see what it does.
So if I was supposed to understand what he just said or what they were talking about, that went way over my head. He said Ram de Lam or some shit, and she's all like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I'm just like, what? What are we talking about? What up, Goater? Are you off work, bud? Finally off the work. Surprised you're still going. Yeah, I was going late to see if I could finish this tonight, but I don't know. We're just kind of trucking along, and it doesn't seem like we're getting super duper close, but I'm still just kind of trucking along. I don't know. I'm probably not going to be going too much longer. But yeah, I was just kind of kept going, seeing like, okay, maybe I'll get a hint about we're getting super duper close, but yeah, it hasn't happened. Spent 2 hours on a boss that was horrible. Oh my god, don't remind me. We've had some frustration earlier on, for sure. For sure.
This airlift should be perfect, Bryn.
Right.
Oh, we want to go up there, huh? Let me get out my trusty yeet machine. There you go, yeah. Turn that way, that's good. Yay! What? Yay! Man, how are they gonna let me spawn it to where I can't even... Ah, there we go. Well, not exactly where I was wanting to go, but we'll get there. They kept hinting endgame and it keeps stretching out. Yeah, pretty much. It is. They are definitely dragging out the end for sure. At least Deej didn't just give up and call the game trash.
The others
Hey,
have been helping me with
it was
a
close.
little project on the side. A surprise for you.
No hints.
I probably called the game trash, but I didn't give up. I'm almost certain that I called the game trash, or at least some form of that. Deej says a lot of things when he's raging over stupid ass mechanics that don't work. Some of the things I mean, some of the things I don't mean. I don't think this game is trash. If it was trash, I wouldn't be playing it. I would have fired it up, played it for like an hour or two, and been like, okay, this is trash. I'm not going to do it. It's not trash. But are there things about it that I absolutely hate? Yes. Yes, 100%. But overall, it's not trash. It's mid as fuck. But it's not trash. Might even be a bit below mid.
What's all this, big guy?
The culmination of all our efforts, Bryn.
He wanted it to be a surprise.
Consider me impressed. But what exactly does it do?
He hasn't told you?
As Casman said, I wanted it to be a surprise.
Sev, we all do better work with context. This is something you're going to need to get used to.
Yeah. You're a weaver now.
I heard you say so yourself.
It's the culmination of an Orion dream. But unlike them, I'm not going to use it to put a nation in a stranglehold. No. I'm going to change the weather. For you.
For me?
Yes. It will take some resources, so let's be judicious, but yes. We can change the weather before your expeditions.
Great. Now, how is that supposed to propel us toward the end of the game? They just can't make a perfect game, huh? No, I think that's pretty much impossible. Unfortunately. Basically, what I was saying during that boss fight, Godofo, was that at its very core, they have a very good idea for this game, but then it seems like all of the different designers that made this game went and sat around a table and was like, all right, we got a good core. How can we fuck it up?
You said this will take resources. Am I hunting more patterns, or...?
The voice acting isn't terrible, except for one character. I absolutely hate one character. But the voice acting as a whole isn't terrible. It's just the dialogue and the writing that's kind of terrible. But the voice actors are doing the best that they can with just the absolute cringe shit writing.
Nothing so dire.
Bryn, you've got enough to worry about. Let us sort it. We'll treat it just like upgrading the camp. Maybe I end up trading with the Hearthsiders. Maybe we do a little alchemy. We'll handle it.
So all those patterns I collected.
Critical to calibrating things. Weather and miasma alike. The creatures have been exposed to so many wild environmental swings. They were affected in ways I could use to calibrate to the aerolith's patterns.
And that's what Dom was helping with?
Everyone has helped Bryn. Literally everyone.
Literally everyone.
No politics. No backstabbing. I could get used to this.
Good. All that stuff wastes time and energy.
Well, this is incredible. What's involved with actually making it happen?
Well, it's not simple for me. But for you, I'll keep it simple. If we want to make a change before you leave, we can do it as part of the preparation. The aeroliths are all connected, and the device we created will let me give them let's call it a shove, for a day or so.
We've run some limited tests, and everything holds up. It's really rather ingenious.
And we'll give you quite the edge. Imagine tossing a drought when a frost creature is hunting.
It can affect miasma, too, yes?
Yes, and since, thanks to you, I know exactly where the source is. I'm confident I can help you clear a path. Clear enough that the Ark of Verdance should be able to keep you safe at any rate.
Sounds like the last piece of our plan. Should I call the Axle?
When you're ready, we are.
Aeroliths. Sev's new design allows him to alter the weather in any location for the remainder of the day. This modification can be done at the loom gate. Doing so requires numerous alchemical concoctions and delicate devices, so each alteration costs supplies. Tasman can upgrade his station to make it more efficient. Wow, what a wordsmith. I said the other day, I think Byrne was the only one in here whenever I said this, but I said the other day that I would bet a large amount of money that whoever wrote this game has blue hair. And I still stand by that.
How are you feeling about Sev?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it sounds like we could...
Emotional damage!
It sounds like we could be getting very close to the end of the game, but it also could, like, not sound... Like, I honestly have no idea. We could be one mission away. We could be freaking 15. I honestly don't know at this point.
Delighted.
Not upset to lose an apprentice?
But I'm probably going to just... Probably just going to end it after all these conversations. Getting too late. I got to go to bed.
I'll find more. Lots of talent among the Hearthsiders, according to the Axle. And that's perfect. They'll learn quick, just like Sev did. I'm proud of him. And controlling the weather itself. Incredible. I've learned from a lot of years on the road that change is the natural way of things.
Yeah, Peridot, I was going to mention that earlier. We have not had a new map since... What, 2 streams ago? I mean, I didn't have all of the maps explored, like fully explored, until last night. But we have not unlocked an actual new map area in like 2 streams.
Our time in the Enclave has certainly proven that.
Anticipating change and finding joy in it, the best thing you can do in your life.
So that's also kind of made it feel like they're really dragging it out. Because like we'd go to a map, we'd do shit, we'd move on, we'd get a new map. But now that we're not getting new maps, it's like, okay, well, where's the end of the game? We kind of just got bottlenecked here after unlocking the last map.
You know, I can't stop thinking. Could Stannard have fixed the weather?
From what Sev said, the former Eye was more a political animal than an expert.
Yeah, that makes sense. If only he'd shared what he had access to with people who were halfway competent. Anyway, I just hope Sev can keep digging. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
They are literally saying goodbye, so we gotta hope it's ending? They are? Are they saying goodbyes? Okay, so he has a workstation that we can now upgrade. 75. Yeah. I guess I'll just go ahead and max this out for however many supplies. It's like stuff like this. They just introduced a brand new workstation. It's like, okay.
Rockin' stove!
We must not be getting that close, right? I don't know. It's so hard to tell. Wait, what if the game is called Eternal Strands because it lasts for eternity?
Rockin' stove!
Oh. Wait, what? It was... Wasn't it 75 to get from level 1 to level 2, and now it's only 25 to get to level... from level 2 to level 3? Huh? How does that make sense? Shouldn't it be more? The higher up you go? Oh, all right. I guess I shouldn't complain. I wanted a rock and toot, but it's too fast. Yeah. Rock and... There you go. I'll do it for you, bud. Okay, max level reached. Neat.
Have I ever told you how much I enjoy watching your expeditions on the Scry?
You too?
Look, it's no secret that when Aurea injured her wing, I was skeptical of you taking over expeditions. So I started watching you to make sure things were going well.
You mean to make sure I didn't screw up?
Fine. That's what I was doing. At least at first. On one of your first expeditions into the Hollow, I watched you take a swing at that massive Archon thinking it was inactive. Then, when its eye lit up, these visions of you dying started swarming me. I panicked and asked Aurea if you were ready for this, hoping she'd pull you out immediately. Then you began climbing the Ark, and it was like everything in my head just went quiet. That does not happen often. You had this serene look on your face, like this was exactly the challenge you'd been waiting a lifetime for.
It was.
when you took it down without breaking a sweat, I was secretly pretty impressed.
I like hearing you had faith in me, even back then.
It's only grown tenfold. After that, I enjoyed watching you on the scry. Knowing you're out there, keeping all of us safe, relaxes me and keeps the visions at bay.
You haven't, Peridot. Go ahead. Tell us all about it.
Happy to have you over here, Sev.
Happy to be here.
Everyone knew the aeroliths could smooth out the weather, but no one suspected they could change it so suddenly. Since the surge, they've caused wild swings, but no one has ever tried to control it.
Sev's achieved something incredible.
And practical. Imagine the look on a glass-tail's face when it suddenly turns blisteringly hot.
Surprise, Icy Boy. It's summer.
Exactly. Advantage, Bryn.
Yeah, it would be an advantage if I still needed to harvest those things, which I don't.
All right, everyone. Let's give Khan Arteme the rundown.
Using the aeroliths, I can trigger a miasma everywhere they affect above ground.
It is advised that your people remain indoors during this process.
The miasma will flow from the source, which will lessen the raw magic enough to keep Bryn safe while she escorts the Ark.
And how is she going to get there without the Grand Gate?
She'll drop in through the rift in Lower Denevron.
Skies, of course she will.
Don't worry. I've got plenty of experience scaling down cliffs.
Once she's in the underworks, she'll stay within the Ark's protective field and follow it to the source where it will fulfill its purpose, to pacify the Tangles.
And what about the Herald?
That's where you're going to need to trust me.
You really think you can do this?
It's a risky plan. We all know that. But leaving raw magic pouring out of the source, or the Surgeborn influence unchecked, there's only one way that will end. We've mitigated the risks as best we can. We need to act now.
You've asked me to guide us. Now, it's time for you to trust me when I say, this is our path.
Kenrick lied to us for decades. It's hard to believe anyone who says they're going to take care of the Surgeborn now. But with how open you've been, and everything you've done for us already, you've earned my trust. We will stay and fight for our hearth.
Thank you.
Bryn, I'll coordinate with Sev. When you're ready, come see me.
You like the Larry David emote? I love Curb Your Enthusiasm so much. That's probably my favorite comedy TV show of all time. Ugh, yeah, we still got this one too. I forgot about this.
You look like you've got something on your mind, Sev.
Yeah, man. Same here. Such a great, funny show. I don't know. I feel like Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm is like my long lost father. Like I got separated at birth or something because, oh my God. The way he reacts to certain situations in that show, I'm just like, that is so me.
Struggling a little, perhaps. I find myself torn.
I see myself a lot in his character in that show.
Between Casmin stews and Darm spiced pork? Same.
Pork. Stew gets in my fur. That aside, I find myself both wanting to tear down the Norians and redeem them. Surely not everything they did was self-serving politics. There had to be some craft or artistry behind it.
That's the part of Norian-ness that appeals to you?
Recently I found records. Experiments to improve flow rates across the tapestry.
Better pipes?
Pretty much. The team was working on it right around the time the surge hit.
Any idea where?
Not too far from here. Odd they'd set up in a swamp, but perhaps it was a stress test.
We're going to have to fix the Enclave eventually. Better pipes can't hurt. I'll check it out.
You are tireless, Bryn.
I can sleep when I'm dead. There was a point. I might be tempting fate by saying that.
You're right. But we all notice how hard you work. I know what it feels like to work without praise. Feels good to shine a little sun on your achievements.
Okay, well... Man. If we only had the main story quest, I might be tempted to kind of press on, but we do have these 2 side quests, so yeah. Probably just gonna stop right there. Do we even have the conditions right? It's the Ark of the Forge. I guess I guess I have to take this tomorrow, because we have to defeat either the Ark of the Forge or the Ark of the Flame in the Archon's Hearth. I would much rather fight. I'd much rather fight the Ark of Fire or whatever it's called, Ark of the Living Flame, but I guess we got to take what we can get. So I guess I'll work on that tomorrow. Got to remember to pop the Flame Shroud file before we kill it. And then there's also this other side quest. So yeah, we're just going to end it there. If it doesn't take too long into the stream tomorrow to finish this, and maybe we could, I don't know. I'll see what Liz wants to play for Community Day on Saturday, and maybe we'll have that ready in case, you know, we only go like an hour, hour and a half into beating this, and we can just roll straight into whatever she wants to play for the rest of the stream tomorrow, and then on Saturday as well. Definitely longer than I thought it would be. We're at 39 hours right now. I was thinking it was going to take me like between 25 and 30. So, bit off on that mark. But it happens. What time tomorrow? I go live every day at the same time, 8 p.m. Central.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
8 p.m. Central European time. So if you are in Texas right now because you have sprung forward and I have not, I should be 6 hours ahead of you. So I go live at 2 p.m. your time until the last weekend in March. Because I don't think we're springing forward this weekend. I think we're springing forward the last weekend in March. So yeah, 2 p.m. your time until the last weekend in March, and then it'll be 1 p.m. Yeah. Because we all can't spring forward at the same time. Can't coordinate that and make it easy for everybody. But normally 1 p.m. your time. For some reason, I don't get notifications from Twitch on the mobile app you're talking about. So make sure you got the bell clicked and have notifications turned on. If that still doesn't work for you, I post in the Discord before every stream, or like whenever I go live. So if your Twitch notifications aren't working for some reason, turn your Discord notifications on, because I at everyone every stream. And we are definitely finishing this tomorrow. It might take an hour and a half. It might take 7 hours, but I'm almost positive we're going to finish Eternal Strands tomorrow. I thought that there was a chance tonight. I was wrong. Okay? What do you want me to say? We'll do it tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. If it doesn't finish tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, dude. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get done with it tomorrow. If I have to go long tomorrow, it's better to go long on a Friday than it is on a Thursday. I could definitely, if I have to, I could just put in like 10 hours tomorrow. But I don't think that's really gonna be necessary. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna take that long. It definitely doesn't feel like that anyway. We'll do it tomorrow. Thanks for being here, Peridot, and thanks for like being interactive. You know, a lot of people just like to lurk and watch, and that's fine, but as a streamer, it's just more fun to have somebody to interact with in the chat. I mean, that's great if you got a bunch of people just watching you. But interaction is a lot more fun for me, so I appreciate you being here. So, see you tomorrow. We're finishing it tomorrow. We're doing it tomorrow. I leave you with this banger from the amazing artist, DeejTheSqueej. Good night.
Find a better life. Take me to a softer side. Back when I wasn't left behind. Take me home. Don't leave me alone. Take me back to home. Show me the way back to my soul.